Recording in progress.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Shall we be sitting so that we can start the day 2 of the African Economic Conference? So we will have the honor to have a fireside chat with eminent economists and chief economists of the three main institutions and one of the leading research consortium in Africa. So I will call Dr. Eric Ogundi, Director at African Development Institute at the African Development Bank, who will be moderating this session. So, Mr. Ogundi, I let you lead and call on the stage your panel.
We are ready.
And after I take the hat.
No worries.
Thank you.
We'll take it back to you. All right. Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. It's indeed a great pleasure to see you on this second day of this very important conference. Yesterday we started strong, though we stayed till very late, but I could see the energy was still in the room. So I want to keep that tempo today. Do you promise we'll do that? Do you promise? Okay, great. So this session is a fireside chat, and the focus will be on linking the current global financial architecture to the uncertainties we see in Africa and how this is causing some instability in the region. So we'll dissect the issue, explore all the options, but more importantly, my very able panel will provide some insight on what are the options for Africa. What do we need to do to change the narratives? So let me start by inviting my very eminent panelists who will be discussing with me this morning on this very important point. I would like to start with Professor Kevin Rama, who is the Chief Economist and Vice President of the Economic Governance and Knowledge Management Complex of the African Development Bank. Professor Rama, it's indeed a great pleasure to have you here. Thank you, sir. And next is Professor Murinde, who is the Executive Director of the African Economic Research Consortium. You're welcome, Professor Murinde. And Dr. Hannah Morsi, we feel privileged to have you. She's the Deputy Executive Secretary and Chief Economist of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. And the fourth, but by no means the least panelist, is Dr. Raymond Gilpin, who is the Chief Economist and Head of Strategy, Analysis and Research Team, the Regional Bureau for Africa of the United Nations Development Program. Now, there have been several talks in recent times with respect to the reform of the global financial architecture, and this is born out of several realizations. Let me highlight just 5 of them. In the bank, we like 5 things, huh? So let me just mention 5 that will set the tone for this conversation. The first one is the fact that Africa has very huge and growing financial needs and gaps. At the African Development Bank, in our 2024 African Economic Outlook, we estimated that by 2030, we need about $1.3 trillion annually. You can imagine what volume we're talking about here. Now, the second realization is the fact that while the current global financial architecture has delivered some results, but it has not achieved so much for Africa. And so a lot needs to be done to correct that. The third realization is the fact that the global system has consistently failed to deliver on commitments. There are several commitments made on ODA, on climate financing, that we found very difficult to meet. And the fourth one is the fact that there's bias and lopsidedness in the global financial system against developing countries, and that has made it possible to deliver the required financing for development on the continent. And the fifth and the final one is the fact that the governance of the global financial architecture is not sufficiently inclusive to represent and enhance the participation and the voice of Africa in the conversation. So these are the 5 important realizations that leads to this important recent discussion on how do we change the narrative. So again, let me start with my panel to explore and also dig into the conversation. I'll start with you, Professor Rama. You have really been one of those advocating the reform of the global financial architecture, and you have spoken very passionately about this in very many global, regional, national forums. So the question is, Prof, what do you see as the key weaknesses and inequities in the current global financial architecture? And how do you think that these weaknesses can be addressed to ensure that Africa has financial stability and economic growth for the countries on the continent?
Thank you very much, moderator, and thank you, colleagues, for joining again. Also, for those joining online, you're welcome again to the second day of this AEC conference. So, Eric, you've already highlighted the 5 key major areas where we feel the global financial architecture is failing. Well, let me start from the structure of the global financial architecture. We all know a lot of the discussions around the nature and structure and functioning of global financial architecture were agreed in the post-Second World War era. Africa was not there. And so were so many other developing countries that has emerged now. So rightfully, as we heard yesterday, that architecture was structured mostly for reconstruction after the Second World War. And now the issues around development, which means starting from scratch to build the structures required, were not really very considered. So the scale of financing that the global financial architecture gives is basically like carrying somebody in a car by tying the person to a rope and driving the car. So the person is actually worse off because you're dragging the person on the tarmac. I say that because if you look at all the promises, ODA, for example, there was promises of 0.7% of GNI from advanced countries. Today, only 5 advanced countries meet that. The rest are like 0.02. And the global, the scale of that for the global needs of Africa is infinitesimally small. If you think about climate finance, it's the same way. We require 277 billion US dollars. We are receiving 29.5 billion as of today. Again, climate change is not something you will say, I do a part of it and leave the other. If you have floods, doesn't matter how well your flood defense system is, if there's one single opening, you will still get flooded. Then you also have the issues around risk assessments, which we have talked about yesterday, which really discredits the poor more and more, because the poorer you become, the riskier your assets and your economy becomes. And there is no way you cut the chase, the poor will get disenfranchised in the current ways that we assess risks. And we discussed a lot about that yesterday. And even when the poor are known to repay their loans, like Africa, Eric, you know of the Moody's Analytics report that we worked with in commission, that found out that Africa is the least defaulting in all long-term infrastructure financing in the world, at 1.9%, compared to 12.8% in North America. Yet, Africa's risks is higher than those in North America. In Northern Europe, that figure is actually 4.6%, which means they default more than Africa does. But because of poverty and several other criteria that we heard from Standard & Poor's yesterday, Africa's risk ratings is also still higher, creating a vicious cycle that you have high risk rating, high cost of capital, low investments, again, another high risk rating because you don't have the capital to repay your loans. So all these things are there. And then we have complexity. Think about climate finance. It's like pulling teeth for a country that is in climate vulnerability to put together a package to get resources from GCF. And it just doesn't cut the chase for me. And we have also the issue of inclusion that you have mentioned, Eric. Africa is completely excluded from this. But there are two tracks in terms of how Africa should address it, in my view. Number one is for us to learn the games and play smart. We might complain about the global financial architecture as much as we want, but the architecture will continue to function the way it is designed until we come up with a new one, which might take time because there are vested interests. So because of those vested interests, we in Africa, we need to learn how to engage, what to do, and I'm not going to outline a lot of that because I know my sister, Hanan Mosi, who's been leading our effort through UNECA on the high-level panel on the reforms that we need to do, will highlight quite a lot of that. So we need to learn that game and play smart. Second, we also need to think about our own financial architecture. Because of a truth, there's actually no codified financial architecture anywhere. It's just praxis that has happened over time and becomes the way business is done in the global financial markets. So we need to build our own financial markets, build our own capital markets, try to deconstruct the colonial mindset that has made us beginning to think of Africa as a compartmentalized unit, which means it's divide and rule. Your capital market, no matter how good you think it is so small that it actually can't reach scale. And you can't compete. You are not competitive in the global market. So let's learn from Europe. Unite together so that at one capital market, one trade zone, one unit, we're able to build a formidable force that can be listened to in the global financial markets. So African inclusion and regional integration, which is actually one of the themes of this conference, is a key way that we can actually address that issue. But again, there is no substitute for sound macroeconomic policy management. We complain about the global financial architecture, but as I said yesterday, we lose a lot because of lack of prudence by ourselves in terms of poor macroeconomic policy governance, poor rule of law, corruption, and lots of leakages that happen in our own economies. We lose, by our own calculations, about $587 billion every year. If you do the math, it is up to $1.6 billion every day, including today as we are sitting here, because of illicit financial flows, corruption costing us $248 billion, and that's the ones we can measure. International profit shifting in the corporate markets, costing us $175 billion, and we run around chasing foreign direct investments and other portfolio flows that we think is the source of financing for Africa. And of a truth, in 2022, the total of all those, including our own remittances, was only $175 billion. Prof, so we lose more than 3 times what we go out there to get. So we need to think home, look at home, and see what we can do better in order to make Africa's capital work for Africa's development within the current structure we have.
Excellent point, and I think that's a very good point to leave it. I'll be coming to Dr. Morsi regarding the point you made, but before I come there, Professor Murinde, now, one of the consequences of the failure of the current global financial architecture is what we have seen with respect to build-up in debt across African countries. So the question is, do you see any link between the continent's ability to achieve inclusive growth and the current global financial architecture? If there is any, can you walk us through this relationship?
Yeah, thank you very much. Let me first thank the organizers for inviting me to this panel. Yeah, absolutely, Eric. It's a very important aspect. And the African Economic Research Consortium, ERC, ran a series of programs and plenary sessions on what was referred to as the Africa's looming debt crisis. And that was before COVID. After COVID, of course, the status quo is such that the quo has lost status. And so, first of all, let me just go into a little bit diagnostic excursion to see what the problem really is. We are talking about debt in general, but it's external debt that is the focus of this discussion rather than domestic debt. Because external debt is outside the reach and the confines and the management, manipulation by African countries. And even then, when we think about external debt, it's very important to distinguish between the stock of debt and debt servicing. Let's look at the stock of debt. African external debt has grown significantly over the last 10 years and is reached about, 2 years ago, it was about $566 billion, or in terms of the proportion to GDP, more than 28% of continent's gross GDP is in debt. Now, that's a proportion, but we know in terms of the technical analysis, the stock of debt is not the problem. Because we know according to bond theory, because the debt is a way, reconfigured as a bond, as time tends to infinity, the value is zero. So it's not the stock of debt. Our main crunch and where we think we need to focus with respect to the global financial architecture is the servicing of debt, is the cost, is the pricing. And here again, very important numbers to contend with. In fact, this year, 2024, the cost of servicing Africa's external debt is set to reach a record of $89.4 billion. And that's a phenomenal amount of values which detract or taking resources away from servicing growth and from servicing the key important sectors in Africa, namely the vulnerable sectors, health and education. I want to underline why I'm emphasizing the servicing of debt, the cost of debt, because it's outside the reach of African countries or the continent as a whole. The pricing of debt is based on a formula technically of the London Interbank Offered Rate, LIBOR, plus a markup. LIBOR changes gradually almost every minute. It's changing constantly as we sit here, but at the end of this session, that figure, as Africans contract debt, that they can't change. But then there is the component, the lambda, which is the component that is negotiated between the countries as they take the debt. And that, because it's set to be high, because of risk rating, it actually captures the premium, the lenders, the borrowers, especially if you are borrowing from the capital market. So you see, the odds are stacked against Africa. It makes me a little bit worried about the fact that the access to the international capital markets is limited, and Kevin underlined this very well. And so the fact that as countries grow, okay, this amount of the debt servicing is very difficult to manage. And especially as time tends to infinity over long, this overlapping generations, countries are servicing debts, for example, which were contracted about 20 years ago. You find, for example, even the big countries, Egypt, Ghana, the interest payments consumed an average of 42% of the public revenues. And that's a phenomenal amount. The rest, the remaining balance that can go into investment in education and health, it diminishes completely. In other words, unless we can put in place a reform of the architecture in which, in a way, the presence of capital markets or the way the debt is pricing will not be able to have control of how the growth in the debt servicing of African debt.
Obviously, Prof, I think it's absolutely clear that there is a strong link.
Yes.
And African countries need to really take action when it comes to managing their debt, the cost of debt servicing. Now, let me come to you, Dr. Morsi. Professor Rama mentioned earlier about this high-level panel that you're leading. And I also noticed that just last week, ECA hosted the 4th high-level international conference on financing for development in Africa. Now, the question is, what solutions do you see in terms of policy recommendations, actions that can be taken to change the status quo?
Thank you. We have been working over the last 3 years with ministers, African ministers of finance, economic development and planning to build common African positions in terms of what needs to be done for the global financial architecture that went through parliamentary processes, both at the UN, but also at the African Union, so that it can be the foundation for actually now the African Union membership in the G20. And, in terms of what can be done, the current system needs to be recalibrated to actually better serve the needs of African countries and also consider the vulnerability, because we have a change in the nature of shocks. Since the inception of the global financial architecture, and now, in the beginning, the whole idea was more about country-specific shocks. The nature of these shocks have changed. Now, what our countries are exposed to are more of global nature, like climate shocks, like pandemic, like geopolitical war in Ukraine and implication, and hence we need to have actually the tools to be able to address these issues. So from the multilateral development banks, we need to reconsider, for example, the requirements for concessional financing to also include vulnerability, so that when middle-income country is hit by a climate shock, they have access to concessional financing. We need to also consider contingency clauses in debt contracts. So we have this, climate resilience clauses that allows some breathing space when countries are hit by a shock, that they don't have to, struggle between actually paying their debt or recovery and addressing the needs of their citizens. We also need to have better coordination. And let me highlight this, better coordination among multilateral development banks in terms of streamlining application and disbursement processes. And to really have an ecosystem that is not just silos with each one of the MDBs doing something, but it actually delivers more transformative impact for African countries and for member states. These are really some of the things that are needed, but also innovative instruments, de-risking instruments, so that we are able to crowd in the private sector, have guarantees to lower the cost. And then from the IMF, there are a number of things that are very important. We need to reform the formula for allocating IMF special drawing rights. These were meant and intended to address long-term liquidity needs. Yet, when they get allocated, the big countries with strong financial positions get more. So it goes to those countries that needed the least. So it needs to be reformed so that it includes, beside the quota consideration, liquidity needs of countries, so it goes to where it's needed. Second, we need to reform the IMF quota, because it doesn't only affect our voice in terms of the decision making, but it also affects access to financial resources, because access is a percentage of that quota. So that's really important. And then we need the partners and the donor countries to actually make sure that replenishment of the concessional windows, whether it's IDA, whether it's the African Development Fund, is done, and so that to ensure accessibility. And we need to really have them also, deliver on the milestone that we had earlier in May of approving a framework for rechanneling IMF special drawing rights to MDBs. And this was great. It was a lot of hard work, yet we have not seen that come through. It needs 5 countries to commit to get it operational. It has the promise of 3 to 4 times leverage of currently underutilized resources. So we need to really push on that, and we have to come together very clearly in terms of pushing forward on these issues, because yes, now so many countries are struggling with domestic needs, but you cannot justify the fact that you have unutilized SDR sitting idle, because this is not additional money that you need to put. You just need to actually allow them to go where they are needed.
Excellent policy recommendations there. Thank you very much, Dr. Morsi. Now, coming to you, Raymond, Dr. Gaplain. One of the things that we have noted is a study UNDP did, and you came up with some figures with respect to the cost of lack of transparency of ratings, for African countries. It was estimated that African countries is paying extra $24 billion interest, and also over 46 billion is foregone in lending. So now, given this challenge and this huge cost that transparency is costing African countries, now to reverse this trend, what actions do you think international community needs to take to ensure more transparency, accountability, and inclusiveness in the governance of the global financial architecture?
Thank you so much for including us in this conversation, and thanks for that question. I think these are very important issues, and thanks to Professor Kevin Oramah for laying out what the international financial architecture is. It's basically the institutions and rules that decide access to financing and at what cost. And yes, we did do this study, and we were able to identify this cost of an international financial architecture that does not work for Africa. I agreed with almost everything Professor Oramah said, except one thing, when he said it will take a long time to change the architecture. I think it could come much sooner if we have a strategic approach to addressing this. And what do I mean? Professor Morsi talked about the quota system, how it is skewed against African countries. Yes, the issue there is that if you look, there are 2 quota formulas that you look at when you think about the IMF. The actual and the calculated quota formula. It would be great if we have researchers, young and not so young researchers, African researchers, who do papers that help African countries understand how to lobby for a formula that better reflects Africa's positioning and position in the globe. China is doing a wonderful job because the quota system does not work for them. And I could bet money I don't have that next year, when the quota formula is revisited, it will come out in China's favor, because China has invested in this area. The second part is, how do we understand how to make institutions like the IMF, the World Bank, the credit ratings agencies more Africa-friendly? There are many areas. The IMF board, the World Bank board, that's where it happens primarily. But like in the G20 conversations, a lot of policy-related decisions get made. And again, my challenge to African researchers, how are we supporting the African voices at the G20? UNDP provides Secretariat for the Sustainable Financing Working Group of the G20. And so I actually sit in the room when the ministers and the heads of state are talking about G20 issues. And the Africa voice is really drowned. Not because only there are many more non-African seats around the table, but because we really want African think tanks, African institutions to back up the African Union with research and focused analysis. So when we speak in these fora, it makes a difference. My last point is governance of the World Bank and the IMF. You may or may not know that when a country is in indigent circumstances and cannot repay the IMF on time, the IMF charges them a surcharge, which totals billions. Not every African country is in that category, but I think that over the next 2-3 years, more African countries might be in that category. The IMF has reduced the surcharge, but it is still there and it is still significant. The IMF this last October followed the World Bank, and they now have a third chair on the IMF board. So we have an increase in representation, but I would submit to you that we don't have an increase in agency. How effective are those voices on the those African voices on the IMF and World Bank board in determining how projects get to African countries? At what cost? Why does it take 12 months to review a project before you can start talking about the release of funds? So these and other issues are important and critical, and I have framed my remarks in this way because the challenge is to us, the African economists and thinkers, to be the ones who come up with the new ideas that would strengthen African agency. Last thing is, you mentioned the work we did on credit ratings. And we know the biases. We know how that credit ratings made it difficult for many African countries that are indebted to benefit from the common framework for debt relief. So what did we do? We complained. We had a big event in Washington, D.C. where we complained even louder. But we then identified experts who would go support African countries. And one of them is here, Veronica Kalema. And we say, look, the playing field is not level. So we are going to help make the playing field more level. We're going to put in the room with the sovereign wealth, with the credit ratings agencies, smart African experts, smart experts who would help African countries, not just lobby for better outcomes of their credit ratings, but also respond.
Thank you very much, Raymond. Unfortunately, our time is up. I thought I'd be able to come back to the panelists to have 30 seconds, quick thought. But I see the moderators already. So once again, thank you very much. I think the conclusion will be, let's go to work. We have identified a couple of policy recommendations that are practical, that are implementable. So let's go do and ensure that we change the current structure. Thank you very much. Thank you also. A round of applause for my panelists. Thank you.
Thank you.
As always.
Thank you so much.
A round of applause for this amazing panel. I think we heard a lot of very important, interesting thoughts and ideas on how we can improve the international architecture system and how Africa could benefit better from this system. Now, it is my pleasure to call on the stage the moderator of our next session, who she is, my friend, Dr. Anthony Simpasa. For plenary session 4 on achieving sustained economic growth and resilience in Africa, the role of the private sector. So I let you call in your panel. Thank you.
A very good morning to you all once again. Can you hear me? Yes. Very good morning. We just been listening to a very, very vibrant, lively discussion on the global financial architecture. And we continue with this conversation, but we're taking a slightly different angle now, focusing on the role of the private sector in Africa's development, in how to build resilience in Africa. And I have a very, very strong, multifaceted panel with a diverse array of experience and knowledge on this particular subject. Allow me, therefore, to invite to the podium, starting with Dr. Desiree Vikantanchalum, Senior Director of the Country Economics Department at the African Development Bank. Next, I would like to invite to the podium Dr. Dirk Willem Tevet, whose work I have followed very closely. And what a pleasure to meet you in person. Welcome. The next is Engineer Ahmed Mansour, who is the president of the Pan-African Manufacturers Association. And last but not the least is Dr. Musa P. Blimpo, who is the professor of economics at the University of Toronto in Canada. So as you can see from my panel here, it's a mix of practicing industrialists, private sector practitioners, as well as academicians. We all know that the private sector in Africa is supposed to be the engine of growth, the engine of economic transformation, the engine of job creation, the engine of the source of revenue for the government, and essentially is supposed to be the anchor for Africa's economic transformation. And especially when we look at the Agenda 2063 of the African Union, the bank's high fives with industrialized Africa as one of the key pillars through which the private sector could play its role in Africa. And of course, the Sustainable Development Goals agenda of the United Nations. And yet, we have seen minimal contribution of the private sector in many areas of the continent's transformation. And related to the theme of this conference, I think it's important that we reconsider the role of the private sector in Africa. We have another look, and this distinguished panel here will help us to interrogate the ways through which the private sector can play its meaningful role in protecting the African continent from these uncertainties, the shocks that we have seen over the past few years. Let me start by approaching this discussion with a question to Dr. Vikantenchulum. You have been an architect of various strategies at the African Development Bank, having worked in the research department as director, worked in the resource mobilization department of the bank, and now you're overseeing the work of the country economies on the ground in our regional member countries. With your wealth of experience, both as an academician prior to the bank, joining the bank, but now as a development practitioner, how do you see then the potential of the private sector to drive Africa's transformation, and how would this transformation help the continent to weather through the regional and global shocks that we see? And what areas do you see the private sector can better enter or participate in transforming the African continent?
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le modérateur, et bonjour, Mesdames, Messieurs. J'espère que vous avez passé une bonne soirée.
I hope you slept well.
You don't need to
Now,
use your kids. I was just, I got everyone's attention, so I'm happy. Look, let me start, Anthony, with two numbers, just two numbers. The VP Kevin yesterday, when he spoke about transformation. And I'll give you one number. I'll put it with one question. How much did it cost Mr. Dangote in Nigeria to build the refinery that he did with his company? You know, take a pick. I think it's close to $19 billion. So one, if we are speaking of private sector, scale is going to be very important. The second one, I've been sitting quietly and listening to project implementation. You know, after we approve projects at the board, and there's a board member, the ED representing Botswana, you know how long it takes sometimes for a project to be approved for implementation, because sometimes it goes to parliament. It takes more than a year or two. So just bear those two numbers in mind, and I'll make 3 points to answer your question. The first one, we don't eat potential, so we need to transform the potential into real private sector projects. We need to start at home. And the first thing that we need is sound macro and financial condition. So whatever we say, there is no way we will go to scale if we don't get our respective houses in order. I am as much a private sector as anyone else. I have my funds in pension plan. I invest my money, not as a bank, but I mean, you think I'm going to put my money in a country if I'm not sure to be able to recuperate when I need to exit? No way. No way. So message number one, if we want real transformative at scale private sector transactions to be at scale, we need to fix the macro fundamentals. And there's a lot what the African Development Bank does. we'll be happy to share that with you. But I really want to start with that. The second one we need, Anthony, and this has been mentioned quite a bit. There is no lack of good private sector projects on the continent. But what we are lacking is bankable private sector deals. This is the issue. How do you transform those very good ideas from just being concept to making them bankable? And making them bankable, it's not an easy task. You need seed capital to make them bankable. At the bank, we have quite a number of facilities for that. So the second point is you need to, and I heard a few people yesterday speaking about venture capitalists, but you need really to move at projects and make them bankable. The third one, once you fix the fundamentals, once you have the projects which are bankable, you need to make sure that you can de-risk the projects. I mean, there's quite a number of ideas which have been floated, including what we do at the bank, just to de-risk the transactions. But if you do not come in, and this is where I think as MDBs, there's a lot we do, and we can do maybe even more, I'm sure, is to come up with specific instrument which allows investors to come in at scale and then recoup their investment in due course. But the last point, and as a staff of African Development Bank, as they say in French, le nerf de la guerre, c'est la finance. If you don't have the cash, then you won't go anywhere. So we really, really need to scale up the balance sheet of MDBs so that MDBs can then come in and support the different big-ticket private sector deals that we see coming on the continent. So, Anthony, this is what I would say for now. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much. I take 2 points from what you just said. One is that we need to put our house in order. Macroeconomic fundamentals are very important. And finally, which is complementary to this, is that it is important to de-risk private sector investment in Africa. And multilateral development financial institutions such as the World Bank, the IMF, the African Development Bank have an important to play in that space. Dr. Musa, I come to you. In your research, what are you finding as the entry points for private sector investment in Africa? What areas do you believe would be more transformative for the private sector? One, in driving growth on the continent, but also to get a fair return for their investment.
Thank you very much for having me here, and thanks for these first two-part questions that are really related questions, right? And I would like to comment very briefly on the first part of the question as well, right? When we are talking about the potential of the private sector in the context of Africa, the reality is that it's a mixed bag. If you were to force me to give a clear answer to the question, I would actually be tempted to say no, that potential is not there. But the good news is that it can be created. And what it takes to create that potential, and in line with the first co-panelist's answer, is that a lot of what it takes to create that potential is fully in our own hands, and we should be able to make that happen. Right? So to see this, if I will walk you through the way I think about the issue, if you look at even the prompt for this panel, it's talking about 80% of contribution of the private sector. So the private sector is already there. It's not about taking that number from 80% to 90% or 100%, because the more most pro-private sector country in the world, the United States, the number is around the same. It's around 80 to 85% of contribution of the private sector. So then this question turned into the question of productivity. Why is the African private sector not productive to drive long-term economic growth? And when you ask the question that way, one way to start looking at the element of answer is to look at the composition of that private sector. And you look at the composition of the private sector is 95% plus micro enterprises, 1 to 5 workers. And if you dig deeper, it's a lot of self-employment. So I doubt that that kind of private sector is going to drive a long-term, sustained, multi-decade economic growth that we need to solve the problems that we have. So the focus has to be then to look at 2 areas. One area is how to grow the share of the mid-sized enterprises, right? Those who have the potential to go from maybe 50 employees to 500 employees. That should be the focus. Second, the few mid-sized enterprises that we have already, what is it that we need to do for them to be more productive? And part of the answers, I think our co-panelists who have a lot more experience in the private sector will tell us what the barriers are, and you will see that a lot of these barriers are fully under our control on the continent here. We should be able to deal with it. Now, to your question about which sector we should focus on. When I look at this issue, clearly the private sector will follow where opportunities are. It will follow where profitability is. And as an economist, in the ideal world, you want that to be determined by relative prices, rather than by a politician playing a board game with the economy and picking where to the winners and the losers. But that having been said, it is clear that, first of all, if it's the relative prices that is driving the growth, clearly the answer is going to vary country by country. We are a large continent, so we don't have the same kind of entry point from one country to another. But I understand that we are talking about the continent as a whole today. And looking at our level of development, I will agree with a report that ASET put out some 6-7 years ago, talking about agriculture as one important entry point for us to anchor the growth of the transformation of the continent. And it is particularly important for today's, for this conference theme as well, because if the entry point is agriculture, it also means that we are producing things that we need. We are never going to stop needing food. So looking at the agricultural value chain will be a good entry point to start with.
I think that's a good part to stop in terms of your intervention, that the good entry point, one of the entry points will be participation in agricultural value chains. That in itself will help us to build the resilience to shocks that we see in food prices and so on, and obviously improve Africa's food self-sufficiency, given that we spend about 50 billion or more on importing food on the continent. Engineer Mansour, you are leading a group of manufacturers, and in many surveys that we have followed of doing business in Africa, we hear the private sector lamenting numerous barriers to growth of the private sector. Can you just identify for us 3 key barriers that your team and others operating in the private sector face, or things that keep them awake at night?
Thank you very much. And I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting me to this, this event. First of all, I think you said 3. And that gives me a challenge, because frankly, the number of factors that keep the private sector,
we know they're numerous,
limit the private sector's capacity. But I think the three keywords. We spoke about access to finance and cost of finance this morning. So I'm not going to spend too much time on that, because I think what is good for Africa as a whole is good for African private sector. The fact that Africa has such a huge financial deficit in access to finance, perhaps is more critical to the private sector than it is even to the public sector. Particularly since the point that has been made by my colleague, that the large majority of African private sector is actually small, medium, in fact, micro, small, and medium enterprises. And the key to the ability of the sector to impact the economy has to do with the scale of the sector itself. And as we said, most of these 80 million, I understand, small and medium enterprises in the continent are small. And their mortality rate is so high that the contribution they can make is truly limited. And the key to that is to enable them to grow. And very few SMEs are able actually to grow to even the medium scale enterprises of say 300 to 500 employees. So we have a problem that we have a large sector which represents about 80% of the production of the output, but that 80% is 80% of a very small number itself, and there's need to scale that up considerably. So at the SME level, clearly we have to create an environment that will enable these small enterprises to grow rapidly. The first thing we have to do is to remove them from the informal to the formal sector. And I think now with technology, with perhaps satellite capacity, with perhaps the possibility of identifying and recognizing this on a global scale, I think we should be able to get more of these SMEs onto the informal, into the formal sector, so that we can first of all get them registered and get them onto the trade, if you like, data, because they are not even represented. So we say intra-African trade, for instance, is 16% or 17%, but we forget that probably in terms of numbers, probably 50 to 60% of the operators are not even registered, and they do a lot of trade. I come from a town called Kano in Nigeria, and I know there are several large markets from where every day hundreds of trucks actually move to the borders in Chad, in Niger, in Cameroon to export products. But this is not in our export data. So we really are not, in fact, counting these. So we have to do that. But as we said, the key to enabling the private sector to make a contribution is to enable the entities themselves to be able to grow. And the first thing, I think, is access to finance and the cost of finance. Let me comment on the issue of the Dangote refinery. Yes, $19 billion, because I happen to have been working with them at the time. $19 billion is the size of the project, probably the largest transaction in Africa at the time. But the cost of that finance is such that perhaps in other regimes, it would have perhaps increased the size and the scale of the output probably by about 30% if it was done on a more, financially reasonable cost basis. The third element I wanted to make is that
I'll have to enter this Dangote aspect of the cost. If it had been on competitive terms, it would have allowed the company to also increase the scale of output of the crude that they are processing. So let me come to Dr. Tebeti. I hear the aspect of scale, right? And one of the ways to move the SMEs, especially those operating in the informal sector, will probably require government intervention of one form or the other. Because we hear also that the informal sector, unless we provide them with incentives, they will remain trapped in the informal sector. Could you probably help us think through the regime of incentives that you believe governments could provide, if at all, that will help informal SMEs to leapfrog to a higher level to increase the scale that will allow them to participate fully in Africa's private sector?
Thank you very much indeed, and also thank you for inviting me here to the panel and for this interesting question. Let me make sort of 3 points in response to your question. The first is a bit about the role of the private sector in building resilience. And for me, that is, of course, obvious. I think for many in the room, it will be obvious that a vibrant, productive private sector plays a key role in building resilience. You need to create a transformed economy. Now, within the private sector, there are, of course, various firms, and as you mentioned, informal, formal. There are large, small firms, and there are foreign and domestic firms, and so on. And so often the diversity within those groups is bigger than the diversity between those groups, right? So you have good and bad SMEs, you have good and bad large firms. There are some very promising informal firms. There are perhaps sometimes not so promising formal firms, but so there's a lot of variation there. And I think that is, for an economist, the answer often it depends. I think that's probably what the evidence would suggest as well. So thinking about productivity changes, differences between different categories of firms, but also within categories. So the question is, it depends, and what you do is important. Yet, of course, the private sector remains key. You can't really have build good resilience, have a productive economy without a vibrant private sector. Now, what is holding that back? And we've heard a few things already, and issues around macroeconomic frameworks, which of course is important. Investment climate rules, regulations, general investment enabling conditions are thought to be very important. But I think that was also our answer 20 years ago. And there was the World Development Report about investment climate, and saying, well, that's basically the answer. And I don't think that is the only answer. Yes, it is probably important, but I don't think it is sufficient, or perhaps even necessary. But it's really important, and many efforts need to go there. In addition, what is really important, and I think that's what Mavis was mentioning yesterday, is about the intention that is there from government to support the private sector to achieve objectives like a more productive economy. You don't pick winners, but, and I've been influenced quite a lot by Sanjay Lal 20, 30 years ago, you don't pick winners, but you create the conditions for winners. And you facilitate a particular environment in which firms can prosper. And so that needs to be targeted. It's of course challenging because you can make mistakes, and industrial policy is full of mistakes. But you do need to you need to think about targeting, and it's about bringing together and
to what extent within these conversations around the role of the private sector are women included in the conversation with a view towards inclusive, sustainable development?
The lady there.
Good morning, I'm Banky Abidje. I work with the Economic Commission for Africa. I have a comment and I have a question. My first comment vis-a-vis looking at the informal sector and targeting, I think there's great potential in taking a cluster approach to seeing how we can increase productivity, but at the same time ensure that sustainable development is met. So for example, if we look at the cluster in Kano, or we look at Otiba, the ICT cluster, there can be interventions, and the ICT cluster, for example, there's a company called Hygeia that works on health insurance, targeting people there to ensure that they have good health care, but they work with informal communities. At the same time, we can look at providing infrastructure. They're already there, they're already organized in one way, form, or shape. But a low-hanging fruit would be for government to put the minimum infrastructure that is needed for them to reduce the cost of production. Electricity is high already, but if you can target and put some infrastructure there, that would be good. My second and my question now is, when we look at the higher end, the more medium to large scale firms, one of the issues with regards to access to finance is one, awareness of finance being available, and number two, the due diligence process. You have a lot of companies that are applying for these funds, but they don't even meet the minimum requirement. I used to work with the Social Housing Fund, but a lot of the applications we get, at the beginning, it's not even up to standard. What is the bank doing? I know private sector is one of the main areas of focus now. What is the bank doing to ensure and help a lot of these companies to make sure that they can have access to finance and just to be able to package their application in the right way, both for the large firms and also for startups? Thank you.
I think there were two additional hands here. So the lady in black and the gentleman in light blue or gray at the back. And please introduce yourself, your affiliation, and be succinct in your questions, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Grace Mutab. I am from Equity Bank, Kenya. So my question would be, access to credit remains a critical challenge for Africa's middle class and small businesses, while tax burdens is proportionately, we cannot agree, affect this demographic compared to high income groups. So for instance, in Kenya, SMEs often face really restrictive borrowing terms and significant tax obligations, making it harder to scale. So meanwhile, jurisdictions like Dubai offer really streamlined processes for setting up businesses and really favorable tax policies, which then attracts entrepreneurs globally. So Equity Bank, through the Africa Recovery and Resilience Plan, which was actually developed after COVID, focuses on providing the tailored financial assistance, especially to farmers, as well as capacity building, as well as also transitioning schools to clean energy, and also training. So far we have trained about 400 young graduates in tech. So, well, I think that's just a drop in the ocean of what can be done. My question is, how then can the private sector further collaborate with policymakers to create a more enabling environment for Africa's middle class, and SMEs to thrive? Thank you.
Thank you very much. The gentleman at the back, and then I'll come to Mavis here. We finish this block, and then we can move to the next block if we have more time. Please go ahead.
My name is Shakiruddin Taiwo. Present the Nigerian Economic Summit Group. So my question is this, or basically to give a perspective, is that sometimes the private sector develops faster than the law, the institution in the country. So as a result of that, we have institutional bureaucracy actually slowing down the growth of private sector. So for example, the digital economy in Nigeria was mostly driven by private sector innovation, then informing the institutional arrangement that sort of guides it to what we have today. And these challenges is probably widespread across the continent. So my question is, how do we facilitate innovation enabling institutional arrangement, not the other way around, policymakers thinking these are the kind of laws we would create that sort of limits innovations? How can we facilitate where it is the innovation that tends to then create the market, then enhance private sector development?
Yeah, thank you very much.
So thank you, Mavisosi Jemfi. Earlier on, when Otile said that there was no woman on the panel, we laughed in the room. But I'd just like to remind everybody, yesterday there was a lot of conversation around the image of Africa we want to send to the world. Okay? The image of an African woman that the world sees is a poor farmer. That is not the image of an African woman that most of us in this room see. So just a plea to, I don't know who hosted this panel, the bank or UNECA or UNDP, just a plea to remember that we are trying to change our image to the world. This is not a good representation for women like us. My question goes to Dirk and Dr. Mansour. A recent piece of analysis we did in ASSET, we found that on the issue of scale, a lot of small and medium enterprises are choosing not to scale up, not because they don't have access to finance, not because they don't have access to markets, because they feel that if they scale up, their businesses will die under the pressure of government regulations and taxes, etc. I didn't hear anything like that from you, and it would be great to see whether you are experiencing likewise with the companies that you're working with, Dr. Mansour, and if you found that in your research too, Dirk. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me return very quickly to my panel here in the remaining few minutes that we have. And I'll start with the Desiree. We are guilty that we do not have women represented on this panel. I take that, and we admit. But even as we admit, let me quickly just check with Desiree here. What would it require to facilitate government regulation that will precede innovations that the private sector engage, or that will facilitate innovation rather than the way around? Is there anything that the bank and other MDBs can do to help governments to institute regulatory frameworks that will help the private sector to innovate?
No, thanks, Anthony. But maybe on representation, also, I think I fully agree. And just to convey the right message to the audience, at the bank, we take this very seriously. I'll just give you one example, and it will address some of those issues of access to finance, especially for women. There's an initiative which has been launched by the president of the bank himself, called the Affirmative Finance Action for Women in Africa. It aims to target $42 billion. And what it does, it really tries to address some of those issues that you've raised. It does access to finance, it does technical assistance, and it does enabling environment. So while your point is spot on, I just want to reassure everyone in the audience that gender equity and access to finance is paramount on the agenda of the African Development Bank Group. And I don't want it to be seen that because I just happen to be a man of African Development Bank as a staff, that we don't take this seriously. It's extremely important for us. We take it extremely seriously. And there's a quote from the president of the bank, which we like saying, a bird cannot fly with only one wing. You need two wings to fly. So the fact that this is not well represented here, we cannot fly well. So your point is very well taken. The second point I want to send is that not everything is doom and gloom on the private sector. There are things on this continent which is actually outstanding. And I'll give you one example. We were in Benin recently. I don't know if there's anyone from Benin here. If you ever go to Benin, take time and travel 45 kilometers out of the capital city and go visit the Glo-Jibe Industrial Zone. Amazing special zone where you can see that in such a short time what has been achieved. You move firms from informal to formal, but you also go to scale. There are many other places like that in Africa. There's the ED here who is originally from Mauritius. I happen to be from Mauritius. These experiences abound. Morocco has done the same. Egypt has done the same. Ghana, there's many examples. So I don't want the audience to think that everything is doom and gloom. Once, and this is where I'll end, once you have a political will, once you get the infrastructure right, if you don't have stable, reliable power coming, there is no way you will take off. And the Glo-Jibe Industrial Park is an extraordinary example of what can be achieved with leadership, with transformative investment, and the investors in that industrial park come from everywhere in the world, including from the continent, including Nigerian investors, African investors from everywhere. So we are on the right track. We need to accelerate, and thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I will let the three panelists choose which question that came from the panel to pick. We have about 3-4 questions remaining, so you can choose which one to pick to respond to. But thank you, Desiree, also for the clarification on AFAWA. AFAWA is the Affirmative Finance Action for Women. Indeed, we take this very, very seriously, especially when it comes to promoting women-led businesses. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, and I think a very good point you made about female representation on the panel as well. Come to the lunchtime seminar at 1 o'clock, where we have a keynote by a female leader on building resilience as well. So just to answer to some of the points that are being made. So one is about trade. You point about trade, absolutely right. That was going to be my final point around the support measures, which is one is about global trade measures, and that internationally becomes more protectionist, more green protectionist measures are being put in place, which are likely to harm the private sector, including in African countries. But secondly is about AFCFTA and the African Continental Free Trade Area, and you can implement it in various ways. And so we are a joint implementing partner with Trademark Africa of a UK-supported support program for the AFCFTA. And so we will look at policy development, and Trademark Africa does a trade facilitation part of this, and they do a lot of work on border posts, for example, including in Busia, where women are the main beneficiaries of enhanced trade facilitation in that case. So if you implement the AFCFTA well, and that's what a lot of our focus is on in that program, working with national implementation committees and so on, and having the right representation there as well, I think it can benefit African population, and including women, and particularly women in particular situations as well. So I think that's a very good point. Clustering is also a very good point. I think that's sort of what I mentioned around the importance of targeted interventions, coordinated interventions. You need to do a bit more than just investment, getting the investment climate in place. having said that, it is important to get the right investment opportunity, not to formalize, is an important one. And so perhaps 20 years ago, we were also thinking, let's formalize informal firms, but I think there's also, we've moved away from that as well. And so you have the push and pull side, and basically then it's important to think about the pull side. So make it easier to become a firm, a formal firm. Then perhaps some informal firms also become formal firms. If it becomes very difficult with multiple taxes, with multiple inspections, etc., then it becomes really important. So streamlined investment regulatory frameworks remain really important.
Thank you. Engineer Mansour, very briefly, and then we go to Professor Plimpo, please, very briefly as well.
Yeah, well, thank you very much. I think many of the issues that have been raised indeed have been addressed. But with regards to inclusivity, I think what we require is to ensure that we create room for youth and women on the table when it comes to issues of regulatory mechanisms, decisions on facilitation and incentives. Let there be representatives of all demographics when you are discussing this, so that ab initio they are involved in the decisions. And this, I think, is going on. I believe, for instance, the private sector itself has a lot to do to help itself in this regard. Organize the private sector. Let it organize itself. As NESG in Nigeria said, the Nigeria Economic Summit Group has done a lot of work to get itself on the table with the government in decisions on reform. And I think this is also taking place at the continental level. The African Business Council, which indeed has a largely driven by women in business, has actually made tremendous impact on decisions at the AUC level. So I think there's a lot that is going on, which is positive. But of course, we still have a long way to go to grow the private sector, to create a strong, resilient private sector that can, in fact, impact the economy and create resilience. Thank you.
Inclusivity, and there are many initiatives already taking place that are helping the private sector to grow, but there is room to grow still. Professor Plimpo.
Okay, so 2 points very quickly. Number one, there is a long-standing literature about this formalization of informal firm. It is going nowhere, okay? I see the informal sector in Africa through the lens of safety net, through the lens of social protection, more or less. So I don't see that happening, and I don't see these firms growing and then becoming 20, 100 employee firms. So I agree with you entirely on that point. So that means what we are left with is really to attract these mid-sized firms from the beginning, or relatively larger size. And you made a point about regulatory environment. I totally agree with it. The only thing I will add to that is that the governments also need to be deliberate on some of these points and just step up and force to create these firms. And what I mean by that is we talk a lot about technology transfer through FDI and things like that. Sometimes you just need to force it. You just need to require that these foreign large firms that engage with us, because we don't have the capacity from the beginning, that there is a significant amount of local content, and that can set the stage for building these relatively larger firm from the beginning. And I think this is some of the areas that we need to look into very carefully. And it's not the private sector's problem. It's really the government, it's the public sector to take the lead and impose that these firms start emerging on our continent.
Thank you very much. I have 3 minutes to take 2 burning questions. 30 seconds each to allow the panel to get back to you. So I will take one here and the lady there, and I will allow the gentleman here. So let's start, please. 30 seconds, please.
Good morning, everyone. Sanbonani. My name is Balungile Mkize from South Africa. In terms of funding institutions, this is what we need as SMEs in general for the growth of each economy. It's the compliance, one, assistance in compliance, account accountability. We have institutions that does accountabilities, and the ongoing process of review so that we see growth and sustainability. And also why most SMEs don't comply is because of the tax brackets. Probably we need a reduction on the tax brackets. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your brief question. Next, there are 30 seconds as well, and then we turn to the gentleman there, another 30 seconds.
Hi, this is Kofi from Johns Hopkins University and Tsinghua University. Regarding the point on local content requirement, I just wonder if it's facilitating investment, because as we know, in a lot of countries like Indonesia, they have local content requirement that serves as an impediment of foreign direct investment. That's one question. And the second point on the constraint of financing of SME, I know the microfinance industry in Africa, it's pretty big, but I'm not sure if it's like what's the status on the ground, because I'm aware there are some predatory lending accusation like in Uganda, so I wonder if any panelists could talk about the microfinance industry. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Your last point here, and it's going to be 20 seconds, and then we get to the panel for another 30 seconds each.
Thank you. My name is Trevor. I work with Development Reimagined. Two very quick questions. The first is to
one, please.
Dr. Desiree. The question of macroeconomic fundamentals. I'm curious about what you actually mean by that. If I take my country, Uganda, as an example, that for the last 30 years has grown at an average of 5%, very low inflation. The macroeconomic fundamentals have been in place. The money simply hasn't come, either domestically or internationally. So the gospel of create an enabling environment has not worked. What do you think needs to be done differently with these macroeconomic fundamentals that is going to eventually bring about the capital that we're looking for to invest in our economies, both locally and internationally?
Thank you. I added to that, there is a question also online. For landlocked countries like Uganda, what will it take to develop the private sector? So you can take whichever question you want to take.
The question on local content is perhaps an important one. And there I think it's important to synchronize trade policies and industrial strategies. And that's in every country the case. It's, I live in the UK. They're thinking about bringing together a trade strategy and an industrial strategy. I used to be on the Strategic Trade Advisory Group, and I often make that point as well. And that's in every country. It's really important to bring that together. So it's important not to impose local content where you have no content to produce efficiently, because it's going to be very costly for you to have to produce that the local content, and it's probably too costly, and it will be anti-poverty. If, however, you then have a comparative advantage in an efficient industry that can perhaps now, or maybe in the future, in the coming 5 to 10 years, produce something that is helpful, then you may want to sort of think about this interaction between local content and trade policy suggestions. I think it's a live discussion at the moment in the AFCFTA around rules of origin in the garment sector, for example. There's some countries that want more stricter rules of origin and others relaxed rules of origin. And I think that's really important to make sure that there is a middle ground there, that perhaps in 5 to 10 years you can have a bit strict rules of origin, but not now necessarily, but maybe later.
Thank you. I'm reminded that we do not have much time, but I'll let you respond to what Uganda has macroeconomic fundamentals. What else do we need? And the VP likes saying this. What is it that we need to do that we are not doing, that we need to inform our governments what policies do we need to advise our governments to take?
No, thanks. I'll not answer directly to the case of Uganda, but subsume it with a few other questions. The fundamental question is, why do some companies stay below the line as opposed to moving above the line? And I think you gave the answer. It's an optimal choice that some of them make, and it applies across the continent. If there is perception or reality that if you are going to move above the line, it's going to cost you much more if you come out in the formal sector, then you rationally choose not to do it. Now, macro stability is only one of the elements. There's the whole infrastructure element. there's the whole energy, there's all the whole issue of doing business, the cost of doing business, that also will be an impediment. So definitely, if you don't have good macro stability, it's going to be an issue. But the whole issue of fairness in the taxation, what you get out of it, will then prompt a number of those small firms to remain small. So that's a much broader question. So to Uganda, it's not only macro stability, there's quite a number of other aspects to deal
Yes,
with.
the
Thank you.
whole gamut of things that governments need to take, and in some cases, SMEs opt to remain small because of fear of regulatory burden. I think that's a good point to end this conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, a big applause to my panel.
Thank you very much. The bad cop arrived again. We are now moving to our research session 2 on digital technology in developing countries under uncertainty. And I would like to call to Dr. Edward Senoga to come on the stage and then call the researcher who will be presenting the papers. And they should start to be ready. Jacques Simonson, Francis Anyara Santa, Joaquin Zhao, and Cherno Malik Jallo, and Andrejima Sambu. All right, over to you, Chair.
Okay, good morning once again. We'll try to make this quick, redeem some of the time that we've ceded to the preceding very interesting panel. So without much further ado, the session, like Val has indicated, looks at digital technology in developing countries under uncertainty. My name is Edward Senoga with the African Development Bank. So I'll invite all the panelists to make their way up to the podium for the 4 papers. The first paper is Digitalization and Economic Resilience, an empirical investigation of transmission channels in sub-Saharan Africa. So Jacques, Simon Song, Bernard Mkweng, please make your way up. The second paper looks at the effect of economic complexity on informality in developing countries. Yes, please come up there. Yeah. And we have Francis Anyara Santa, Daniel Sakai. Please make your way up to the podium. Third paper looks at Chinese technology shock and African growth premier. We have Jiangxin Zhao. Okay. Simed Degaga. One of you should make your way up. And the fourth paper looks at the impact of digital technology adoption on employment in manufacturing and service enterprises in Senegal. We have Malik Diallo or Benjamin Kamga, simply Asongo. You ready here? Perfect. So we'll dig right into it. The rules of the engagement is that this is a very topical subject, so I'm sure we'll get a lot of feedback and interaction from the audience. So we'll keep it at 5, make your remarks at 5 minutes, and then we'll invite the discussants. They should also be around, and then they will have about 2 or 3 minutes, and then we'll move to the next paper. Following that, we'll open up for the conversation. So we'll start with digitalization and economic resilience, an empirical investigation of transmission channels in sub-Saharan Africa. Please make your way up here.
D'accord. Bonjour à tout le monde. Et merci aux organisateurs de
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity to speak.
Forward, backward. Voilà, donc on a amené avec le canevas de la présentation. Nous allons très
That's
rapidement
the
passer en
outline of my presentation. I'll set the context and then talk about the state of play, the methodology, results, and some recommendations. Over the last 2 decades, the African continent, as is the case in other parts of the world, has been experiencing endogenous and exogenous shocks, especially financial crisis, climate change, COVID-19, the Russian-Ukrainian war, and terrorism. These various shocks have changed the growth and economic development perspectives because they touch on economic resilience at all levels. Generally speaking, economic resilience is considered as a strategy to better address development goals as well as developmental approaches. We decided to look at the economic recovery index and the economic resistance index. I'll start off with the first. There are great disparities in most of the sub-Saharan African countries, and we note that most countries have difficulties recovering after shocks. And when you look at the economic resistance index, you see the consolidation of strategies put in place by various countries to be able to recover from the impacts of exogenous and endogenous shocks. We also need to have inclusive policies and mitigate future shocks. I'll move on to the solutions. We looked at various data on digitalization. We note that there are disparities in terms of connectivity and mobile and fixed telephony rates. And we looked at the Internet of Things, big data, and we also looked at artificial intelligence. This theme is not a new one. It has been discussed empirically in various researches. And you have optimistic and pessimistic views of digitalization. I'll now move on to the methodology. And I mentioned we had the economic resistance index and economic recovery index following shocks. And let me just say, both before and after the shocks, we had a sample of 46 countries in sub-Saharan Africa. The period of the study is 2000 to 2022, and we looked at econometric techniques to estimate our model. So when you look at the results, we had some interesting results showing us that digitalization has contributed to consolidating economic resilience, and that resilience is done through 2 channels. And these are the human capital and electricity supply. Human capital, and particularly in the area of digitization, is very low, given the various challenges accessing electricity in various households. And we looked at the composite indicators for digitization, as well as the various sub-Saharan African sub-regions.
Although these results are quite relevant, these highlighted some suggestions for economic policies, that is, this, among which the establishment of transparency. There is need for adequate institutions in order to ensure inclusive growth in our country. Second avenue, promoting digital culture in our economies. In some countries, in some regions, and in some communities, digitalization is impeded and limited. COVID-19 highlighted the vulnerabilities of our economies. Thirdly, special attention ought to be paid to the quality of technological infrastructure that will foster the resilience of our economies. On this, I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So we'll have the discussant. Amadou Boli, please. If you could use up about 3 minutes, that would be excellent.
Thank you. I can be even shorter if you like. Bonjour à tous et à toutes.
Greetings, everyone.
Donc, je suis Amadou Boli de la Banque africaine.
My name is Amadou Boli. I work for the African Development Bank. I wish to appreciate the authors for its insightful paper diving into the impact of digitalization on the economic resilience of sub-Saharan African countries. We know there is a profuse literature on the role of digitalization as a long-term and innovation drive. Increasingly, the literature explores the role of digitalization against a backdrop of recession and shocks. As I said, this is an area that has not been fully explored. As said earlier, this paper is quite interesting. It leverages an appropriate method that is of the system of generalized momentums. It combines the delayed levels moments for androgynous assessments. We have two main results. Digitalization significantly enhances economic resilience, and there is a mediation impact as well.
That's the second. Juste pour spécifier ça, c'est pas ma présentation.
I just want to make it clear that this is not my presentation. I did not prepare any PowerPoint. This is the second paper. Second result, there are mediation factors among which the human capital and access to energy. With regards to our comments to enhance this paper, first general comment. The paper could be more succinct and more straight to the point, more specific. There are some reflections that could be left out. We could focus more on the research. Also, there are some spelling mistakes. you could review the document. There are some words that come back over and over again. Looking at the concept of resilience and analysis, I was wondering, given that there are several types of shocks, it could be climate-related shocks, COVID, terrorism, is it not possible for us to look at specific types of shocks to see how digitalization can enhance resilience instead of simply trying to control the annual fixed impacts? And as I said, there are some reflections that are somewhat questionable. Hypothesis or assumption number 2, there is an aspect that comes in previous paragraphs. Hence, I would suggest that it can be taken out, but if we want to discuss it, it can be included in the analysis. Also, there is a calculation, a composite digitalization calculation that is mentioned, but it's not clear how it is assessed and how it impacts the analysis. Other comments, quite simple. In equation number 3, page 17, there is no delayed variable, whereas in the dynamic model analysis, I think that could be easily resolved. Ultimately, I would say on page 30, bidirectionality between digitalization and resilience and the absence of correlated variables are not taken into account. This is surprising because the main argument for the methodology you are employing is to address this androgeneity. So it will be good for this to be clarified, because if you don't, it may impede the entire analysis. Finally, I was wondering why you focused solely on Sub-Saharan Africa, because I think that Northern Africa is also part of Africa. In fact, they're playing the African Football Cup with us. So I think you may want to cover the entire continent rather than limit yourself to Sub-Saharan Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Amadou-Boli. The author has taken note, and he will have an opportunity to react to some of the good feedback. And then the extensive report also will be made available to the authors. Let's have the second paper, the effect of economic complexity on informality in developing countries. Francis, please take it away. You may want to turn on the microphone.
My name is Francis Anyare Santa, as rightly introduced, from KNUST, the Economic Department, and I'm presenting on the effects of economic complexity and informality. By economic complexity, we're looking at the knowledge that is applied in production activities within an economy, and informality, we're looking at the sector that is not regulated, that is not monitored, that is not taxed, and its output is not directly captured in the GDP compilation. Down here. Please come on, move. Yes, the one who asked what is why the focus on economic complexity and informality, and this is due to the following. Economic complexity has emerged as an important driver of economic prosperity across the group, and developing countries are no exception. And various importance have been identified that is attributed to economic complexity in terms of growth, in terms of output volatility, reducing income inequality, job creation, among others. However, the level of economic complexity continues to remain disappointing in developing countries. And in terms of informality, we look at this very key to livelihood of the unemployed and the marginalized in community, as it provides them with a source of income for their livelihood. However, the sector is also characterized with low productivity, low technology adoption, and it also does not benefit from institutional arrangements. And this go a long way to affect growth negatively in terms of reducing the tax available to government because the sector is not taxed. And you realize that this phenomenon is very important or prevalent in developing countries. And in terms of those who even engage there, they also face some challenges within the sector that has to do with low wages, low insurance coverage, and many more. And these are very critical issues that needs to be looked at. Now, to address this point, we try to look at the average levels of complexity with comparing developing countries with developed countries. The first panel looked at that, and we can see that developing country unacceptably has a very low level of economic complexity. At the panel 2, we did similar thing where we looked at the comparative terms, economic informality in developing and developing countries. And once again, in terms of informality, developing countries see to be on a high note. And in this study, we're crucial about African specificity. What is the state of Africa? So we compared the African countries with other developing countries. And we realized that for Africa, the level of complexity is low. But in terms of informality, Africa dominates. Now, what we ask is what could be the causes of this phenomena in terms of low economic complexity. It could be lack of technological barriers that we experience. It could also be higher dependence on natural resources, where it does not have a value addition component. We also ask what could be the drivers or leading force to the high informality. And principally, we look at the higher unemployment level within the region. Yeah, so what will be the contribution of this paper? Few studies have examined this important issue, but we are focused on African context. How does the story tell in the text of Africa? So by way of methodology, we use by way of literature, we use the modernization theory that seeks to suggest that as countries develop, the informal sector will eventually disappear through job creation and other opportunities. And by way of literature, we examine that, yes, informality leads to job creation. That could be a way of migrating the unemployed from the informal sector into the formal sector. However, this also comes with some technical restrictions. If you don't have the requisite knowledge, you will not be able to participate in the formal sector. So in that instance, you see that the complexity adoption will rather worsen the case, where a lot of people will rather be pushed into the informal sector to sustain their livelihood. And these are some empirical literature that we present here. Now I move to the by way of model. We employ the generalized method of movement for this panel analysis, where we look at the informality as the right-hand side variable, the left-hand side variable, its lag value, and other variables. And the key variable here is the economic complexity variable. And we use a panel of 112 countries spanning from 2000 to 2018 due to data availability. Now, it is important to understand how, in this study, the data we use, how the informality and complexity was measured. The informality was measured for the data adopted from Elgin and his companion. The data they computed using the multiple causes, multiple indicators approach, and that data was adopted for the study. In terms of complexity, we also followed the Hidalgo et al. As they used the reveal comparative advantage method to compute the economic complexity index, where the values here ranges between negative 2.8 and positive 2.8. A negative value indicates a country has a weak complexity, and a positive value indicates a country has a stronger complexity. Now, these are some variable definitions and descriptions and the statistics that we have here. As I presented in the figure, you realize that the level of complexity in Africa here is very low. Assuming the minimum value of negative 2.77 and a maximum of 1.45, which is very low compared to other developing countries. And in terms of informality, you realize that we have a minimum of 11%, the economy constituting the informal sector, and as much as 68, closely 69% being on the high note.
Francis, you may want to move to the findings and policy recommendations.
Right, so these are our findings, and we realize that indeed, in terms of developing countries in general, economic complexity could mitigate the effect of informality on the economy. And we also try to test the African specificity. And in terms of Africa, we realize that the story is same. However, the story is not same for other developing countries other than Africa. What that means is that in other countries other than Africa, economic complexity may not lead to the job creation where people will be migrated onto the formal sector, as in the case of African countries. Of course, we did some robustness check of our model to see, and for policy purposes, we also computed the long run impacts of the variable, and they seem to be consistent.
Helps us understand how best to address informality in Africa, in developing countries, but mainly in Africa. We know that with the type of employment in the informal sector, it's of low productivity, and it's also characterized by limited access to social protection as well as financial services. This we had earlier today. So in terms of the methodology applied, well, the basic intuition in the paper is that the impact of the economic complexity on the size of the informal economy can be observed through occupational structure and wages. So structural transformation is observed through movements in the labor market. However, while the study employs the two-stage generalized methods of moments, and it does cover a good time period as well as the number of observations, it does struggle with you need to really rely on the validity of your instruments. So your instruments, if they're not very strong, then they could lead to biased results. Still, this is an innovative study. It's the first of its kind. As Francis mentioned, it applies the relationship specifically to developing countries. If I can move very quickly to suggestions on how to improve the quality of the research paper. Well, first is that the study found a negative and significant effect of complexity on formality in Africa only. Second, in the other developing countries, the relationship is positive and significant. So if you present this paper to a policymaker, they'll want to know, why is that? Is it possible that when it comes to non-African developing countries, there is another unexplored channel? Let's think about it. If a country invests in economic complexity, so improving manufacturing in order to have sophisticated products, of course, the jobs may not be created. As observed in the paper, there will be technological unemployment. However, let's take it a step further, maybe even give it some time, because there will still be increased economic production. Therefore, a bigger tax base and higher revenues for government. If there are higher revenues for government, It means that government is able to employ more people. If the government employs more people, consumption goes up, demand goes up, and mainly in the services. And you can see that then ends up in the loop of job or employment creation. So it does work. And then the paper could explore the benefits for government. Remember, your policy recommendations must help government. So the benefits could be that with a more complex economy, government can collect more taxes, which can then be used to improve infrastructure, education and healthcare, and further reduce the need for informal work. And then expand a bit more on the policy implications. Yes, you spoke about education and training, but another thing that was mentioned earlier today in the plenary was regulatory reforms. Simplify regulations to make it easier for businesses to formalize. Then talk a little bit more about social protection. Extend social protection to informal workers to reduce the vulnerability to informal employment. So those are just some of the ideas that you can think about to expand the paper and make it more relevant to policymakers. Lastly, which is a small thing, but it's always good because it distracts the readers, but try to label your axes as you present so that everybody understands what you're showing. Otherwise, excellent paper, very timely, and it will go a long way in improving our policy recommendations to our governments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Caroline. As we get the next paper, number 7, loaded, Chinese technology shock and African growth premiere. Go ahead, please.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Thank you for inviting me here. So my name is Justin Zhao from Tsinghua University. I'm also currently working at the Economic Commissions for Africa. It's great to be here today. So this paper is a work in progress, and it's a work with my co-author, Ndakachu Sam-Degaga. He used to be a civil servant with the Ethiopian government, and now he's a PhD candidate at Peking University. He's not here today, but I want to say this is a co-author paper, and both of us should be appreciated in this conference. And also I will thank my discussant later who will provide valuable feedback for me. And I know the time is very limited, so today I wouldn't present so much of the formal results and my methodology and the literature. The purpose of today's presentation is I want to get your feedback to this paper, and also second, I want to send you a policy message in terms of how to deal with China as a continent. So my paper is titled as Chinese Technology Shocks and African Growth Premium. Okay. One page of context. As you might know, now China has a significant presence in the global south. One article at the Economics reports that now China increasingly goes to the global south for its economic footprint. And here I give you 2 facts. One fact is about China's outbound FDI. And you look at it, 9 out of the top 10 greenfield FDI from China, their destinations are in the global south. And the second fact is, if you look at the revenue, the foreign revenue from Chinese listed companies, they actually quadrupled since 2015 from the global south. But if you look at the revenue from the global north, it's not that significant. So the message here is Chinese companies and entrepreneurs, they head to the global south to develop their revenue. And what's the reason, right? What's the reason? There are 2 reasons. One is Chinese economy is slowing down, and competition in China is super high. And for these Chinese entrepreneurs, it's beneficial for them to go to the global south to explore the new markets as Western companies used to do. And Western companies, they come to China 20 years ago or 50 years ago to develop their factories. That's the first reason, which is domestic. There's the domestic conditions in China. And the second condition, as many people know here, is the global north. Chinese companies are not welcome in the global north, and this happens in the electric vehicle markets for sure. You can see how much tariff US and the EU put on Chinese manufacturers. But here in Africa, you can see a lot of electric vehicles from China. If you go to Ethiopia, there are many Chinese brand electric vehicles. So what does this mean for Africa? So here we are at the AEC. So basically the reality is there will be an influx, and there has been an influx of Chinese entrepreneurs and technologies to the global south. And what I want to present here is a policy message. This will be a unique opportunity for African economics. And there will be a good match between Chinese technologies and African economic conditions. So I title it as a technology shock, because in the literature before, when they talk about China, they talk about the demand shock. They talk about the supply shock. So if you go to the US, they talk about Chinese supply shock in terms of manufacturing goods, and these reduce their manufacturing jobs and you create political consequences. And in Africa, we talk about demand shock. China demands a lot of commodities from African countries. But I think one thing we underappreciate is the technology shock from China, and that's the essence of the paper. So the second part, I want to introduce you to a formal model to structure our thinking. What does this technology shock mean for African countries? And here I made two assumptions. One assumption is Chinese technology is more labor bias. What do I mean by labor bias? That's in contrast to skill bias. So if you are aware of the literature, there has been a long discussion about skill bias technology change, and what does this skill bias technology change mean for labor in employment and for inequality. But here I assume Chinese technology is more labor biased than Western technologies. And that means Chinese technologies or machines, they require less skills. They require less education for you to operate. I will give some evidence about this later in my presentation. And my assumption too is African countries have significant structural transformation potential. I don't think I need to support this assumption because in many African countries, we have a big pool of subsistence agriculture workers, which we can leverage to develop our industries. And these two important assumptions drive all the results in the paper. So I wouldn't introduce you to any math in the paper, but the simple model is there is a production function characterized by skilled labor and unskilled labor. And for sure, I will talk about skill and labor. Skill means those people who are highly educated. Labor means those people who do not or receive very few formal education. And so here I introduce you one central result is that labor bias technology actually create a higher growth or higher production compared to skill bias technology in a country with high structural transformation potential. And this is because when you improve the labor bias technology, you attract more subsistence agricultural workers to the economy, in the sense that you grow your economy not only by technological improvement.
Jackson,
and
so in the remaining 2 minutes, you need to
Yeah.
try to talk to the model, your
Yeah.
findings, and then what they imply.
Yeah,
Please.
sounds good. Yeah, I will finish. There's not so many slides. And And second, you also drive your economic growth by drawing more workers into the economic. And that's the central result of this paper. And some of the other results talk about the implications on skill premiums and the implications to returns to education. So in a short sentence, basically technology improvements for labor also increase the return to education. So do we have any facts to support these results? First, I want to show you Chinese technology is indeed more labor intensive. This data is from the Ethiopian Investment Commissions, and they track all the FDI projects in Ethiopia. And I separate it into projects for China, for US, and for the Europe. And then you can see the labor intensities of these projects is indeed higher for Chinese FDI. And second, I don't want to talk about this because I don't have enough time. You will take some time to explain. So moving into the empiricals, I use the product level trade data and also the Penn-Ward table macro data to do this analysis. Basically, I instrument the input from China and the input for European technologies by capital goods and intermediate goods from these countries. So you know, capital goods and intermediate goods, they are usually the machines we use in factories. And here we can see Chinese technology or Chinese technology input in terms of trade, in terms of capital goods, generate 2 times more production and even 10 times more employment. But of course, this suffers from some empirical challenges, which I talk about in the paper. And the next step is to use phone level data to do the analysis. So finally, to conclude, I want to make sure, so the key message is the influx of Chinese tech is the reality, and African country needs to capitalize on this. But we know Chinese factories tend to be more polluting, and also they might have lower standards, so this need to be managed by African governments. And we need to agree that some countries will do better than others. And it's good, because in Asia, we have Singapore and Japan, they develop first. And then when China see they develop, we are envious. And that's why we emulate them to develop as well. In terms of policy recommendations, I wouldn't repeat, but I want to highlight 2 points. And the first is about efficient labor market. I don't think many people talk about here. I don't think African countries, they all have efficient enough labor market. And second, I think the key message from this paper is about you need to have a strategy for China. So African countries need to have a strategy to deal with China. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Jackson. A round of applause for Jackson. And due to popular demand, we'll invite Dr. Amadou Boli back to the podium. We're trying to keep it short and sweet. 3 minutes will be good.
Hello again, everyone. So I'm presenting on behalf of my colleague, Dr. Hervé Louès, who unfortunately couldn't make it, but he sent his comments. So those are the ones I'll be giving. So regarding the content and focus of the report, which seeks to understand why Chinese companies have been more successful than Western counterparts in breaking into African markets and global South more generally. So he thinks that is really an interesting question that contributes to the broader discourse on South-South collaboration and technology transfer, which is often overlooked compared to North-South dynamics. And the topic is also highly significant because it explores the impact impact of labor-based technology from China on African economies, particularly in terms of employment and industrial growth. So understanding that is really vital. So there's a theoretical model and an empirical one that confirms the theoretical predictions. So, and what he also thinks is really interesting is really that skill premium, based on the fact that even labor-based technology, by absorbing unskilled labor, created a scarcity in terms of skilled labor, which would increase demand and the price of this type of skills. So that's innovative and very well noted for this paper. So the policy recommendations that is also there is relevant. One really being on enhancing the capacity of African countries to effectively utilize labor-based technology from China. Let me move to the suggestions. The first one relates to really using farm-level data, as is mentioned in the paper, and really have a more detailed understanding on how Chinese technology will impact various industries in terms of productivity, wage, or employment within African countries. The second one would relate to expanding the geographical scope of the study. I think Ethiopia is the case study that is currently present, but additional examples could also be of interest. Examining the long-term impact, especially the long-term sustainability of growth driven by labor-based technology, and its effects on future skill development in African labor would be valuable. And also dynamics effects, trying to incorporate a longitudinal analysis of technology impact over time. That might be helpful in better capturing structural transformation processes. You mentioned the issue of endogeneity, and that would indeed help strengthen the causal claims. Instrumental variables or natural experiments. One I can suggest maybe could be the distance to China or the main import country from Europe, or the ratio, something like that. But instrumental addressing endogeneity would be something really to consider. Okay, this is my own comment regarding the policy recommendation on enhancing the capacity of African countries to utilize labor-based technology from China. My own takeaway is that this is an important result. So I think there is more abundance of labor compared to capital in Africa. But my main takeaway is labor-based technology is important, and African countries can also promote homegrown technologies that are probably more fit to the local context than importing from China. And so we should be putting in place policies that would support, I would say, African inventors or African technology producers. So at least we know that it should be labor-based, but it's not Western or Chinese technology. It could also be African technology in the picture. Thank you.
So let's welcome the last presenter. Impact of digital technology adoption on employment in manufacturing and service enterprises in Senegal. And the discussant is Florence. If you're here, you can make your way to the front, please, to redeem some of the transition time. Please go ahead. It's not on. Tap that button over there.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, to give me the floor. Please, I want to speak in French. Merci de me donner la parole. Je commencerai par remercier les
Thank you for giving me the floor. I will start off by thanking the panel for providing me with the opportunity to present this work and in relationship to this paper, which we will present as this document is titled Impact of Digital Technology Adoption on Employment in Manufacturing and Services in Senegal. Now, my presentation is based on 5 axes: the context and issue, recommendations, and it should be actually compliant with the spirit of Agenda 2063 of the African Union, whereby innovation, science, and technology are at the core of development and social and economic growth in Africa. So the government of Senegal has committed to digital transition throughout its Digital Senegal Strategy 2025. The purpose being to create 140,000 direct and non-direct employments by 2025, and also make sure that digital technologies would contribute to 10% of our GDP. This involves 28 reforms and 69 projects in order to attain this objective. Therefore, the strategy was updated very early on, whereby Senegal is one of the main ecosystems of innovation in French-speaking Africa, as well as in Côte d'Ivoire. So, in addition to those measures that were implemented, we have over 58% of the population that has access to internet, and internet access went to almost 97.12% of the active population. We can see that internet literacy has increased significantly, as well as use. So 14% use digital technology for administration. However, 55% were used for e-trading, and 55% of companies are using the internet and digital technologies in terms of production. Here I am talking about companies that have at least 10 employees, with 90% of computers being used. Therefore, researchers examine the impact of such an evolution on job generation. Therefore, we can see that there was also a positive effect. And in the case of the Senegal, we've asked ourselves, what is the impact of adoption of digital technology on the momentous employment in industry and the service industry or sector in Senegal? So, both in terms of production and services. So the CRDI, which is the National Center for Industrial Development, has examined the situation in Senegal. And we could see that there are many performances likely to impact positively on the performance of enterprises in Senegal. 723 were enterprises, were industrial, and 66% of such enterprises were providing services. So we did actually use as a basis a number of research on employment generation in order to build a model and also look at the number of jobs generated, the year of the survey, and the adoption of indicators that are built on a similar approach. And therefore, we have used an equation, which is the variation of employment. So you do have such equations, and the most likely estimation method that would be used in ordinary conditions, we could have biased or subdivided subtracts, which is exogenous to the potential presented by the country. So, whereby we would improve productivity. You know, also adoption may be impacted by the managers and the staff and the teams of the enterprise. Therefore, we used the double square method, which could give us tangibility and its estimates. Now, at least we have had over 50% of companies with 42% services and 39% were able to perform correctly or in proper conditions their professional agendas. And here you do have a new product which was further adopted so as to be able to monitor the evolution of major projects and also marketing and its impact in terms of the adoption of digital technologies, as well as keeping an embrace with the momentum generated by the use of such technology. So, after a thorough review, we have realized that the outcome, econometrical outcome, could also be positive. Whereby you would have a mean of qualification of experts and technicians, but the impact was also positive on the various managers and employees of the enterprise.
You need to move to your policy implications or recommendations.
Thank you.
Now, with regard to the soundness of results, use investment in technological or in digital technology, which had also allowed us to compound the outcomes, taking into account also the gender aspect, whereby you do have a difference in terms of performance between female and male employees. Therefore, policy makers or policy decision makers in Senegal should ecosystem and reduce the cost of access to digital technologies for companies. The measures would be to strengthen PPPs so as to provide digital solutions that are adapted adapted to local enterprises, build the capacity, the digital capacity of companies by making sustainable those capacity building programs and raise the awareness of entrepreneurs on the relevancy and soundness of such practices as being submitted by the Ministry of Communication and Digital Technology in Senegal in areas that are outside the cities or in rural areas. Naduta, thank you for your very kind attention.
Okay, as we welcome Florence to the podium, and we'll give it our 3 minutes, and then probably have another 5 minutes to interact with the audience, and then finally come back to the others to round up. Over to you, Florence.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. I'm sorry, I'm going to provide the discussion in English. As a way of summary, the paper examines the effect of digital technology adoption on employment dynamics within manufacturing, industry, trade, and services enterprises in Senegal. It evaluates how the adoption of digital technologies influences skills and technological advancements impact the labor market of a developing country. So the research question is critical as it addresses the dual effects of digital technologies in terms of potential job creation and skill enhancements versus job displacements and inequality. For Senegal, where underemployment and precarious work persist, it is vital to understand growth for policy making, especially in sectors integral to economic development. So in terms of the relevance, the methodology applied is relevant to the study. The study employs a micro from 723 companies to investigate employment dynamics. It uses a composite ICT index constructed through multiple correspondence analysis as a proxy for digital technology, skilled and less skilled labor, which enabled the methodology to capture heterogeneity in how technology adoption affects different labor market segments. Quite instrumental variables such as the regional share of firms using computers and ICT intensity. There are limitations, though, to the study. It uses data collected between 2011 and 2013. And this is quite, as we know, that technology basically evolves. It changes at phenomenal speed. And it could not have captured the proliferation of smartphone automation. So it's important that that study is done using most recent data. Binary classification, the authors divided employees into two broad categories, skilled and less skilled workers. While this distinction is useful, complexity and complexity of modern workforce roles. For example, intermediary skill levels such as those of technicians or semi-skilled professionals are not explicitly addressed in the study of digital technology. And then there's some potential for misclassification. The classification method relies on roles. For instance, senior technicians versus manual workers, educational qualifications. In Senegal, where underemployment is prevalent, highly educated individuals may often take up roles that are considered less skilled. So this mismatch could skew the results, underestimating the impact of digital technologies. There's also some mismatches in the paper. When you look at paragraph 3.1, it reads, the aim of the survey was to identify the, not sure where Cameroon comes in here, but I guess it was an error. And then it also supposes Senegalese company, or in the second paragraph, reads of the 723 companies, 65.4% operate in the services sector and 34.6% in manufacturing. However, when you read the whole paper, the analysis is supposed to encompass 3 sectors, which is manufacturing, industry, and service. But when it comes and services and industry somehow disappears. Then the results in terms of pertinence, they demonstrate that employment with a stronger influence on less skilled, with a percentage of 2.64% compared to skilled jobs at 2.12%. The adoption of digital technologies is higher in the services sector. Finding is particularly relevant in a developing context where boosting less skilled employment can help address white results align with theoretical expectations, suggesting that technology adoption increases labor demand by optimizing production processes and creating new jobs. It also differentiates sector, highlighting variation in the impact of manufacturing versus service dynamics. And in terms of innovativeness, the identification of ICT training as a key transformation.
As you wind down your
Okay. You will share and then policy. Report, yes. Okay, policy recommendations on maybe how the paper can be. It can be improved by using the most recent data sets, obviously, and then also you can refine the workforce categorization, and then perhaps before submitting you subject it to professional editing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for Florence. The detailed reports so they can improve their research. Yes, let's interact maybe in 5 minutes. Also take a few questions from the floor, and then we'll come back to the authors. They don't need to respond to each and every one of them. They've taken good note. They will improve their papers. So you'll have about 2 minutes each to reflect. Okay, we'll take and then make our way. Okay, just keep your hand up, and then they will find you with the microphone. Just one question, please. Be very explicit. Only one question.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. My name is a suggestion to Francis in terms of the theoretical about diversity and sophistication. So I thought you could benefit by looking at Michael Kramer 1993 theory, the O-ring theory, which looks could be indigeneity between economic complexity and educational levels if you look at productivity levels and skills. So that's one. Then Chair, allow me to speak to the China paper. It seems to suggest that China technology is labor biased, and it is that if we link it to now economic complexity, it means that the technology is supporting an industrial base that is
less advanced in terms of technology. So we are not going to be able to diversify. We are not going to be able to have sophisticated economy. We cannot move into sector, meaning that the technology is going to increase our vulnerability and we want to be resilient. I would like to get a comment on that. Thank you.
Thank you. There was a hand here who said yes, this gentleman, and then back away. Let's keep it short because there's a lot of interest.
Yes. So on the China paper, and it's so my question is sort of linked to the previous one. So if Chinese technology is more labor intensive, can you also speak about the efficiency aspect then? Because we saw that I think the least labor intensive was then America, and then the most labor intensive was China. So how does it work out in terms of productivity, efficiency, and wages? Did you go into that at all? And then I agree with the author that we also need to look at this in terms of the short, medium, and long term. We'll be very advanced in terms of technology in the future, but there are many steps to get there. And what is the role of China? What is the role of EU and the United States?
Thank you. All right. The gentleman over here, and then we'll make our way this way. Let's keep it brief to the point.
Okay, thank you. I want to comment on the paper from my friend from Ghana. Okay, I have a suggestion on the methodology. I think
who is your friend from Ghana? So we know who will respond.
Francis.
Okay, go ahead.
I want to advise you to can use the threshold model in your paper because economic complexity has a positive impact on economic complexity is showing a negative impact. It seems like it can have a non-linear problem in your result. Then you can use the same result in the low regime of economic complexity and high regime of economic complexity. That is my advice.
Point.
Thank you.
Very good point. Move away. Yes, the gentleman back there. And then there was a few hands.
Is also for Francis. I would have wanted to hear what your definition of economic complexity is to begin with, but we know that over. So my question is, how did you control for areas of omission and commission in Africa's trade statistics? Because I think as African researchers, we need to be a bit careful with using external statistics that paint a space where we are faced with porous borders and informal trade, which are huge components in the complexity index. So try to think about that.
Thank you very much. We'll get to Ferdinand and then move over across the aisle.
Okay, thank you, Edward. My question is on the paper on economic complexity. I'm wondering if the policy objective is really to increase economic complexity, because that is it is good for that possible to study the relationship the other way around. I mean, see how informality influences economic complexity, so that we can recommend to governments to reduce informality, increasing or improving economic complexity.
Thank you very much. So there there's a couple of hands on this side. Please locate them with the microphone. Yes, keep it short and then we'll go back to the authors.
I'm an economist and I want to address my friend from Ghana again. It's Francis. Just 3 questions on how to focus on the paper.
Keep it to one
Perfect.
question. Yeah.
So what are the consequences of morality and complexities, and how do we move from one to the other? And then to what extent can we optimize the complexities and the informality?
And yes, in the same neighborhood, please
Thanks.
go ahead.
Coming from UNDP, thanks. All the study, very nice findings. But what is missing in most of the recommendation is the how government can take your recommendation and exactly apply it, because of we are in a relationship, great conclusion in terms of Africa having a regional strategy for China. But in your analysis, the issue of job, are we creating decent jobs? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I think we've exhausted the interest, and then, yeah. So a small announcement as we get ready to come back to the authors. They will have 2 minutes each. They've taken good note, the ambition, like they've also, and then they will choose which one you want to respond to in 2 minutes. But a small announcement, we'll not have a break in between this session and the next one. So if you need to, you can exit quietly, pick up a cup of coffee. But we'll start with Francis.
Thank you, Chairman, for this opportunity. I would like to thank the discussants for the valuable inputs. I hope to get the report to improve the paper further, and the audience for the various suggestions, especially the first one looking at the Oring theory in terms of the theoretical support of indigeneity. In fact, the resource is as good as how you address some of these inherent problems. So within the model, that is why we even chose the 2-stage system that addresses this issue. And mentioning the complexity in education is there is some potential endogeneity issue there. Those things were looked at even in terms of institution and then growth. They also even look at. So in analysis, yes, we did that one as part of the robustness check, whether at certain threshold the economic complexity, the impact can vary and all that. But sorry to say it was not captured here, but it was part of the robustness check, and thank you for that. Yes, the reverse, let me post to the last one, how economic complexity. The argument is that most of these issues that we have here that push people into the informal sector is lack of jobs. Yes, we know other where it may be an incentive problem where people will be incentivized to take advantage of the tax issue to avoid paying tax and all that. But it's predominantly technical knowledge or economic complexity creates that opportunity for formalization or more formal jobs to be created so that people can migrate from the informal sector into the formal sector. So that is how it's
excellent. Andre, please, 2 minutes.
Hello.
Thank you for all the comments on our paper. We will take into account your comments in order to improve on the work we've done and to update our data. We will review diversification of jobs and enterprises. In regards to recommendations,
pour pouvoir encourager les entreprises à adopter les innovations pour les technologies numériques.
Digital technologies. And first of all, we can find a way to enlist this and consider them in terms of taxation and see how to facilitate access to their products. Secondly, we need to enhance public-private partnerships in order to address the real needs of the enterprises for providing more solutions. They also need to be sensitized more. There is an initiative which is more centered around the car. The initiative can be scaled up to other regions and, if possible, to rural areas as well. And with such a policy, the enterprises will be more sensitized, especially those in rural areas. This will help them to embrace more technology that will help foster the economic growth.
Thank you. I think there are 2 points. One point about efficiency and productivity, and second point about decent jobs. On efficiency and productivity, I think first we need to know that cost of factors. So which one is more costly in African countries? And when I talk with an Ethiopian entrepreneur, he imports his machines from China for the low cost of the machine, and also for its semi-automated carrier labor is very low cost in Ethiopia, and it's easy to fix the machines in terms of cost. And also, if African country want to improve productivity and efficiency, we need to look at the dynamic effects. If you invest in low technologies, you create a large pool of manufacturing workers and manufacturing companies, and these workers are future innovators they can benefit from. So you need to have the market first. If you don't have the market, if you innovate, who do you sell to? I think that's the dynamic effect you can look at. And thirdly, I think surely African country does. And on the decent jobs, I think that's a policy choice. It's not the responsibility of private companies. You can make a policy choice. It comes with a cost. And I go to those factories in China, they have poor labor conditions. How do you compete with China, who still have poor labor conditions? And that's a reality. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And lastly, Simon.
Thank you very much for all your relevant comments. Of course, we can still take into account the impact of the various shocks, whether it be climate-related shocks, security shocks, social shocks, in order to better establish strategies that will consolidate countries' digital economic resilience. With regard to recommendations, they are all operational and they aim at enhancing a qualitative matter, the technology supply, and to foster a digital culture across Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Another round of applause to the authors. They did a fantastic job. And another round of applause to the audience. You did very well as well. Patiently listening in and interacting. Very well done. So family photo with the panelists? Oh, that's not on the cards. Okay, good.
It's amazing. I'm not so sure. They're so quiet. They're going a lot in and out. So I hope you'll be energized by the next panel, and I hope you're not so hungry or you need to be fit to show more energy. So our next session is the plenary session 5 on ensuring stability and growth amidst regional and global uncertainties. And I would like to call Pascal Bussier, Executive Director of the African Development Bank, to join the stage to call on his panelists. Thank you.
Do you hear me? Yeah, that's okay. Thank you very much for joining us panel discussions. I would like to maybe start by calling the panelists on stage. I will start with Honorable Ango Oliver Bemenju, who is a member of parliament in the Cameroon National Assembly. Professor Jonathan Munemo, who is economics, who is at the University of Salisbury in Maryland. He is from the economics, and Professor Victor Morinde. I think that I don't need to introduce him. He was here before, but anyway, he's the Executive Director, African Economic Research Consortium. So thank you, dear panelists, for your availability and for joining us. We did have other panelists, but unfortunately they could not join online. So let me, before starting the discussion, briefly talk a bit about the topic. So over the last 3 decades, global uncertainties, these include the Gulf War, the Euro debt crisis, Brexit vote, the most recent one, the COVID-19 pandemic, and the ongoing Russia-Ukraine conflict. The situation has been further amplified by pandemics, calamities, and other undesired regional events. So all these have impacts on investment. All these increase the risk in investing in Africa. We have spoken about technology just now. Yes, technology helps a lot, but with technology, certainty shocks that originate from one part of the world have spillover effects on investment in other part of Africa. We have said it several times. We got to be bold and wiser. We need to think outside the box. We need to innovate in our approach to deal with such challenges. And when we look at the recent forecast and also for 2023, the growth rate, we see that for 2023, the African Development Bank forecasted 3 in 2022. And in the most recent projection from the IMF, we see that projected growth rate would be 3.6% in 2024 and 4.2% in 2025, which are all below the 4.5%. And fortunately, if Africa wants to have a desired economic transformation, we need to have a higher growth rate than this. And future outlook is clouded with elevated uncertainty in the regions. And we need to, we need also to be focused on this, because this represents high priorities for all African countries to be able to overcome all the challenges that or constraints to investment. So during the session, ladies and gentlemen, we'll discuss on the impact of global uncertainties on economic performance in Africa. Especially, we'll also identify some strategies to minimize the impact of uncertainty shocks on investment and, of course, on economic growth as well. So we are honored to have the three speakers here. And I would like to start maybe with Professor Jonathan Mulemu. Professor, greater uncertainty increases the risks associated with investment. I will ask you three questions that are related with respect to the risk of investment. My first question is, can you share your thoughts on how global uncertainty African countries? My second question, which is also related, to what extent global uncertainties are impacting on FDI in Africa and domestic investment? And the third one is, to what extent would high global uncertainty deter domestic and foreign investors from committing capital to the country? Professor, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Gerard. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Thank you, Gerard, for the introduction. First of all, I would like to thank organizers for inviting me to say I also want to say that my fellow panelists, it is the question. So, first of all, we know that in general that because investment decisions tend to be more forward-looking, with the bulk of the costs, borne upfront, and the potential benefits, spread over time, obviously, uncertain would affect investment decisions. And so, let me start by addressing the impact of global uncertainties on growth and investment in Africa. And to illustrate, I just want to pick 3 examples to be more precise and illustrate the impact. So number 1, right now, there's lots of uncertainty, right, about US trade policy. So the president-elect, Mr. Donald Trump, has sort of proposed a universal tariff of between 10 to 20%, and even a 60% tariff, on China. So if that is to happen, then obviously one outcome is that it would reignite high inflation in the United States, which would then prompt, monetary policy tightening again in the United States. And if this happens, then of course this could further restrict investment flows to the region. That's number 1. And it would also prompt, policy tightening in Africa, right? Essentially to deal with the exchange rate pressures in the US and globally. And of course, what that does is that it raises the borrowing costs, which would then, of course, derail private investment in our countries. And then, second, if there's a second trade war between the United States and China, and one can't rule that one out, then of course that would further slow down the Chinese economy, which is already reeling, from a property downturn, and also from depressed consumption. And so that would even further weaken the trade and investment links that China has with African countries. And of course, China is still a major trading partner with Africa. So that's why that matters. So the second example that I want about how far reshoring, nearshoring, or friendshoring of production will go in the EU as well as in North America, as these regions obviously focus on supply chain resilience. Of course, if it goes further, that in turn would of course mean that investment flows to Africa will be restricted. They'll only be concentrated in those regions. A third example that I just want to look at is uncertainty about wars in Ukraine and the Middle East. So if these wars escalate, obviously that would pose major risks for commodity markets. We could see higher food and energy prices, which in turn obviously would translate into higher inflation and interest rates, which would obviously dampen growth and investment in Africa. Okay, so now let me turn to the next question. To what extent would high global uncertainty deter domestic and foreign investors from committing capital to the continent? So, like I said, because investment decisions tend to be forward-looking with the bulk of the cost borne up front, the potential benefits being spread over time. So obviously, uncertainty, has a more negative impact on firms with less, reversible investments. But also, I think the impact could depend, on how dominant, these, domestic firms perceive, these global uncertainties to be over, domestic uncertainties. I raise this point because there are some surveys which have shown that a lot of countries in developing countries, a lot of firms in developing countries, as well as in Africa, tend to rate domestic policy uncertainty as their dominant concern. As among several investment climate constraints. So I think the impact would definitely be perceived to be. And then the next question: to what extent global uncertainties are impacting on FDI inflow to Africa and domestic investment? So I went around, and I looked at the numbers, and so let me just share with you the numbers just to provide some context. So the average investment rate in 2023 was 23.9% versus 22% in 2019. I'm picking 2019 just to have a picture of what it was like pre-pandemic versus now. And then, if we look at FDI was 1.5% of GDP in 2019 versus 2%. Then, if you look at total factor productivity, basically it is minus 0.8 percentage points over the period 2013 to 2018. So there are two takeaways that I get from this data. The first one is that right now it's hard to tell, in the post-COVID era, how these uncertainties have impacted investment. Maybe it's too early. We have to wait and see, how these uncertainties involved and how they might impact, investment rates. The second takeaway that I get from this is that obviously both the level and the efficiency of investment is quite low. And then let me move on to the last question. What measures can be taken to minimize the negative impacts of global uncertainty? So I think the most important measure really is to support these investments by improving the investment climate, right? Because then this would create the opportunities and incentives for firms to invest productively. And so when it comes to the investment climate, how best to improve it? I think the starting point basically is to build high quality institutions. Reforms. This is important because these institutions obviously would deliver the basic foundations of a good investment climate, which in turn underpins government policies which shape the opportunities and incentives for firms to invest.
Just conclude, please? Can you conclude?
Okay. Yeah, and then also sequencing of reforms. These are second generation reforms. Will also be important. They have to be undertaken, and I have some examples, but since I have to conclude, let me just skip that for now. And I think also reducing high imbalances would help to reduce vulnerability to shocks. For example, reducing fiscal room to increase public investment while preserving social transfers to vulnerable households.
Just one clarification, Jonathan. Have there been any research to measure the impact of uncertainties, shocks on different categories of African countries, that is low income, middle income, developing countries? Are you aware of any research that have been done in this field?
Yes, I've seen some research measuring global uncertainty on global samples that involve advanced countries as well as developing countries. And one recent study that just came out, I can't remember the authors, but it's an NBER paper, actually shows that if you control the structural determinants of FDI, the usual determinants, after doing that, global uncertainty actually matters, negatively impacts, investment flows.
Okay, thank you, Jonathan. So now I will turn to Professor Victor Rwinde. So we have heard from Jonathan some of the risks associated with investment and economic growth arising from uncertainties. And now we'll maybe look at the impact on the sectoral investment. So I have two questions on sectoral investment and one question on lessons what can be learned from advanced countries. So my first question is, can you share with us your insight on the extent of global uncertainties on sectoral investment in Africa? A second question is, which sectors do you think are attracting less FDI inflows as a result of global uncertainties? Third question is regarding advanced countries. Is there any lessons developing African countries can learn from advanced and emerging countries in responding to global and domestic uncertainties? Because we know that uncertainty in advanced economies is more synchronized because of their tighter trade and financial linkages. So maybe we can have your views on this and what you can share with us in terms of impact on sectoral investment and also on the strategies that we can learn from advanced countries.
Thank you very much. Let me just pick on those three important points. The first one, this global uncertainty, the global shocks. Maybe to reminisce over the last 30 years, these global shocks have occurred almost every 10 years, starting, say, in the last 30 years with the Asian financial crisis, the 1990s, then you get to the global financial crisis, 2008, then you have the European financial crisis immediately following up after that. And it is important to note that none of these financial crises or uncertainties originated from Africa. So basically, Africa is at the receiving end. And the most recent, of course, was the COVID-19. We noted quite a lot of things changed, of course, immediately. The distortion in domestic prices, especially interest rates, the distortion in exchange rates. We actually formed a group of 4 African economists, and one of them is here, Alexandra. And we started to get a shock to understand that basically almost every country in Africa were going up. there was revision of central banks raising interest rates in order to cope with expected inflation. At the same time, for Africa, exchange rates collapsed. Basically, we had almost 70% of African countries started to have their currency for devalued completely, like non-continuous. In most countries, you had almost a depreciation of about 80%. And then liquidity squeeze. Almost 70% of the African countries could not meet the statutory 3 months of import cover. So there was really serious liquidity squeeze and from all sources to keep afloat. Now I'm saying this because you can see the level of distortion. But Mr. Moderator, you wanted me to talk about also about the sectors. Indeed, we did carry out a study at the African Economic Research Consortium, the ERC. We took 18 African countries for a long period and doing the transitions between the, say, 15 and 15 years from about 1980. We took those countries and started to compile a destination of capital flows. In other words, we took the main sectors: agriculture, trade, infrastructure, services, extractives, construction, manufacturing, and tourism. We are trying to see where the type of capital flows end, and especially the FDI. Studies in most of the work done, it's as if all the sectors can have the same impact from those capital flows. And of course, when these financial shocks happen, they hit the amount of capital flows coming in, and of course, the destination sector is also affected. In other ways, we actually found out that the angel is in the details. What matters is where the capital flows, the destination of the capital flows, where capital flows are going into which specific sectors. And we find that for the majority, actually capital flows, especially FDI, results in a contraction of incomes during the time of the financial crisis when they happen, when they hit the global economies. The transmission mechanism was very clear. It is through the trade channel. It's through currencies and trade, and ability of African countries to raise money domestically. We then uncovered that of all those sectors, across the 18 countries, only 3 sectors provided to be stable destinations of capital flows, where there could be an increase in incomes to be able to withstand the shock of the capital flows. And these were construction and infrastructure. The common element among these sectors is that they involve a substantial component of the domestic resources for the sector to happen. In terms of construction, most of the materials would be local. In terms of infrastructure, there would be an element of local absorption. In agriculture, of course, it has a strong local base. And in trade, it also depends on the trade openness of the economies in question. So we learned from that, and you mentioned what kind of strategies could you recommend when the shocks hit the African countries. Now, we're taking these sample of 18 countries as a group, but of course there are variations. And one can distinguish between the low-income countries, the middle-income countries, those which have a natural resource component and those which are not, those which are unlocked and which are not. But in general, we find 2 important lessons. The fact is, not only in Africa, but cutting globally, that industrial policy has been neglected for so long. Maybe 30 years ago, if you talked about you are trying to implement industrial policy, they could think that it was on macroeconomic policy. But after COVID-19, what we saw, industrial policy is so important. In fact, to the extent that I would advocate for every African country to examine and put in place the industrial policy to make things work, to address that perspective. The second was, why are there variations among the 18 African countries in terms of the extent to which they can deal with these external shocks? The answer is again in the details. The answer is that all of them have a common macroprudential policy framework, 17 instruments. And if you apply these instruments unquestionably across to meet a very shock, you will miss on the targeting. The answer is on a selective combination of the 17 elements to target the shock that most hits the economy. Is the shock that there had been depression of forex, having an impact, for example, on prices, domestic prices, raising into inflation? In that case, you need a different approach for every combination. So in that paper, which is available, you can have permutations. These are combination of, say, policy instrument 4 on, so for example, control of foreign reserves. You can have another instrument 9, for example, on reaction of aligning domestic interest rates with the rest of the world. Trained economists would know that you are using covered interest parity conditions and uncovered interest parity conditions. And you can align the two and make sure that actually you're in a kind of equilibrium. You can be able to use that to shock the economy back to productivity. So the answer is on the targeting of macroprudential policy to be able to address those shocks. And of course, the final answer is contained in the discussion I've just had about different impacts on different sectors. Target FDI, target capital flows. Select where, I think it is mentioned in the Bible that the sower was sowing seeds. Some of them fell on a hard rock, some of them on a fertile land. Where capital flows fall, and in which sectors of the economy matters. So you have to put the flows of FDI in the presence of big shocks like the ones which occur every 10 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Victor. You said something at the beginning that African countries are affected by global uncertainties. But what about domestic uncertainties? What about regional events such as political tensions? Does this has an impact on, of course, this has an impact on African countries. So what is your assessment of such regional and domestic uncertainties on investments in African countries, over and above global uncertainties? Would you say that global uncertainties is impacting more on investment in Africa, or is it the regional events and the domestic uncertainties that are also, in fact, impacting? Which one has more impact on investment?
That's a very important point. Thank you very much. Uncertainties which arise from both economic activities as well as from political activities and other activities. There are regional shocks that affect, especially in Africa. If you take, say, we've been looking at COMESA as a region. Yes, you find there are some of shocks which are regionally based. But there's no doubt in my mind, and that's why I make the statement at the start, that the global shocks are the most disastrous effects, especially for the last 30 years. There is no question that most distortions have been formed by global shocks. Now, the domestic, especially regional shocks, now that Africa is grouped into a number of regional blocks, which all together answer into the African Continental Free Trade Area, the answer would be in being able to actually realign, realign the policies, especially monetary policies that the economies use. The alignment means that actually the shocks can be kind of can be absorbed or addressed by using the policy framework that that countries have. Of course, there is a high degree of contagion localized along the regional economies. But then, of course, we have instruments to be able to address the contagion. Some of them could be through a communication channel. Communication is a very important policy, by the way. It's a very important a way of agents being able to change their behavior because they anticipate that the monetary policy and fiscal policy actions are going to follow. Compatibility is very important in trying to see how agents behave. But I think the regional ones and the countries can be addressed, and that could be true looking at any regions in Africa. It's the global shocks that I worry about. And I see my friend here, Alex, he knows that what we do every Sunday is to look at those shocks systematically to see how we can address them. Thank you.
And these shocks come from different. Do you think that African countries should identify the sources of uncertainties that impact more on them, so as to be able to respond better in terms of strategies?
Yes, in terms of the technical ability, technical tools that we use as economists, yes, it's possible to detect deviations from a trend in those uncertainties. You could easily document any type of uncertainty with respect to African economies, taking the major kind of variables. Internal economy, and basically you are looking at, say, internal prices, interest rates, inflation, output, and various types of output. The external sector, you are looking at exchange rates, foreign reserves, and others. You can actually measure the uncertainty that arise, even in a short period of time, of a trend. And for those with the data, you can do so even weekly, where the shocks are coming from, and be able to address it as a part of good economic governance, good economic management. That can be done.
Thank you very much. Let me now turn to you, Honorable Ango Oliver Bamenju. You are an MP, you are a policymaker. So I think that you heard Victor and Jonathan. I think that many of the things that they said, I think you are seeing it in practice, especially regarding the sectors that are affected. I think Victor mentioned about them, 4 sectors, and also the strategies. The 2 main ones, industrial policy and macroeconomic prudential strategies. So, Honorable Bamenju is global uncertainties making it more difficult to assess the state of economy. And it heightens the unpredictability in decision making. As a policy maker, can you share with us your views on how global uncertainties impact relevant, appropriate policies and reforms for enhancing foreign direct investment and increasing domestic investment? That's my first question. I'll come to the next one.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, for giving me the opportunity to share in this very important conversation. Before I say a word, I sincerely want to apologize to our female colleagues for not having another. I think that my apology has been accepted. Has it been accepted? Because as a policy maker, as a lawmaker, you see beyond where people can see, because your role is to meet the desire and the aspiration of the people who, by one way or the other, have placed their confidence in you. And so you are accountable to them. And so your ears must be listening to them at all times. Not represented on the panel was brought up in the morning. I took keen interest on it. And so for me to fit in the similar shoe, I have to apologize. And so coming back to the question that the moderator has put to me, all has been said about this issue of macroeconomy. issue in Africa. But I want to take us back. Let's go back to the colonial period. They really think that at that time, when we were being given our political independence, were we also given economic independence? Do we accept? Because all what we are saying here, to me, is like we are handling the effect and not seeing the causes of where these effects are coming from. And so we should be able to look at it. I'm coming from a French-speaking African country. Anyone who comes from the 14 French-speaking African countries in West Africa and the 6 French-speaking African countries in the Central African region will agree with me that our economic independence is not there. Our treasury is still found in France. I think that is clear. Everybody knows that. And so we cannot sit here and think that we are discussing the effect, the challenges that we are facing as a result of global and regional uncertainty of our economy, without seeing exactly where these imbalances are found. These imbalances are found because of the COVID-19. During the COVID-19, 3 things happened. First, Africa was deprived from producing its own vaccine. The South African president cried out aloud during the global financial park in France that we have been completely blocked from producing our own vaccine. That means there was no level ground for Africa to be able to take its destiny in producing a vaccine. Second, and instead of the global financial institutions to cancel the debt, they went into restructuring. If I'm owing you, if I'm owing you $100,000, I'm not able to pay the money. You come and tell me that begin to pay me $10,000. What good have you done to me? I'm still owing you because at the end of the day I will still pay. But rather, they were supposed to cancel the debt and then monitor the redirection of this debt into local production, to domestic production, so that they can boost domestic structure. We all know that the impact of COVID-19 in Africa was not as heavy as it was in the West. Why? Because of our African reality, because of what I call the African traditional medicine. In my country where I come from, Bishop Kleda was very prominent in producing some of the herbs that help in healing the COVID-19. But the World Health Organization did not recognize the power or the value of the African traditional medicine in healing COVID-19. So there is no level ground as far as addressing macroeconomic issues, global uncertainty as far as Africa is concerned. And so I think that we should be able to first begin by uncertainties, the global uncertainty, the regional uncertainty hit. We should be able to speak across the board with the same voice, meeting our same challenges. Coming to the African Continental Free Trade Area, why do you think that a lot has been said? There's nobody in Africa, there's no one in this world that can deny the fact that the only solution for Africa now is the full operationalization of the African Continental Free Trade Area. Why is it that it is still a heavy nut to crack? Why is it that the protocols, the free movement of residency protocol have not been ratified by most Africans? To move from one African country to another, you take a visa, you change your currency, you do this. Why all those things? Those are the challenges that we have as Africans. As we should be able to face these challenges as Africans and to take our destiny into our hands, to take our economic independence into our hands, and say that we are moving forward and we can do it. Is it more than us? So we can do it. So that's why I think I'm making my submission at this level.
Thank you. In fact, it would be good also to hear from you as a policymaker in Cameroon, assessment of state of economy is being affected by having all these uncertainties. Is it making it more difficult for the government to come with instruments, with strategies to better face, to better overcome, to mitigate the impact of uncertainties, and also to address various economic challenges?
I come back during the paper that was presented by the researcher from China based in Addis. He made a very critical statement that Africa should have a strategy for approaching China, and I agree with him. Recently, the African regime in China and 55 African countries, head of state, moved there. 55 moved to China. Why? Because we don't have a common concerted approach towards global issues. We cannot gain it. We cannot have the kind of economic strength undivided stamp. I come from a country with close to 30 million. I go to negotiate with China. China of 1.4 billion. I'm standing 30 million. That is not up to. It's not up to what they call in French around the mark. It's not up to a subdivision or a district. So the only solution is for us to come together as under the canopy of the African Union to negotiate with the strong voice of Africa. Recently, during the COVID, to mitigate some of those global and regional challenges that you created, the credit debt agency, though it has not gone operational. Yesterday, Dr. Raymond talked about African countries contacting consultants in America and in Europe who do not even know the African Union created this debt credit agency to be able to advise African countries in borrowing, because a lot of African countries are going into debt distress. And so they come back to the multilateral companies for rescheduling of their debts. And so the African Union saw this, because I do not want to look at it from a narrow perspective. I do not want to be parochial in this discussion. I want and set up the African Union debt credit agency to accompany the African countries in advising them in contracting debt, so that countries should not get into situations of always in debt distress. And so that is the innovation. Those are the reforms that are at the level of the African Union. And then coming back to little countries like there is a special private guarantee fund was created last year during the finance law in the Ministry of Finance in my country. And this special finance credit fund is to accompany private sector development. In Cameroon, you commonly hear what is called Link 94. It is a special private fund created in the Ministry of Finance to support private investors in order to enable them to stand and meet the challenges of
So you're saying that reforms targeting investment, such as improving the investment climate, is better face these global uncertainties. So what type of other reforms would you maybe propose, or can you share with us to help countries at domestic level? Because we spoke a lot about global and regional initiatives, but it will be also good to hear about domestic reforms that could be important for countries to be better prepared to face the challenges amidst domestic uncertainties.
Thank you. Let me take the case of Cameroon. In Cameroon now, the import substitution policy is the key in the finance bill. We want to improve on consuming what we produce and produce what we consume. And so by virtue of this fact, government has engaged on several sectors of economy. For instance, on importation on agricultural products, equipment in Cameroon, that you do not need to pay taxes when you are importing them, because the government wants to boost the agricultural sector in order to meet up with domestic challenges.
Okay, so you're promoting investment at local level to produce, to substitute imports.
Yes,
which is good, and also I guess that there are some support that you give to domestic, maybe SMEs.
And also special incentive, taxation incentive on foreign direct investment.
Okay, so you have both for these.
Yes. And the government of Cameroon, let me cut it short, the government of Cameroon, given the importance of the local economy, the government of Cameroon created a special ministry for medium and small-sized enterprises, alongside the Cameroon Investment Promotion Agency. These are institutions that clearly manage the investment in Cameroon.
Okay. We have 14 minutes. So before we start taking questions, we'd like to turn to Jonathan. I think there is one important aspect regarding continental initiatives. How can African countries harness continental initiatives, such as the African Continental Free Trade Area, to overcome the effects of global uncertainties? Can you just briefly, in one minute, tell us you're going to get questions on it?
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so I think over the course of this conference, we've heard a lot about, the importance of, expanding intra-Africa trade, building resilience, through diversifying supply chains and so forth. And that is important. But I think we should not just stop at trade creation, right? We also we do not divert trade away from Africa, especially if it's low-cost trade. Okay, so in other words, what I'm saying is that, yes, we should pursue regional integration, but it must be open regionalism, whereby we still allow low-cost goods, from suppliers outside the region to enter. That way, I think we'll be able to benefit from both interdependence with the rest of the world without being over-dependent. And so, that I think will be the way to, this protectionism and so forth, I think we should not follow that. We should basically try to stay open even as we pursue regionalism.
Thank you, Jonathan. I think now we'll turn to the question and answers. So I will invite you to be brief so that we can take more questions, and also to introduce yourself as you put over audience. And the mic over there, so I can see one hand raised, okay, and then in the front, if you can just move the mic also. I think you should have two mics. So one at the back, one at the front. So we start with the gentleman at the back.
Hello. Good morning to the panelists. Good morning, still afternoon. My question is, my name is Grant Davis, and my question is redirected. It's really around the ominous warning regarding the uncertainties we face as a result of uncertain U.S. trade policy, and of course ensuring in the EU and the US, and of course the impending trade wars that we expect. What guidance would you suggest from a short-term perspective, because you do highlight some of the things that we can look at in the long term in terms of how we can protect ourselves against these uncertainties, but what guidance would you provide to policymakers and private sector institutions for the short term? Because we understand that these issues or uncertainties are actually quite likely to come quite sooner rather than later. And building high quality institutions, etc., takes time. So what are some of the immediate steps that we could take to protect ourselves from the negative impacts of these uncertainties?
Yeah, thank you. We'll take 4 or 5 questions and then we'll...
Next.
Can you move the mic at the front, please?
For me.
Oh, okay. Go on.
Hi, I'm Veronica Kalema. And we've talked about, I think it goes on from his question, that Trump has said he's putting universal tariffs, across everybody. And have you looked at the impact on AGOA for our continent, and what that would mean if he actually puts the impact of tariffs on AGOA? Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah. The gentleman in the front, please. Can you move the mic, please? Is there anybody who can help in moving the mic, please?
I can also help. Okay, my name is Victor Ochen. I'm from Uganda, and I wanted to say congrats to everybody. And I wanted to ask some questions on how the role of private sector, when my brother Victor here said that always Africa's problem, from how it sounds like Africa's problem is overseas, is abroad. And my colleague, the member of parliament, made a bit of clarity that we need to look more domestically, where we're not getting it right. If you look now, the continent, we're focusing, the previous prevention talk about the semi-skilled and the skilled labor forces. But if you forget about the unskilled labor forces, the continent is predominant, the largest labor, most initiatives stops at the skilled and the semi-skilled. We forget about the semi-skilled. And these are the distractors when it comes to peace and stability. And then the last thing I want to talk about also would be the issue of the debts. We are all talking about how debt is crippling the continent, but are we aware that debts could be one of the leading causes of conflict in Africa? Because you are asking the question, who is borrowing the money? Who is using the money? And who will pay for this? So I think by the time they ask who will pay for this, a leader must run, because that's already revolution looming. So the issue of debt would be how much is EU helping the member states to understand what are the acceptable debt thresholds domestically and even at a continental level. All these bodies exist, but are we helping enough?
Thank you. We take one more and then we this lady over there. Honorable Minister there. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for the session. I just want to ask the panelists, I don't know who will respond. These uncertainties in different versions have been coming. They are not new, and they are going to continue to come. Have we specifically taken, or has anybody taken time to study how other regions prepare to respond And are there lessons that we can draw for Africa? For example, China was the first to be attacked by COVID. How did they manage to respond so quickly, so fast? I remember, I think they put up a big hospital in 1 week. How did they manage to respond? And how does that compare with the response of Africa? Are there lessons that we can learn? I remember the credit crunch. How did the other regions respond? How did they learn? And how does that compare with what we are preparing? Because we are seated here not discussing history, but discussing the future. I would appreciate a response. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Last question. Start with the last question. I will come and take another round if you have time. With the last question, and I would ask maybe Victor to take it, the question about lesson learned from other regions. And then we can continue with the other panel members. So we have another question on the need for short-term measures on regarding the 10% tariff imposed by Trump, and the focus on the unskilled labor. And I think there was also one question on debt. Who pay, who use it, and who pay? Okay, so let's start with this side of the words so that we can answer most of the question, please.
Yeah, thank you, moderator, and thank you, Honorable Minister, for asking the question of lessons. Indeed, when we are looking at the disastrous impact of the shocks on African economies, we also do global comparisons to see how other economies and regions react. Now, one thing that cuts across the rest of the world after the COVID shock in March 2020 was that most countries, especially the industrial countries in the world, invoked QE, quantitative easing. This is to allow the unusually ability to be able to generate funds that can be able to help households, can also be able to rescue companies to cope. Now, many countries around the world also designed packages was quantitative easing. Now, remember, this was a break from the tradition that has been around the world for more than 30 years, not to resort to any type of quantitative easing. But this was an exception. Now, of course, the room for maneuver for most African countries for quantitative easing was rather limited, both from the central banks, but also from the ministries of finance, to be able to generate enough funding for that. But that is, in other words, the use a perfect amenable to countries, especially in Africa. There are also, of course, other support measures, but the one method that cuts across was quantitative easing. Now, of course, the interesting bit comes in that when you look at the impact of quantitative easing, especially from the US, over time, that has had the impact on pass-through exchange rates and the distortion of where we are getting the interest of how the shocks are transmitted through to African economies. Also, briefly, Mr. Moderator, if I could just respond to the question here on the contraction of how debt is contracted and the intergenerational effects of debt. It's like the young people take up debt of the population. And that is almost like the original sin hypothesis. You are inheriting the problems that used to be there way before. However, there is already an outstanding piece of work, and I remember about 10 years ago I presented this paper to the ECA in Addis about odious debt. The question of odious debt is, say, if we didn't contract your debt And if we didn't follow the right channels of taking up the debt, odious debt concept has not been invoked so much, the maximum. But it refers that the contraction of debt by a sovereign country has to follow a procedure. The debt was contracted by an individual without involving parliament, without following this. That debt in the future could be revoked. And the lenders or the debt issuers have an obligation to check that their debt can be actually honored even 20 years after the debt has already been. So there are some, the youth have the right to stand up that debt, and there are mechanisms on how that debt.
We have 1 minute. No, I can see my friend over there already standing. So let me first of all, let me thank the panelists for their contribution to this panel. So I think we can give them a round of applause. Thank you also to the audience for your questions. Unfortunately, if you have additional questions, you can over lunch have a chat with our panelists. Thank you.
Exactly. Thank you very much, because some of these questions will be discussed in other panels also. So we'll have also opportunity to respond to the question of Her Excellency the Minister and so on. Now we are having a round of applause for this amazing panel and the discussion and this concept of odious debt. But this is an international question, because a few years ago I did my thesis on that, and the main issue is that the next generation is inheriting the debt, but they also inheriting the investment that has made for the debt, out of that debt. And so anyhow, so now we're having the research session 3, Financing Development Under Uncertainty, and I would like to call on the stage Professor Said Adejumobi, who will lead this session.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues, dear participants. I would like to welcome you to this session on financing development under uncertainty. A lot has been said about uncertainty. I will not dwell on that research presentation session. I will go straight to inviting the presenters. We have 3 presentations to be made. The first paper to be presented is New Insights from Asymmetrical Co-integration into CO2 emission, Stock Market Volatilities and Financial Development in Africa. So I would like to invite Kamal Tassiu Abdullahi and also Mohamed Abdulaziz Mohamed to take the stage. But one of you will have to come to be on the podium. Please have your seat. The second presentation in borrowing by African countries, what determines Eurobond issuance. And this will be by Cafe Nzo and also Jimak Kilolo. Jimak, who takes the floor. And the last presentation will be on public agricultural expenditure efficiency and food security in sub-Saharan African countries, cash crops or food crops, by Aruna Keita. Aruna Keita, you're invited to the stage. Papers, I have Sonia. Miss Sonia, can you please come to the front? I also have Dr. Hopstein Chavula. Hopstein, where are you? Can you come to the front, please? And finally,
I have Dr. Zwaneli Mfua. Zwaneli, can you kindly also, you're already here. Perhaps to say very few words, very short words on the theme of this session before I give the floor to the presenters. The first point to make is that Africa has been in a period of almost perpetual economic growth, or we are talking about financing development on the African continent. From the 1970s, when we had the oil crisis, which created a lot of instability in African economies, to the period of structural adjustment program of the 80s, which has been aptly characterized as the lost decades of the African continent. We moved straight from that into the post-adjustment phase, and subsequently, we also had the financial crisis on the African continent. And now we had the COVID-19 crisis as well, and we've added the Russia-Ukraine war to it, which has also created its own challenges for us on the African continent. It's estimated that financing needs for the SDG will be around $1.3 trillion annually, which is almost 42% of Africa's GDP. If we contrast that with the debt situation of African continent, then we see that we're in a big financial quagmire in terms of our physical space that we have for economic development. At about $656 billion that we have, in that debt situation that we have a very dire situation. And most of our countries are in debt distress, not less than 20 countries are in that situation. Where do we go from here? That we have. What are the options and possibilities that we have in this kind of crisis situation? This is what the panelists will be speaking to. I won't take much time. I'll therefore invite the first presenter, and that will be Kamal. Kamal, I hope you're the one presenting. I'll be very strict with time. We have only 1 hour. So Jans will take the floor for 5 minutes each. And our methodology is that immediately after the presentation, we'll invite the discussant to take the floor. The dialogue will take place, from the floor after all the presentations. That's the methodology we are adopting. So Kamal, you have the floor. Please give me a round of applause, please.
Thank you, thank you all for my presentation. Will be thank you very much once again. I'll be presenting on asymmetric co-integration, and I'll be looking at financial development, market capitalization, as well as CO2 emissions in Nigeria. Together with my colleague Mohammed Abdul Aziz Mohammed, which happened to be in Nigeria now, and unfortunately is not here, I'm presenting on our behalf. And the main reason why we even came up with this idea is because after so much intensive research, we found out that there's not any research that talks about Nigeria much. But most of them talk about developing and developed countries, but there's not in Nigeria, just 1 or 2 papers. And also we try to look at how financial development impacts households and also firms, as well as the economy in general. So we found out that, logically, when people get more financial independence, they tend to buy more materials like washing machines and other amenities in order to boost their standard of living. And even though I'm sorry, I don't know what is happening, I can't show my presentation here. Is that we employ the non-asymmetric co-integration analysis in order to see the impact of carbon emission on the stock market, as well as carbon emissions in Nigeria. And while working on that, we found that in the short run, there is a negative correlation between CO2 emissions and financial development. And at the same time, in the long run, there's a negative research papers. And for policymakers, we found out that there's a need for them in order to come up with new strategies, especially in Nigeria. And at the same time, there's a need for them to focus on the market capitalization and the domestic credits to private investment. Because we thought that before, while working on other research papers, especially in developed countries, China, for example, we found out that there's a positive relationship between the variables considered, such as financial deepening and domestic credit to private investment. But in Nigeria, it is not the case. And in our recommendation, we recommend that there's a need for the government to come up with certain initiative in order to boost domestic credit investment, especially after what happened in 2020, that there is still a financial gap in the market capitalization and also stock market, like in terms of cost of borrowing is still high, and also with carbon emission, which is a serious problem, household are not benefiting that well, which is a result that is in line with other findings, like the one done in Egypt. Sure. Thank you very much. I'm sorry I couldn't present very much presentation.
Thank you very much, Kamal. It's unfortunate that we couldn't have his PowerPoint presentation. He's got a PowerPoint presentation. Can the organizers help us with this, please? Kamal, if time permits, we may give you, if you're able to get your PowerPoint presentation, we may give you another 3 minutes or so to run through it later, much later. We'll go on to I will go on to invite the discussant, Ms. Sonia, to come forward and give us her views on the paper. Sonia, can you come forward, please?
Good afternoon, colleagues and participants. First of all, I would like to congratulate the researchers. The central research question focuses on understanding how positive and negative changes in financial development and stock market volatilities impact CO2 emissions, as it addresses the environmental impact of financial activities over a significant period of time, 1981 until 2020, providing insights into long-term trends and also policy implications. Nigeria, being a major economy in Africa, faces challenges related to sustainable development. I would say, more importantly, it's also a country with a strong potential for industrialization. Understanding these asymmetric effects can help in formulating more effective environmental and financial policies. The nonlinear autoregressive distributed lag framework is relevant for this study, as it allows for the examination of both short-term and long-term asymmetric data over the period covered by the paper can affect the robustness of the results. The results reveal significant asymmetric effect of financial development and stock market volatility. If changes in financial development might have a more substantial impact on reducing emissions compared to positive changes. The paper paper recommends the use of renewable energy sources to reduce CO2 emissions, stricter regulations to control pollution, and the introduction of pollution taxes. The recommendation could be extended to consider incentives. Regulations need to be practical and enforceable. Given the informal nature of much of the Nigerian economy, consideration should be given to how violations of environmental rules can be monitored and reported. Introducing new taxes, pollution reduction programs can be considered. 3 suggestions to the researchers. 1, conduct a comparative analysis with other countries could enhance the overall results of your research. 2, include other relevant variables such as technological advancements, banking sector development, or policy change. Finally, conduct a subsample analysis to see if the relationship holds over different periods, such as pre- and post-2000s, to account for structural changes in the economy. Thank you for your kind attention.
Sonia, for your critique of the paper. I think the key points you've raised is about Kamal and his colleague considering the issue of comparative analysis, and also for them to look at sample analysis of the relationship if possible. Kamal did make the point that there is need for domestic credit to promote private investment for high emitters or polluters of the environment. We'll proceed to have the second presentation, which is going to be by Jima Kilolo and Kafie Zoom, bond issuers. Kamal, who is making the presentation? Both of you? Yeah, Jim.
So good afternoon, everyone. Dumela. I don't know if we have the PowerPoint ready or we'll just present our key findings, ideas. Sovereign borrowing in Africa. Why are now African sovereigns borrowing on international markets? So those are the kind of questions that we want to present and address in our research. So I'll give the floor to my colleague Gefe, who is studying in Johns Hopkins University and who also interned with ECA macroeconomic division. Gefe.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests and colleagues. My Chinese name is Zhou Gefei. I go by Kofi, and I'm currently a master's candidate at Johns Hopkins University and Tsinghua University, and I had the honor to work as an intern with Sonia, Jean-Marc, and Sean at the ECA, which really shaped this paper. So, what motivates for international capital markets has become a critical source of financing for African countries. Why is that? As we all know, concessional lending and aid has dried up for Africa, and that is why Africa has increasingly turned to international capital market to issue Eurobonds for financing. And Eurobond issuance represents a major proportion of Africa's private debt to international investors. And just for the sake of clarification, Eurobond is the policy issued to international investors that outside the borrower's country. It's called Eurobond, but it doesn't mean that it's denominated in euros or it is issued in Europe. It merely reflects the fact that in history it started from Europe, dollar. So the second thing that motivates our research is that Africa has always been excluded to the international capital market, although slavery and colonization has been really central to the development of global capitalism. So the access of international capital market for African countries signal Africa's transition from an aid recipient to an active actor in the international financial system. However, there is a third point, is that Eurobond has very high borrowing costs because it's non-concessional, and it has a high currency exchange. That is why we believe Eurobond yields really needs more attention in the policy field and in academia. So, okay. So our research is based on the literature on the determinants of Eurobond issuance in emerging markets. There are only a handful of research that to gain access to international capital markets. For example, like Hallows and Presbitero, they research into the Eurobond issuance and publicly syndicated loans of developing countries from different periods and use different techniques. And they find out that some global factors such as US interest rates, commodity price, and domestic factors like economic size, GDP, per capita growth, governance effectiveness can contribute to countries' access to international capital market. And another research by Ashton Green, they also show that sovereign credit rating can increase countries' access to international capital market. So our research question is very straightforward. What determines Eurobond issuance of African countries? Namely, what explains the variance of African countries in access to the international capital market? And our findings are twofold. First of all, investors' risk significantly impacts the size and the frequency of Africa's Eurobond issuance. And the second point is that strong domestic governance, such as government effectiveness, political stability, corruption control, and regulatory quality, enhance access to Eurobond financing. So our contribution to the literature is that we're the first research that focused on Eurobond issuance by African countries as a homogeneous group that forgot to take into account the specific of to African countries. And then we also focus on the drivers of issuance of Eurobond instead of the borrowing costs, which is very common in the literature that analyze the coupon rates, the yield in primary, secondary markets, and whatnot. And thirdly, we apply the Poisson, the pseudo-Poisson maximum likelihood estimator from the trade literature. And this is the first use of this technique in sovereign borrowing analysis. And Jean-Marc will talk about why we believe this is very applicable. And research that examine a complete set of governance quality indicators in driving the access to international capital market. So some facts about Africa sovereign bond issuance is that African countries enter the Eurobond starting from South Africa, Mauritius, Morocco, Tunisia, and Egypt. It's only since 2006 that sub-Saharan African countries have increasingly issued Eurobonds. And in 2010, there's a surge in African countries driven by lower global interest rates, and as consequently, investors will look for higher yields. And this is coupled with the fact that Africa countries, it's seeing increased microeconomic conditions, and more countries are being rated by credit rating agencies. However, African countries vary significantly in the access to the international capital market, and the size and frequency of issuance also varied. So Eurobonds are held by 5 African countries: Egypt, Angola, Ghana, Nigeria, and South Africa. And today, 20 African countries have issued Eurobonds compared to only 4 in 20 years ago. So this is why we think our research will come in handy. Now I'll give the floor to the mastermind.
Thank you very much. So we have 2 minutes left. So we applied, as Kofi said, the PPML methodology. Why is that? Because only very few African countries have been able to issue Eurobonds. So we can consider it, the issuance of Eurobonds, as a rare phenomenon which is modeled by the Poisson regression technique, which is very popular in the trade literature. We also use the ordered probit regression model to study the probability of issuing those bonds. So our key results here, we shed light on the importance of sovereign credit rating. So we see that countries that have a sovereign credit rating has a higher probability and have a higher occurrence of issuing those Eurobonds. Also, a very important result is on the governance dimension variables. Our study shows that indeed governance is a key driver of issuance of Eurobonds besides a standard regressor or control such as GDP growth, etc. So in terms of ECA, APRM, Africa Peer Review Mechanism, and UNDP Africa are supporting African nations to be prepared for the credit rating exercise. So it's very important for African nations to uplift or to improve their credit rating to get a better risk perception so that they can borrow at lower cost and also be able to tap efficiently international markets. As the president of Botswana said yesterday, the very idea is not to say that everything is okay with Africa. There are also to improve all the aspects of governance because credit rating assessment is based on objective criteria, though during the Summit of the Future, the international community, international organizations, and also African sovereigns shed light on the major credit rating agency into assessing not properly the credit worthiness of African nations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jean-Marc Kilolo and also Gafer Zoe. I'm sure the discussant will have a lot to say. Given the discussion that took place, I think that was yesterday, and the kind of trenchant critique of the credit rating is not something that will come with a question mark, as it were. I think that will be another subject of debate. But I think your focus has been on the quality of governance in countries, and that by itself increasing the risk, lowering the risk perception, and also allowing countries to be able to access the Eurobonds. Thank you very much for the presentation. I will now call on to come forward to give us a critique of the paper. Hobson.
Thank you very much, Said, and congratulations to colleagues for a wonderful presentation and a wonderful paper. I really enjoyed going through it, despite that being a villager and a teacher. I need to talk about something that may lead to the improvement of the paper itself. Thank you for the opportunity once again. As the authors have indicated, since Africa is going through this period where most of us are having challenges in accessing our development financing, I think the paper touches on one of the critical issues. Despite that, there are a couple I will concentrate on it. Firstly, let me say that in terms of literature review, I think we need to look at that, especially the two main concepts that the paper is concentrating on are those governance issues and the issue they actually feed into the whole methodological process that we are talking about in the paper. In terms of methodology, yes, it was very innovative, as the authors have indicated. However, there will be need to clearly elaborate in the methodology the approach itself, especially separating the methodological issues and the empirical analysis mentioned part, you move it upwards before the data selection, the data subsection process. That data subsection process, however, there are a couple of variables that are included in the model. Maybe we may need further clarification or explanation on how and why they have been included in the model and in the same estimation process. This takes me to the inclusion of the GDP per capita growth and the GDP per capita itself in the same equation, which actually tries to inflict some challenges. Maybe you had an explanation to that. Coming to the results, it comes up with very interesting results, but they have not thoroughly been covered when you are summarizing the results from the paper. Especially, you have indicated that you are concentrating the results, the discussion on table 3, which is the rest. In that table, you have results that are very interesting, but they have not. I wonder why you have not really put much emphasis, especially on the variables relating to governance and credit rating. They are coming up with the very interesting policy implications, I think, that you might need to look at. Then you have also included one of the variables that is of interest, and this is IMF for supported lending arrangement, which seems to have a significant positive impact on the size of Eurobond borrowing, which to me seems to be a bit obvious, because when a country is getting into that program, fulfilled or committed to, hence giving confidence to the investors interested in those bonds. I've talked about the growth rate and the per capita income, which seem to be almost the same thing. When it comes to the size of the market, I think you have included population in terms of population you are using there. I would suggest that it would have been, since we are looking at capturing the market, it would be better to use the working age population, which is 15 to 64, or either the GDP itself as a main indicator. Covered, though theoretically it has not indicated why you have covered these sub-regions and on what basis. It will be important to indicate that, maybe in this theoretical part. And in these sub-regions, there are Southern Africa and Central Africa. Southern Africa is having a negative impact, a negative coefficient, while Central Africa is having a positive impact. Why are these differences, and what are the implications? What is it in these regions that could have led to such kind of results? And you've talked about North Africa in the results, but not see North Africa as one of the regions. I don't know if it was just an omission or not. We may need to have a better explanation of that. Then in terms of the results, finally, there is an inclusion of the governance variables in relation to ODA and aid. 3, equation 1 to 3, they are not associated with the ODA and aid, while equations 4 to 6, they are associated with the ODA and aid. It would be interesting to hear from you, or to outline, to indicate in the paper why we have that selection and what's the significance. In terms of the robustness, it's very interesting that you have used 2 methodologies, but 2 different dependent variables, hence giving a bit of a confusion when it comes to robustness checking, because we have two different dependent variables with the same variables. At the same time, we have two different methodologies as well. In terms of policy implications, I may not repeat what you have said, but if the methodology and the approach and the estimations are not very correct, we might have policy implications that may have not been very correct. Hence, I will not get into that until we correct that other part. Mr. Moderator, let me stop there for now. The other discussion, we can take it outside.
Thank you very much, Augustine Chafula. I'm not sure whether we're in a classroom here. I think we're in a conference hall having a conversation. Yeah, we'll go on to the next presentation in the interest of time. I would like to invite Aruna Kaita to speak to us on public agricultural expenditure efficiency and food security in sub-Saharan African countries, cash crops or food crops. Aruna, you have 7 minutes.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. So I'm Keita Aruna. I'm from Ivory Coast, from Côte d'Ivoire, and I'm a PhD student in economics at Laboratoire d'Économie d'Orléans in France. And because this is an improvisation for me, allow me to present in French, please. Donc.
Well, first of all, I'm delighted to make a presentation to you on this paper, which is entitled Public Agricultural Expenditure Efficiency and Food Security in Sub-Saharan African countries, cash crops or food crops. What was our motivation behind this paper? A few months ago, CD, we were working on food security. And this is an area that I was not familiar with. In fact, I knew nothing about food security. And as far as I was concerned, I think this applies to many people. Africa is a breadbasket for the rest of the world. I think we've heard this several times. It's a breadbasket for the world, and it was quite a shock to me to discover when I was reading a report, a picture that showed the state of food security globally. I was astounded to discover that food insecurity is sub-Saharan Africa, to be more precise. So I asked my manager, I said, how come food insecurity, people who are undernourished, who need food aid, youthful economy, how come? I was really shocked. That very same evening, I started reading a little bit more about it. In fact, friends will say to you, this paper comes from evening work after my day job at the OECD area, because I was really interested. It had nothing to do with my thesis, but I changed my thesis focus because I discovered that food insecurity is a global issue. All over the world, it's getting worse and worse because of socioeconomic factors like COVID-19, like climate change, which has conflicts, terrorist attacks in the Sahel area, international conflicts, and our food security in our region. So I started looking at some of the solutions that I put forward to combat the FAO and other international institutions were making recommendations to African countries They were saying African countries are not investing enough in the agricultural sector. So these African countries must invest more in agriculture so that they can improve on agricultural productivity, to increase agricultural growth to reach some 6% annually. And this is something that some African countries have understood. And during the African Union Summit, where African countries agreed, they agreed that public aid to agriculture would increase by at least 10%. Public expenditure would increase so that there would be agricultural production growth in the range of 6%. Now, with some 20 years later, these objectives all remain at that level. There's 48 countries out of 52. We have at the top Zimbabwe and Sierra Leone, and so on. But looking into it even more, I discovered that beyond the problem of agricultural studies on food security, to look at whether our agricultural expenditure does have a positive effect on mix. We have some case studies that say that food security or expenditure in the agricultural sector has had a significant impact on food security. And the other studies that said there's no significant need because there was cross-sectional analyses. There was a data that showed that, well, we know that food security is a regional problem, and you needed to look at it from a regional scope. And there were hypotheses being proffered out of a significant impact on food security. So the question under study was that countries in sub-Saharan Africa have problems funding agricultural growth on the one hand, significant effect on food security from agricultural investment is not evident from the perspective of cash crops. I come from Cote d'Ivoire. We are the prime exporter of cocoa globally. So I thought to myself, it must be because it was crops produced. 60% of our arable land in Cote d'Ivoire is devoted to cash crop production. And we're not eating those crops. We're eating grain, we're eating tubers. So my first and what we produce. That was my first hypothesis. Second hypothesis, cash crops that we export, because we're exporting these cash crops, it means that we can produce more food, buy more varied produce, because this produce is exported to us, but it exposes us to shocks on an international level. We've seen this during the COVID-19 crisis. Cases of this. We had to look at the efficiency scores for public expenditure investment in agriculture in each of the sub-Saharan African countries. We were looking at 39 countries from 2023 to 2027. Categorize these countries and crops on this efficiency scores for these sub-Saharan African countries. And it was a huge astonishment to me to see that these cash crops had a positive, significant impact on use efficiency scores, and you look at the per capita agricultural output, we see that there's an increase in your food security, increase its security in terms of output and maximize that output. I was surprised. It took me a couple of days to digest all that because my initial hypothesis had been that cash crops had a negative impact on public expenditure efficiency, and my findings were the opposite. And analyzing the data, showing that these cash crops have an impact on the currency. It conserves value because here you have crops that defenses against changes in the climate and in the weather. And so you have a better value conservation, but these are for imported products. The findings, the problems related to food security. Yes, it's all well and good to be able to have diversified to consume because of the high value of your cash crop. But then there's what about the imports of these food products, these food crops? So recommendations. Countries that are per capita quota for cash for food crops rather, and use cash crops on which you put taxes so that you can improve on the efficiency of the production of food crops. And this can increase your crops and thereby reduce your dependency on importing, your dependency on the exports of your cash crops, because you can import more food crops. So what we're saying is that we have to reduce our dependency on cash crops, your quotas for cash provisions, so diversify your cash crop production and then give more support to your food crops. And this will enable sub-Saharan African countries to these cash crops, because you're putting your cash crops on the market and you're using the OPEC prices to adjust the prices accordingly. So that is the conclusion that came from our paper. Thank you for your
Thank you very much, Haruna Keita. I think the main thrust of your argument is that we need to give more attention and priority to food crop, to consume what we do not produce and produce what we do not consume. I think that's the major argument I'm making, reinforcing the position of the honorable member from Cameroon, that we probably need to look inwards much more. And also the point that it's self-defeating. You know, when you export crops, you need to import. You know, you export process that you're undertaking in, you are reinforcing your dependency. I think that's the major argument that you are making. I would like to invite the discussant of this paper, my colleague Anzwanele Mfua, to come forward and give us a critique of the paper. Anzwanele? Okay, you are speaking from the, okay. Can we give him the mic? He would like to speak from the floor. The mic is lost in transit. Where's the mic? Oh, okay, it's on the table.
No. He got it.
Thank you, moderator. Thank you, Aruna, for a foundation from the normal work that I do on macroeconomics. Now, it was also a deviation from your thesis. I found the paper well researched and written with clarity and logical flow. And given the issues that were germane to the paper, I thought that the added value of the paper was the innovative methodology that examines the various angles that cash crops will lead to food security. And in this regard, I thought that maybe the policymakers should take your paper rather seriously. I found it very informative and educational as well. The paper, I mean, it's titled The Public Agricultural Expenditure Efficiency and Food Security in African Countries, Cash Crops or Food Crops. And on the basis of that, the paper investigated public agricultural expenditure efficiency in the region, focusing on the impact of the proportion of cash crops production in this efficiency. That is the underlying factor. I'm looking at the show that in most sub-Saharan countries, cash crops share in harvested land is on average less than 15%, right? And significantly, I thought maybe for the purposes of this conference, the significant findings that at least I read was cash crops in agricultural production enhances food security. That is when now I started to read a lot, and I discovered that there is a big debate between cash crops and food crops. And the paper came at a time actually when the cash crops producers in our sub-region in Southern Africa, for example, Malawi, Tobago, have been hit by severe drought, right? That has caused enormous food insecurity. Even outside of our sub-region of Southern Africa, Kenya, for example, a major tea producer, is reported just last week by the World Food Programme that it requires dollars in net funding to provide humanitarian aid to 1 million food insecure Kenyans. That's where my problem is, that cash crops lead to food security, and then you have all these countries. It's not only related to Southern Africa, East Africa, including Ethiopia. I thought your paper is well in contributing to this debate, and its footing is very clear, and I thought you were rather brave in making a clear-cut answer to the ultimate issue of food insecurity, that basically cash crops do lead to food insecurity. As I found out why many countries actually do not devote more than, not just a mere, commercialization to be determined in terms of public expenditure efficiency. Food is a national security issue. Food can be a weapon of war. Food is human rights. Food is existential. Food is cultural, right? So whenever you are faced with these 15% or less, are not really irrational in allocating more to food for food production. And also what came to my mind is, if we are getting all this foreign exchange from cash crops, are we earmarking those funds for food production? Maybe that is something for future research. How much exactly of that is earmarked for agricultural production? Let's see. I think that your paper indicates that there are lots of inefficiencies in terms of government allocating to food production. And I fully agree with that. And it has transportation of food from farmers, tomatoes, maize, and so forth. I think that's where really maybe you may want to consider making some recommendations. But I know that, for example, many countries are trying to do something about that in terms of improving infrastructure. And also the regions, the RECs, are also putting in place some regional reserve food, so that countries with deficits can be provided in terms of need. And that's where really I thought that maybe the Maputo and Malabo agreements should come in terms of helping countries to increase more. I forwarded many of my comments, details, and we can discuss further. But I thought that for the purposes of this conference, this debate is quite critical. Commercial farmers, for example, and I found that there's lots of inequality within the agricultural community created by cash crops. For example, why would government give extraordinary amounts to commercial farmers who are basically, if you are a commercial farmer, you are another producer, right? But why would government be, or maybe let's say food producers, those who are producing food crops producers, because food crop producers have these limitations, right, in terms of how much they can sell their produce for, right? And the other guys on the cash crop side, they have no limitations of government and so forth and so forth. So the comparison between the two, for me, it sounded a little bit strange, but I got your point, because bottom line, my way of thinking, there is no argument here, because I think that Africa is big enough to accommodate all of these things, provided we are improving our land in terms of making use of our vast continent, to produce both sides, of the crops. So we've got the whole space to do that if we take the Malabo and the Maputo declaration seriously. Thank you.
We've come to the end of the presentations and the discussions. I will open the floor for discussion. We will not stand between you and your lunch. So we'll only entertain about 4 to 5 questions in only one row. I will close the session. I'll return back to the presenters to respond to the questions, and then thereafter we close the session. Floor, one over there, any other one, second one, third one. We take those, okay, Madam in front. So we go in that order. We start from her, then we take yourself, we take him, then we'll come to the front and it's closed. Okay. So you have the floor, please. Very quickly, succinctly, 1 minute.
Okay, thank you. My name is Elizabeth. I would like to thank you for this opportunity to give to us to attend this conference. From yesterday to today, the issues that relate to me discussed, touched in discussion. May you throw some light on discussion on inclusiveness with regard to the disenfranchised. Example, informal sector for distance, for people with disability. I thank you.
Thank you very much. I think your question is for all the presenters. Where is the inclusiveness in your presentation in terms of speak to that? We come to
yes.
Yeah.
Yes, my question is for the team that worked on the issuance of Eurobonds. So one of the important results that you highlighted was the fact that governance is a key determinant of issuing Eurobonds, as opposed to how much countries are raising or the premiums. So this is them issuing. That effect is. Is it the case that countries are more confident and therefore are out there to issue Eurobonds because they trust their governance standings are going to be looked upon favorably? And if so, how does that then relate to credit ratings in the case where we have over 95% of the continent being non-grade rating, meaning that their self-perception of how good their governance is not really rated by credit rating agencies. So is it a matter of them feeling confident about this governance determines the issuance of Eurobonds? Thank you.
Thank you very much. We move on to, yes, you have the floor, please.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. My comment, suggestion, question is for the last presenter from Cote d'Ivoire, Keita. I think this is quite similar to the trade-off between government supporting cash crop versus food crop. But one of the recommendations in terms of putting kind of thresholds on, allocation, land allocation to this certain cash crop, then consider other countries producing it might not work, because we have also to factor in those idiosyncratic risks related to specific sectors. Let me be clear. On cocoa, for instance, I don't see, for instance, Cote d'Ivoire limiting, maybe Burkina or Mali produce some cocoa because they can't do it. So countries have to continue because they need foreign exchanges. Let's not forget that point. So the issues, and then I think what colleagues from EC also the discussant highlight is how do we focus now on for those countries that can produce more of food crop, continue producing and supplying those reserves, while those that still need to produce and export those cash crop might produce it. So these are where we might have more of the recommendation in terms of those regional food reserves. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We move on to.
Thank you so much, sir, and thank you for the presentation. My name is Kebadi Remohoti. I think I'm the oldest here. I come from Botswana. I am from the community-based organizations. I'm representing that group of people who are actually largely affected by food. And I'm so happy about the presentation that has just talked about food, because that's what we are struggling with in the region. I was also very happy this morning during the presentation on the role of private sector, when it was mentioned that agriculture was one of the entry points where private sector could be participating in the transformation of Africa. Then I asked myself again, are we saying the local farmers or indigenous farmers can actually be labeled as private sector? I was asking myself that question, and now I'm also asking myself the same question, because you know that productivity in Africa, agricultural productivity in Africa is really low. And to me, most of the things that I'm making, or the reasons why agricultural productivity in Africa is low, is because Africans have adopted other people's crops. Even right now, the discussant made examples of crops that are coming from somewhere else. The tobacco, the that are not African crops. They have been introduced to Africa. And somebody who is talking about our own crops. I'm always talking, even my students, I used to teach at Botswana University of Agriculture and Natural Resources, and I was emphasizing all the time, can we turn them into our cash crops? Can we turn them into our food crops? So it's not a question that I have, it's just a statement to Africa. Can we be talking about our own crops? Apart from maybe Bambara groundnut, which crop comes from Africa, and maybe sorghum. But a lot of all these crops that you're talking about from somewhere, the indigenous plants are not indigenous to getting GMOs and everything.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. We'll take the last question. Yes, I'm coming to her. The last question from you, madam, and then we'll turn back in 1 minute to the presenters.
And thank you very much, and thank you for the papers. I'm going to ask the question to the food cash crop paper. in your presentation, you say we are importing a lot of food. And indeed, you just need to go to African supermarkets and you find that 90% of the food, in looking at the food production in your paper, I don't know if you went that far, did you find out if all this food deficit is in all African nations, or there are some that have excess food beyond just allocating more land, that this food imbalance could drive trade between African nations and possibly be an opening to the African continental free trade area, if there are nations that can produce that food easily. Did you, and if there are sections of Africa that produce more, that could supply the other countries, such that we begin to drive trade between the countries? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam. I'll give the presenters 1 minute. I think a safer way for you is to say all points are noted. I'll reflect them, revise in my paper. I think it's much easier way to respond. So you can safely say all points are noted, and then we move on.
Hello. Okay. So we start by thank you for vacation and recommendation and suggestion, and it will be so you gave me and I will start by the last question about if the fact that if all countries are concerned by this deficit of food production and dependencies on food import. I can say yes, because it's not a part of this paper, but when I discovered this subject during my internship at OECD, I was working on intra-regional informal food trade. I was in charge to build an original database on informal intra-regional food trade in sub-Saharan African countries. And what I found is that food trade is low between sub-Saharan African countries because of problem of storage of food crops. Because if you want to export food from, for example, Ivory Coast to Ghana or in other countries, you need to have a technology to store the food crops in order to keep them fresh and herbal. And the problem is that food trade is mostly informal. So in my job at OECD, we tried to quantify informal food trade, and in order to put it in formal food trade to have a better a screen of intra-regional food trade in sub-Saharan Africa, and to give better policy. And so most of the countries are trading food informally between them, and for the product they export are generally raw materials and are destinating to export.
Sorry, Aaron, I'm going to stop you, if you don't mind. We need to close this session. I'll move on to I'm sure you can take all the questions bilaterally with those who raised the questions and then respond to them. I'll move on to Jean-Marc Kilolo, and can make a choice who responds.
I stop.
No, the two of you cannot respond. It has to be only one this time around.
I'll give it.
Thank you. So regarding Trevor's point on governance factor, I think the most important mechanism is through investor confidence. And an example would be Mozambique. There was a tuna bomb scandal that that was exposed that the government has issued some bonds to finance some so-called tuna projects, and then the proceeds was misappropriated, and then the investors found out, so they pull out from those bonds, and then Mozambique was their access to international market was stopped after that. So that's an example how investors lose confidence in the governance of Mozambique, and then close the access to international market. And I'm glad that you mentioned the confidence of the country itself, because when we talk about Eurobond issuance, there is a push factors from investors, and then there's a pull factor from the borrower, and there's their willingness to borrow, and there's their financing need to borrow. But for the willingness to borrow, we really cannot quantify it. So unfortunately, it cannot complain by data, because, for example, like Botswana, it has very good governance level, but it never borrowed through IMF, and it never issued Eurobonds. So there are a lot of factors that go into the policy making of borrowing. So in terms of how countries are confident with themselves, we really cannot quantify it. So that is something that we wish we could include in our research. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I can see.
Yes, that I have to be the real bad cop.
Yeah. Give us 1 minute so that it's not, we are not being partial. I will ask the last presenter 1 minute to respond, then we close the session. Just 1 minute.
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to respond to the question about inclusivity, and you mentioned that we didn't even consider people with disability. So what I can say is that our paper will look at carbon emission and financial development. At the same time, we also look at market stabilization, like through stock markets. So what I can say is that while working on this paper, we couldn't find data, available data on people with financial with disability. But I think that we can take it into consideration and also include in our work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank all of you for your engagement and participation in the session. Thank you very much. I hand over to you.
So now you will learn as economists the cost of delays. The cost of delays is that you will not have lunch now. You will have lunch after this session, for which this special lunch session, and it's just about learning how to fast during the session. So it will be about navigating uncertainty, strategies for building resilience in Africa, a session that we are very happy to co-organize with ODI. And then I'm calling on Dr. Dirk Willem Teweld, Director of the International Economic Development Group in ODI, to come on stage and to invite his panelists to join him. I'll be a very hard timekeeper. I'm very sorry to say it.
Well, thank you very much indeed. And I was wondering what your own strategy for food security was going to be. Whether it was going to go next door and get your food now immediately, so you're happy for the next maybe half a day. Of course, the risk of there might be of imported food, but I don't know. I shouldn't talk about that. Or whether you wanted to sort of stay here and attend this session, where you're going to learn about strategies to enhance, where you perhaps as a result of it could conquer the world for the rest of your life. Or perhaps you do a bit of both and do a bit of pragmatism and get your food coming in and out. I leave this up to you. So I'm honored to be able to moderate this session on navigating uncertainty, strategies for building resilience in Africa. And we are co-organizing this with a range of partners that you will hear from soon. You will hear from a range of knowledge products. But we're going to start with a keynote. Let me first introduce all the sort of keynote speakers and all. We're going to have a keynote address from the Honorable Minister, Dr. Monica Musanero Masanta. She's the Minister for Science, Technology and Innovation, Office of the President for the Republic of Uganda. Please have a seat. I'll also call to the podium already the panelists that will follow on from this. We'll have Professor Jane Mariari, who is a Professor of Economics at the University of Nairobi, and also the Executive Director of the Partnership for Economic Policy, PEP. Please, Jane, join the stage. We'll also have two bankers. First of all, Dr. Paknam George Yepka. He's the economist in the ECOWAS Bank for Investment and Development. George, please join the stage. And then finally, we'll have Colin Birmingham, who's a senior economist at the European Investment Bank. Strategies to enhance resilience. You will have heard a lot already in this conference, and I think we're creating knowledge on this, and that's also why ODI is here. We're happy to share knowledge, and we'll hear some of our engagement later on. But for this particular session, we have three knowledge products that will be presented later on through the panelists. But first of all, we're going to enjoy on the role of science and technology and innovation in building resilience for the African continent. And we will hear from the Honourable Minister on the example of Uganda. So over to you, Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much. I'm a scientist that has been included with economists. I would like to make this keynote to set the tone about the role of science and technology in innovation. And the first question is, why is it anytime there is a global challenge, the worry about negative effects is about Africa? Everything that comes, everybody will be saying, oh, we are worried about Africa, climate change, Africa, COVID, Africa, diseases, Africa, anything. It's why is it that everybody, and this affects Africa's mindset and how they are going to look at these issues. Now, just a few key terms that are commonly used or not commonly used. The first one is adaptation. This means to adjust and survive. The second term is actions, mitigation. It's covered by my picture there. It's mitigation, making sure that all the effects are not so strong. And then the last three are hardly ever mentioned in the context of Africa in terms of challenges or global challenges or local challenges. Thrive. How do we grow and develop and flourish? By overcoming challenges. For innovation, challenge is the raw material. Without challenges, there is no innovation. So I'm irrelevant as a minister if there are no challenges. We don't talk about harnessing, utilizing, controlling, or making sure that we can harness that ecosystem. And we focus on that ecosystem such that we are able to do better because of this challenge. And then talking about prosperity, how do we harness this challenge to create prosperity? We all know that many countries have jumped in prosperity post-mega crisis. And so it will depend on how we look at it. If we can look at challenges or uncertainty as a threat, and so we panic, we are defensive, we are frustrated, or we can look at it as an opportunity, such that we face it, we develop resilience, we develop determination, we become creative, and gain wisdom. And so this is a model that is still under development. What if we view the challenges this way? That our goal is prosperity amidst this storm and challenge. And so we'll look at the challenge, and the challenge, we will look at that challenge in terms of innovation, in terms of how do we innovate rather than how do people come to our aid? Because Africa always thinks, how do people come to our aid? What about if we said, how do we innovate? How do we utilize science, technology, and innovation to address this issue? I know that this may not be now, but in the past, there are nations that have freezing weather. And right now, when you go there, yes, you'll move in the cold, but they have innovations to protect themselves from that cold. When you go inside, it is warm, you're not going to freeze. They have innovations. But I don't think there's a nation from the north that has come and shipped tons of heat and sunshine from Africa to there. We have a lot of heat here in Botswana. Has anybody imported heat to solve their problem? No. They sat down, they developed air conditioners, they developed warm clothing, they developed heaters, they developed electric blankets, and that becomes part of their business ecosystem. It becomes part of the resilience, and they keep improving and improving, such that mitigation, we are looking at science, technology, and innovation to create mitigation. Adaptation, we are looking at science, technology developed to do this. We are looking at to thrive so that we have prosperity. And thus, we are looking at challenges to help us create a knowledge economy. A knowledge economy that the challenge leaves us at a higher level than where it found us. So we have resources. We have a lot of resources, natural resources. We have human beings here, and we have time, so they measure our GDP. But the difference between developed nations and underdeveloped nations is how do they use science, technology, and innovation to address, to harness these these resources. Ours are sold without science, technology, and innovation. And so the wealth, GDP per capita in any economy, will be measured on how you have applied, how has the human being applied that knowledge to harness these resources. If we haven't and we are selling them as raw materials, automatically we are going to remain poor. And now I want to share with you some of these are discoveries that we have made as science and technology in Uganda. We looked at why is it that Africa, full of resources, is still very vulnerable even to small epidemics. And we saw that there is a three-phase, generally, arbitrarily created. You can produce and sell raw materials that will generate at most 10% of the value in that raw material. And there's a category including these cash crops, you're exporting them as raw materials. And then most of the value is in the value addition, which is in the middle. And most of this doesn't take place on the continent. Over 95%, and this can be expanded and extended by generating more ideas and more knowledge. Somebody can produce chocolate, but I can produce other chocolate value-added products. And again, I can produce other value-added products to the chocolate value-added products. So you can expand this limitlessly based on the ideas that you people can generate, and through science, technology, and innovation, you are able to take it. And then there is the consumer economy, which is these two, this one and this one are predominant on the continent. The consumer economy gives you a feeling that, oh, digital transition, yes, we have digitally transitioned, but your 95% of the value which has gone into acquiring the digital transition has left the country. You didn't produce any technology for digital transition. You are just feeling that the time those computers start breaking down, you will have to get another loan to sustain them or to replenish them. So there is this and this awareness here. And when we look, why isn't Africa harnessing the part? So that drove us to one of our, to examine historically, where has the money moved in relation to Africa through industrial revolutions, where new science, technology, and innovation came? And where there is red, money left the continent, value left the continent. Where there is blue, there was a balance, And where there is green, that is where we have some net positive effect. And as you can see, it is red. And now we are ongoing IR4, Industrial Revolution 4, with a predominant green industrial revolution. If we do not change the approach, this is what is going to happen at the end. Value is still going to leave the continent because we are still not developing the technology. Remember, we're talking about an industrial revolution, but we are not developing the industries. So the question is why? Why is it that we don't have intelligent people on the continent? I've sat in this room and there is a lot of passion about the continent. Why have we failed? And somebody earlier asked a question about, I don't remember the session very well, I think it was about the informality, and said, why have you defined a bit how actually governments can go about this? And that's where the problem is. Africa is not short of good strategic ideas. The problem is how do you make them work? And so because how you make them work eventually comes from outside, and then they don't give us the results. Why? So this is a big summary of years of work. We discovered that education, this is pretty obvious, education sets the knowledge base and capacities in a nation. And this then becomes a platform for ideas and skills in a population. And those ideas and skills set the foundation for you to do what we call the STI journey, basically the middle section, the value addition section in the 3 economies. Those ideas help you to do that journey, and then you'll build the value-added products, and then you'll be able to build the economy. Now, we took time to study, this is for Uganda, we took time to study school curriculum from kindergarten, primary school, secondary school, and university. And we studied so far 3 sectors to see why doesn't Africa add value, why don't we make those decisions? Why don't we implement it despite the intention? We analyzed so far, completed 3 sectors. We mapped the curriculum in school to agriculture. And looking at agriculture, this is production of raw materials, this is value addition, and this is consumption. And 95% of our curriculum is in production of raw materials, from including PhDs, soil science, agriculture economics, everything. It's all in production of raw materials. Agriculture economics is talking about production, everything. We have PhDs in plant pathology, plant breeding, it's all in production of raw materials. Less than 1% is in value addition, especially to food. Food crops, you can find a bit of value addition, a bit, if they are cash crops. But food crops, no. And then the remaining is in consumption, but the consumption in agriculture is concentrated in training people, mostly how to process wheat. That's why most of your value and industrially produced products, food products on the continent are wheat products. Africa doesn't produce much wheat. We looked at education as a sector. And the moment a child enters kindergarten, they are given a pencil. The pencil is not made in the country. Never tell them how a pencil and a book is made. And so, almost 99% of the curriculum of the education system is about consumption. We looked at health. Health, we have very good doctors and very good people, and you find that all the health education is largely about consumption. We have very good consultants, surgeons and what, but nobody teaches them how to make a scalpel, or how to make catgut, or how to make the anesthetic they use. So they're very good. You go there, they teach you, but they do not make And so the more educated, the more enhancing of imported value-added goods. And so we call this a black box in Africa, a black box. The people, all of us, scientists, including you economists, unfortunately, all of you seated here, you are black boxed about value addition, about science, technology, and innovation. You are all black boxed. When we bring proposals to you think we are disorganizing the economy, you think we are dangerous, you think we are, nobody seems to understand us because they are black boxed about it. They're not bad, they're just black boxed. They're not even aware that they don't know.
Just, would you also like to finalize in about 2 or 3 minutes, if that's possible?
You want me to stop?
No, stop. No, we don't. We want to hear about the black box.
But
we also need to hear from your fellow Africans.
Let me finish. Some years ago, a gentleman called Solo, an economist, who was given an award, a science, technology, and innovation award, but was an economist. He studied the American economy and discovered that the factors of production, which we worry so much about, including capital, contribute only this much to national development and resilience. What has developed the American economy this much is technology and related innovations. And so I want to end by just mentioning about the pilot that we have developed in Uganda after this. And we're developing this so that we can change the view. We have put up, to develop engineering and engineering manufacturing in Uganda, we have put up this facility, very expensive, very extensive, to do engineering, to manufacture industrial technology, to make the country begin to manufacture things, because we shouldn't be importing everything. We believe that once we have this, when there is a disaster, it is easy for us to respond. And this is our biosciences park, and that's a deep tech in response to the continental threat and the green economy. We have put up a center of excellence to develop green tech. And Uganda has determined to be a net source of green technology and not a net importer. And to confirm that, this is our factory making electric vehicles. It's complete, and these are the buses. Today we launched a mass transit bus system in the country using these buses. And my last slide will be to show you a bit how this factory looks like. It doesn't have sound and it's less than a minute. So this is how it's a state-of-the-art facility. It's the biggest, most competent vehicle manufacturing facility on the continent. It's open and we are making all this. And would like to invite Africa to be part of it. What if a number of these countries now, we are still importing batteries. Which African country wants to make for me batteries so that I can trade between them? And so the difference, again, between those developed and not developed is how they have harnessed STI. And in conclusion, it is economy which will build resilience. Africa is vulnerable because we are weak, we are poor, we don't have technology to quickly respond to this. So if you want to know more about the Chiramoto's vehicle plant, the details are there. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. A big applause. And this was absolutely worth waiting for. There was something really beautiful inside the black box. So thank you so much for highlighting a sort of proactive approach to building resilience, which is to foster and enhance science and technology can become more widespread in other countries. Let's now go to the panelists, and perhaps we should start from an outside view, and then we move in. So we're going to hear from the European Investment Bank, Colin, around sort of your report on financing in Africa, and sort of what do you learn from your report in terms of building strategies for building resilience?
Thank you, and it was a great event. So, as mentioned, we've just published our Finance in Africa report, which is a deep dive into the financial sector in Africa. It's available on the EIB website. We analyze a lot of data, and we also survey banks in Africa ourselves. So we survey, we had about 50 banks in Africa responding this year, in sub-Saharan Africa. So if you hear me mentioning the survey, that's what I'm referring to. One thing that we saw in recent years was very, very large global shocks. One of the impacts of this was that financial conditions were very, very strained. And in the report, we have a financial conditions index and we saw that financial conditions continue to tighten into 2023. The situation improved somewhat in 2024. We saw sovereign bond deals coming down a little bit. Some countries began, like Côte d'Ivoire and Benin at the beginning of 2024. But borrowing costs remain higher than they did pre-pandemic. And even though there has been a little bit of a kind of a cyclical improvement in terms of financing conditions, the availability of credit remains a severe constraint to investment. So, for example, the share of bank credit was 56% of GDP in 2007, and it's after falling to 36% of GDP in 2022. So, bank lending to the private sector is not keeping pace with economic growth. That has implications for development and a half. The missing industrialization in Africa over the last 20 years, the fact that the share of industry in GDP has been static over 20 years, the things we've been hearing in terms of relatively low participation, excuse me, in regional value chains compared to other regions. And I think another sign of it is also if you look at the productive base of the economy, so the private capital elsewhere. But I think on the theme of resilience, the banking sector in Africa, I think, actually provides a great example of resilience, because against this background of huge macroeconomic volatility in the last couple of years, in contrast to that, we've seen a lot of stability actually in the banking sector. And I would point to four things very, very quickly. So first of all, the soundness of the system has been preserved. What I mean by that is if you look at capital ratios, they're typically well above regulatory minima in most countries. Secondly, in terms of non-performing loans, there was this big concern following the pandemic that we would get a spike in the rate of non-performing loans. Even after the withdrawal of regulatory forbearance measures, that hasn't happened. Non-performability of the banking sector has grown quite strongly over the last couple of years. Now, that is in large part linked to the fact that banks are lending more to government. They're holding more government debt, which is increasing the connection between the banking sector and the sovereign, which is it is a source of vulnerability for banks. But at least the profitability has allowed banks to improve capital ratios. And the rate of credit growth to the private sector has started to the fact that inflation is high, but at least in real terms, over the last couple of years, we haven't seen any kind of further backsliding in the rate, in the kind of credit at the rate of credit to GDP. So I think I'll leave my opening remarks there.
Importance of the banking sector for resilience. There's some improvement in the conditions, but still need to worry. Let's go to the next presenter. He will present in French, so you may want to, if you don't speak French, you want to take your headphones. Over to you, Dr. Yabka.
Merci, cher modérateur. Merci aux organisateurs de cette conférence. Merci d'avoir de la CEDEAO à cette importante conférence. La BIDC produit un document annuel appelé Perspectives de développement en Afrique.
I'd like to thank the organizers for having invited me to this major conference. Now, we are speaking to strengthening resilience. And in this document, we are reviewing the various shocks and looking at the resilience strategies that countries have adopted. Now, you all know that in the sub-region, I'm speaking about West Africa, but I could speak, facing climate shocks that affect agriculture, and the second kind of shock our economies are facing thanks to dependency to external supply, because everything that impacts external supply also impacts our economies, and this leads to, it actually forces our countries to face external shock and to face effects of external shock. Human capital in the sub-region, compared to other regions in the world, be it China or threats to our economies. And when I speak about challenges, another final challenge that our countries are facing is the security deficit. This has an impact on political stability. And let's note other challenges which our report, which is called the Prospects for Development in West Africa, tried to highlight. Now, when we look at resilience strategies, since our economies are facing climate shocks, we have to adopt agricultural practices that are more intelligent, action side, and also from agricultural financing side. So when I speak about more intelligent financing strategies, the ECOWAS investment development agricultural sector initiatives is working with the ECOWAS Commission to put in place what is known as the Regional Agriculture and Food Fund. This is a fund dedicated to looking at more intelligent ways of responding to climate. So the second resilience strategy was to put industrialization at the service of resilience in the agriculture and the services sector. Let me explain what I mean by that. In our African countries, what we observe these days is that the agricultural sector and the services sector are more informal in nature. And so at EBID, the ECOWAS Bank for Investment and Development, the fact that feed into the agricultural sector through agro-industry and also feed into, will also create other forms of more sustainable employment, more resilient employment, more better paid employment in the services sector. Because when we speak about our services sector, it's more export-oriented. When you look at services in our economies, when you look at trade, the produce, what our traders sell are more things that they are importing. And then, so what they do is they import and then they export in the sub-region. So this means that we have to do a societal tissue that is more resilient for the agricultural sector as well as for the services.
The third resilience strategy is having one around human development and capacity development. What are other regions doing better than we are? Madam Honorable Minister has spoken about technology. We need to draw lessons from science and technology so that we have a very solid industrial fabric. And then I'd like to conclude is that you cannot have production without electricity, be it in Guinea, Togo, or Mali. Economies are facing electricity challenges. For those living in these countries, you may not have electricity from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. Then you have power from 4 p.m. But industries have to operate, and every industry or factory has to operate. So we need to develop very solid strategies for energy production, not only for production, then also at the level of access to energy supply in the sub-region. So in sum, that is what I think the strategy covers. Thank you. Thank you very much.
So that's very important as well. It's also an important report that you can also download from the internet on the outlook in the ECOWAS region, and also the three-pronged approach that is highlighted around food production, agriculture, food production, and Honourable Minister. So thank you very much indeed. Let's now go to the final panelist, Professor Jane Mariara, and she will be discussing also a range of work that's been co-produced by a range of African think tanks, including the African Economic Research Consortium, and Victor Marinde is here, and the Economic Research Forum based in Kahira. But over to you, Jane.
Okay, thank you very much. As introduced, I'm Jane Mariara. I'm Executive Director of the Partnership for Economic Policy, PEP. PEP is an international NGO that is headquartered in Nairobi. That's where I sit. Thank you for having me here. Many thanks to UNDP, African Development Bank, for this opportunity, and also ODI for putting together this session. As the chair has said, I'll speak with ODI, AERC, DRF. It's been a 2-year program in 2 phases. The first phase, which was in 2023, funded by IDRC, and a second phase funded by IDRC at Global Affairs Canada, which we are now at the tail end completing. And so it means that I can't say much within the 5 days over the last 2 days, because I think a lot of issues have been spoken about, thinking about the shocks that we are referring to. I think there's been a discussion about the shocks from COVID, now the shocks from Russia-Ukraine war, and we know they are intertwined. So I'll try not to pick up what has already been said, but maybe just saying quickly that, sorry, allow me to say that I think the AERC researchers are actually in this room, the ones who are involved in this project. They couldn't get to present. One paper was to be presented yesterday afternoon by one paper researcher, but there was a problem in Zoom. He could hear and respond, but somehow he could not speak. Having said aspects, maybe one aspect is the core findings about the impact, then maybe the gender impact, and a few highlights on the policies. I think, as we know, with the Russia-Ukraine war, and we've heard a lot about that, all that we have done is to document using real-time data from the countries, especially Kenya found, is that the war has, of course, led to disruption of critical trade routes for essential goods, such as, therefore, this has increased global commodity prices. We know what has been happening over those 2 or more years in terms of food, fuel, fertilizers, to increase food insecurity. I know we've spoken in this room about how we need to try to be self-sufficient, not rely on outside, but really when the food is stored, we know that even where we think that we are very secure, we can go back to traditional foods. You find that we don't perhaps talk about it or think about it until this effect, there has been cases of food insecurity that are arising from the war that is happening in Russia and Ukraine. And we have documented evidence for Kenya and Europe and and Egypt. You'll be able to see much more of that on our website. Two, there has been tighter financial conditions. For instance, we've experienced surge in energy, Africa, but also Europe, and of course currency depreciation. I know people can say that, of course, the currency depreciation is because there is multiple global financial crisis, but really there has been effects from the Russia-Ukraine war. Again, we document that through modeling. And I know it's not yet, you could tell us what has been happening to variables such as inflation, currencies, maybe Ghana, Nigeria, Egypt, among other African continents. The national budgets and household finances. Another issue is actually making worse the already existing food vulnerabilities. I think I did allude to that among the very vulnerable populations in our continent. And finally, we can think about labor market scarring, particularly for women who, of course, are always affected more adversely by shocks because of the kind of jobs that they are involved in. Job process for the women, reduced economic activities, and other men compared to men. Just looking at that, actually disproportionate effects on women and vulnerable groups. What we find in these studies is that that effect is due to a number of factors. Of course, to start with, there are already existing gender inequalities, such as limited access to resources and economic opportunities among women compared to men, due to inflation, and again, limited access to credit, among other factors. Already mentioned that, and what the data shows is that women have less access to essential services, and this has heightened the risk of gender-based violence. Of course, due to the the power dynamics in within provide or to produce food for their households, irrespective of whether they have the means or not. And then there is the increased burden of unpaid care work in these countries as households struggle to cope with the crisis. And finally, of course, to women, especially those who are in the informal sector, informal businesses. We've talked about women being financially excluded, but this has actually worsened with the crisis. Just to conclude, in terms of the policies, there are a number of policies that we have. Again, we have documented, but maybe to mention very quickly the ones that we have not discussed here. One of the whole issue of strengthening the social safety nets for the vulnerable groups. And this goes beyond just providing, but we need to think about targeting, proper targeting in terms of the social safety nets, identification of the vulnerable group teams to ensure that they are gender responsive, and they also cater for the more vulnerable groups. We can think about policies that concern women economic empowerment. How economic empowerment of women, thinking from supporting the care economy, where we know that women in most cases cannot participate of care. And maybe finally, I would say that understanding women's economic position on the labor market and the impact channels, I think first we still need to do much more research so that then we do not inform policy from a point of maybe a point of where we do not have data. But the point is that we need to dig deeper, and then how can then we then deal with these impacts. So, Chair, I think there's a lot, but let me stop there because of time.
Thank you very so much. There's a lot there, but a very succinct summary of around 10 papers that are produced by country level around thinking about some African-wide studies, and highlighting the importance of also the impact on women, and also thinking about policy responses, so that policy responses need to be more inclusive, thinking about social safety nets. And one of the things that I've also learned from that work is that policy responses aren't gender neutral, they're often gender blind, but actually monetary policy, fiscal policies, either. So that's also important to thinking about it as well. Right, so we've heard now a number of strategies to enhance resilience to shocks, mainly external shocks, but of course there are a range of shocks that we've all heard about. So we heard from a number of pilots from the Honourable Minister to think proactively about science and technology and innovation. That's going to be very important. We heard on the importance of the finance sector. We'll probably hear more from Colin on that in a minute. But the importance of a stable financial sector to build up resilience. We've heard about the need for social safety nets and taking care of vulnerable groupings. So together we have some ingredients. So I would like to bring in the audience if there are some comments that you'd like to make, some questions that you have to the presenters, and then we can go back to the keynote presenter and also the panelists. So I already see some hands up, mainly at the back. So and there's one at the front. So let's go at the back and then at the front here. And please keep them succinct so we can have more questions. Sorry, was there a microphone going to the back?
Yeah, yes. Thanks, Derek. Really interesting discussion coming up. My name is working with a research center called Research Chair in Industrial Development. I think they're all hungry, so I'll try to be brief. So it's quite fascinating to know that we do have some ministries and departments on the continent trying to link STI to some of the basic challenges that we face. Is about linking STI to the challenges, because these things are happening every day on the continent, right? We are innovating and solving our basic problems literally every day. Without traditional medicines, COVID would have probably killed all of us. Without the informal economy on our continent. What I think the main issue is that we are not capturing and looking for the innovations that are solving our basic problems in places where they are occurring. If you take any national statistic, the STI indicators do not reflect our realities and do not capture the sources of the innovations that are happening on the continent. Right. And I think what we should be doing is trying to integrate some of this. We can then use them to solve the challenge, the bigger challenges that come up every day. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And then gentleman at the back, and then we go to the front.
Thank you. My name is Enoch Nyerekwa. I'm a Ugandan. I'll bring my question to the minister. The black box is usually referred to as the lazy intellectual or lack of intellectualism. And what you've, from your submission, I think the question is, how do we address this? Suppose point is, when we look at Uganda's export composition and import, we still see, from the export side, you're diversifying, yes, through a bit of industrial activity. But what we still see a lot of STI imports coming in to support the drive of industrial, have the substitution to ensure that these STI innovations are happening at country level. And very quickly to the EIB colleague, is Africa, in terms of financial penetration, is still quite low. And yet at the same level, we are seeing rising levels of non-performing loans. So what are we trying to do to de-risk the continent, particularly in terms of beyond the financial instruments, that interventions around incubators and other factors? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Lady at front here. You can go to get the microphone here.
Okay. Thank you so much, and thank you to the panel who are representing us as women. Minister, you spoke about a very important part, education. In terms of education or curriculum, why can't we do an industry specific a certain area? For instance, I'm from Durban in South Africa. That's where the harbor is. That's where the gateway of Africa is for imports. So for my province, it would be obviously logistics. You know, anything from road to sea to flight. Why can't we do that in terms of the whole, holistically for Africa? Okay. And another one. I've been listening to topic, the resilience of mental health. You know, what we're doing is that it's demanding in every industry. There's a lot of demand, and the lack of opportunities, the red tapes creates depression, and hence we have high GBV in our continent as a whole, and that creates instability. So it's important to look at the mental health resilience as well. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that exciting keynote, Honorable Minister, and also very exciting inputs from the discussants and panelists. I think mine will be to link three things. One is the opening welcoming address we had from the president of this country. He called us to be very frank, very critical on what we do and how we come up with new solutions to address Africa's problems. And then what the Honorable Minister has talked about in terms of how we have been educated, which seems from her paper, is not leading us to addressing those problems. So I want to throw a challenge to all of us as economists and elites in Africa. How do we start re-engineering and re-socializing our youths that we get to teach or mentor in order to think differently and be able to find solutions to Africa's problems? That is one question. And then the other question I have here is, Honorable Minister, in terms of how do we scale up this approach of talking, moving from talking to doing, which you are experimenting in Uganda, to become a continent-wide approach to addressing, using science and technology to address our issues.
Okay, thank you very much. Some very good points. Let's go back to the panelist aspect towards the end. So at the beginning, I think there was a question to you on Colin, and also perhaps one thing that you didn't highlight, I didn't have time for in your opening remarks, was the importance of fintech. I think because you have a very interesting statistics on the rise of fintech in Africa, and if you look at those statistics, we can see that fintech and digitally traded products and services are growing much faster in Africa than in other parts of the world. So there's a really booming sector. So we'll be interested also to hear a bit from you on that, as well as.
Yeah. So this, this issue of maybe not always harnessing innovation, I think fintech is a nice counterexample to that, where the fintech industry in Africa is a leader globally. It's also associated with a venture capital industry which is supporting it. And I think the link in terms of resilience for the, between digitalization, the link between digitalization and resilience is in terms of financial inclusion. So the share of adults with access to financial services. And we've seen very, very strong growth in the last 10 years in Africa in the share of people with access to financial services, and that's primarily coming through digital channels because access to traditional banking has grown more slowly. If I give you some statistics on that, for example, the share of adults with a mobile money account more or less tripled between 2014 and 2021. And also in our Finance in Africa report, we do a stock take of the fintech sector. We first did this stock take 4 years ago, and at that time there were 450 active fintech firms. When we did the stock take again this year, it had risen to 1,263. So very rapid growth in terms of the fintech sector, which is a good news story. Also, the banks themselves, of course, are becoming more digital. A very high share of banks are offering services digitally, and they are coming up with new models, like agency models, to expand their reach. And the upside of all of this is that the literature shows that if you have a economic shock, the people who have access to financial services are more resilient. They're more able to draw on savings. They're more able to lend to smooth out those economic shocks. So we've seen a lot of progress, but of course the journey will continue.
Thank you, George. Do you want to comment on some of the questions in 1 minute or so?
Thank you. J'aimerais apporter un commentaire à la deuxième préoccupation
like to make a comment regarding the Vice President of the African Development Bank concern. What can we do to make things move? Since I was a small boy in primary school to date, we are told that Africa is not yet industrialized. And in this room, we are all convinced that Africa is not yet industrialized. In the 1960s, African economies and Asian economies were on the same development pathway. But then today, they're ahead of us. Asia has beaten us. We need to ask ourselves hard questions. Do we really want industrialization? Because I cannot understand how today we have needs. Without external production, then things can't move. We don't even manufacture bulbs, simple things like bulbs. So what are we doing? We are funding projects. What kind of projects are we financing that makes us remain stagnated from generation to generation? Let's stop but thinking that there'll be technological transfer, because today the rest of the world sees Africa as a consumer. It's a consumer market. So we need to take hard decisions and say, okay, we need to start producing what we consume. And let's accept as well that emerging industries will produce goods that will be more expensive, but let's support them. Let's learn from our errors in production. Let's accept these errors, learn from them, and then support them. Tell them, okay, you could improve in this area, because development takes place over a long period. So to conclude, let's restructure our policies, our industrial policies. Let's have coordination of these policies. So that's what my contribution is. We need to support local industries and then accept the errors that they make, and then just support them irrespective of the price. Thank you. Thank you.
I think it's a very good challenge also the type of project we are funding. Jane, just 30 seconds, please, and then the Minister, because there are quite a lot of questions to the Minister.
Take a second pass just to agree with my sister that actually issues of mental health, but perhaps it was because of the focus of look at it from the point of women. All these crises tend to all ride on the woman's head, among others. But I think my concluding short would be that I think just the whole idea of rethinking macroeconomic policies to ensure that we can take care of women, because what is happening is that with all these shocks that we are talking about, they affect women. Vulnerable groups is one thing that we need to look at, including looking at the role of international cooperation, which I've not had time to talk about, but we've documented that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And let's now hear from the Minister on how we can create a mindset.
I'll try to be very brief. I'll start with a question of how do we scale up what we have started? Investment, and my being here is to try and convince you in the economics and the investment that the salvation and solution for Africa lies in STI. You are not going to develop this continent by recycling. First of all, most of these models which are being proffered to us, there is no evidence they have developed any country or continent. Asia had to break away and define their own development model. The things that, as my colleague here has said, that we started, Africa was not industrialized. We have now grown old. Africa is not industrialized. How can we keep recycling the same thing? So let us fund STI. Banks and financing agencies, you don't have products to support us. So we could scale up these things very, very fast. It is amazing. Most of the work I'm presenting here is 3 years old. And Chiran Motors is a very young factory, but because the government of Uganda has supported it, it has taken us 3 years to bring it to the market. It's the quickest that has ever happened because of the knowledge that exists now globally. Africa can fast track. We can literally leap forward if we can believe in STI. We have worked through what is in the black box. That black box is so intentionally created that it is amazing that even when you try to review the school curriculum by the same people, they'll produce more of the same. Luckily in Uganda, we have worked through the details now of what is missing. We have not yet finished, but that can inform. You cannot develop, you'll train people, then they will leave the continent because they have nowhere. Similarly to scaling, you can't scale people. And lastly, on the issue of the indigenous, and we are positioned Uganda as a pilot. that other countries can come, we have collaborate. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We will try to enlighten the black box in 30 minutes. So 30 minutes for lunch. At 3, we reconvene here for the fireside chat number 3. Thank you very much.
Recording stopped. Naona huko nje anaenda kumwangalia. Wacha Tana ametoka mbio akaenda kumwangalia, ndio mwambie akamwangalia kwa pili. So mimi naingia kwa hii conference na naweza kuchukua call kuna watu huwa makuja tu kama mmepungua. Niko home ndo niko kwa conference ya online.
Gentlemen, dear colleagues, friends, guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, after we paid the cost of delay, let's start with our fireside chat number 3, which will be on global financial architecture reform agenda, a focus on debt and tax. I'll be inviting our host, Professor Oliver Sasa, to come on the stage and to introduce the participants, the panelists. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I assume we've had a sumptuous lunch. We're back to a familiar topic that seems to cut across much of our deliberations: global financial architecture reform agenda. As you are aware, it has several facets. And for this session, we are looking at tax and debt governance architecture. I have 3 members, a powerful team that will help us discuss this issue and contextualize how it fits into the theme of this conference. I would like to firstly invite Professor Kevin Urama to come forward, who is the African Development Bank Vice President. Kevin, you're welcome. An old friend of mine. Next on the stage, I would like to invite Dr. Hanan Mosi. Second appearance, I think, this today. Who is the Deputy Executive Secretary and Chief Economist at UNECA. And lastly, I would like to invite Mrs. Mavis Owosu Giamufi, the CEO of Africa Center for Economic Transformation. As you are aware, and I think the context have been presented in earlier discussions, the world currently is facing multiple global shocks at different levels, which have ignited liquidity challenges in a number of our economies. These have included stressed economic growth levels, even those economies that showed significant progress. Liquidity crunch, and quite injurious to a number of
countries. You need to have a midway. You need to have a way to engage and maybe build on it, or you need to actually get support to build that infrastructure so you're able to participate. Otherwise, your exclusion is unfair. it's also depriving you from resources. And there are many other examples. For example, how do you track the ability to track activities of digital companies, that you're able to actually see how much of it, like by location, so that you're able to tax or able to have a valid argument. So these are some of the things that we need to have a very serious and constructive discussions on how we go forward. And this is the perfect platform to make it more inclusive.
Thank you very much. Before you put down your mic, when we look at the success of Africa, both in terms of its representation at the negotiation tables, and we're not making significant inroads in terms of having our voice heard and being able to actually score to levels where we want to see positive traction in terms of the existing architecture for Africa. Where do you see the challenges residing? Is it a capacity nature? Is it our institutional structures? Is it because the wrong people are negotiating, the wrong structures? We have the African Union, which we assume should actually perhaps get a more leadership role. Where really could be the challenge?
That's a really great question. I think part of the challenge is that we're really good in formulating our position in terms of what is best. However, when we go to the negotiating table, you never just get what is best. You need to know in negotiating what is, the second best, what is the red lines that this is a no negotiation, where you can make compromises. So we are really good and strong in terms of knowing what do we want, but we need to also know what are the parameters through which we can actually, negotiate positions that are still advantageous, okay? Not perfect, but advantageous and can move us forward. So I think we need to build the capacity of negotiators, and we need to support them with, cost and benefits and more detailed analysis. And this is actually something that, overall, in international platforms, this is one of the issues that, tends to be the issue, that we are not having that negotiation tactics and strategies to move forward. So really addressing that will help us not just in the international taxation, on issues on the G20 and others.
Professor Rahman, you come from the African Development Bank, and we do expect you to take leadership in ensuring that what is discussed and is in the best interest of Africa in terms of the architecture that has emerged. What did you see as your role, and how can we navigate around what seems to be some of the challenges that she has highlighted? African Development Bank, I sit on the board of Trade and Development Bank, and we seem to have roles, but somehow there is a feeling that we are not audible. What's your take?
Thank you very much. And it's a pleasure sitting on the same panel with you, and for you to be moderating this panel. For me, I think the role of the African Development Bank, the role of the African institutions generally, is centered around the point that Hanan raised, building the capacity not only of the African negotiators, but the African governments and institutions, understanding what is at stake and taking a unified position that is not easily swayed by individual national interests. So, and that is the area where the African Development Bank has been doing quite a lot of work through technical assistance programs that we have for countries, but also through a major initiative we started in 2021 we call Public Financial Management Academy for Africa. And that Public Financial Management Academy for Africa has identified anchor institutions in Africa that is working on, in the area of taxation. We are working with CABRI, we are working with ATAF, we are working with the national institutions for audits and other institutions around not only making the taxation system within Africa transparent and efficient, but also digitizing those systems so that it's easier to broaden the tax base and so on. But then working with the Africa Legal Support Facility, another institution that is supported by created by the African Development Bank, to help countries on the legal aspects for this. Because taxation is not just an economic question. There are tax laws involved that needs to be understood and clearly taken into account with regard to the negotiation that countries that we are making. Then the other thing I want to make is also for us in the room here as economists and science and technology and all the experts that are here. From the other side, if you think about these negotiations, countries don't come to negotiation table with diplomats. They come to negotiation table, a diplomat might be leading the delegation, but has a core team of experts that have actually looked at the pros and cons of every issue. The point that Hanan was raising was the first best option for us, was the second best option for us, was even the third best option for us, and where are the red lines for the country. And it's only the technical experts like you and I who should be able to provide that to our member countries. When you think about the African Union, for example, if you go to the economics division of the Africa Union Commission, the commissioner, Albert Muchanga, is supported by just a few staff. So that is why the African Development Bank has been pushing the idea of having some kind of a knowledge partnership for the African Union to support them with regard to clear analysis, drawing on all the expertise of Africans to be able to drive the African agenda, so that they're negotiating based on data, based on information, knowing what each negotiation term would mean for economic growth, what it will mean for jobs, what it will mean for revenue of the countries, and so on and so forth. So we're doing quite a lot, and we will continue to do quite a lot as African Development Bank. But my call is for us as African experts to also engage with our national ministries, our tax agencies, and our Pan-African institutions to identify what their areas of challenges are and where they need your intellectual firepower to support their negotiation capacity.
Thank you. Before I leave you, when you look at the global or international financial systems and the role of the IMF, the special drawing rights of the IMF, do you see prospects of transforming the current system to make it a little bit more palatable and responsive to the African continent's needs?
Thank you again for that important question. Hanan already hinted to this in the first fireside chat we had in the morning. The special drawing rights of the IMF, for me, is actually not properly allocated. It's more of a misallocation of global resources, I would call it, in the sense that the special drawing rights, the most recent one that came after COVID, was meant to support building resilience of countries because of the shock. But then we find that Africa, for example, received only 5% of that 650 billion in special drawing rights that was released, while countries who have fiscal capacity and also implemented a number of fiscal measures that mobilized over 17-point-something trillion in order to support countries, and Victor Murinde also talked about it in his panel, are the ones receiving the major chunk of it. So there's an inverse relationship with the need, the purpose for which the SDR was done, and the access to the SDRs. And that is why the African Development Bank Group, under the leadership of President Akinwumi Adesina, worked with the Inter-American Development Bank Group to look at options and models that can allow for rechanneling of the existing SDRs, not creating the new ones, but the existing SDRs that are sitting in central banks in different countries that don't actually need them because they have the fiscal capacity to be able to do their business without it, to be rechanneled through MDBs like the African Development Bank to to countries. And doing that will lead to a leveraging ratio of sometimes 4 to 8 times. So if 50 billion was rechanneled through the African Development Bank, for example, it will be on lending more than 200 billion or more, depending on the leveraging factor that will apply for that particular transaction. And that can be a very low-hanging fruit for really moving the scale of financing, which we complained in the morning that the scale of financing for the global financial architecture is too small to be able to reach scale. But the challenge is getting countries who now implement that decision. The IMF board has already taken on that, and I think about 20 billion has been put out for that rechanneling, but countries will still have to step up in terms of making their STLs available for that rechanneling. And for me, that's a very low-hanging fruit that we can have. But generally, since we're talking about global financial architecture, let's go back to what Hanan said in the morning about the quota system and reforming how the transfer of resources from the global financial institutions happen, because from whichever way you cut the dice, you will find that it is inversely related with need. Whether it be climate resilience and climate finance, you find an inverse relationship. SDRs and the exposure to the risk for which it was established, you find an inverse relationship. I don't think that's what it should be. And that is why the call for reforms is growing louder and louder, both from Africa, but also from everywhere else. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Mavis, let's pick it from where Prof stopped. What is emerging is that there is inequity in the global financial system, where you discover that Africa, and developing countries generally, but for us, Africa, receives a very minute share of the quotas. If you relate this to populations, Africa presently boasts of 1.4 billion citizens combined. Our quota is almost equivalent to that of Germany, which has only 83 million people. What is your take about this? And if we have to negotiate, where do we start from? Of course, bearing in mind one aspect that sometimes when you make these comparisons, we look at Africa as if it's one country. They are different countries. So while we can combine the populations and make these comparisons, one has to be mindful of the diversity of our economies, which need to be factored in when it comes to the discussion that probably we'll have to undertake out there. What's your take?
Hello? Yeah, okay. So thank you. I think this morning, those of you who were here heard Hanan talk about the fact that we talk about the quota system as a voice for Africa, but it's more than a voice for Africa. It's also about the resources that the IMF allocates to us. Unfortunately, the quota system is not based on population. It's based on size of economies, okay? And so the reason we lose out is because of the size of our economies. And so the point that was made earlier on, both by Hanan and Kevin, was that we should rethink how the quotas are allocated. But let's work on the assumption that we can't rethink it overnight, and it's going to be, we're going to have to work hard for it. There are two issues that we are finding on our side. So work that Development Reimagined started, that we are now following up with them as ASSET, has highlighted two things that we need more work on. And I'd really like to pick on the point that Kevin made around who is doing the analysis to support countries. So the first issue we have is in conversations that we've had with the US and with China, neither of them are against a revisiting of the quota system for Africa. Nobody's against it. The problem is, if US says yes to reopening the debate on the quota system, they also have to recognize the change in the size of the Chinese economy. So China will have to get more. And some European countries will also lose out. So the shifts in the global economy means that Africa is caught within this really weird geopolitical space where nobody thinks more quotas to us is a risk to them, but nobody is willing to push the agenda because the global north, global minority, whatever we're calling them now, will lose out. So how can we do analysis and advocate to push this agenda? That's number one. Now let's work in the perfect world and say Africa is allocated more quotas. And this is where we start to have a problem. What is Africa? It's a continent of 54 countries. So if we are allocated additional quotas, okay, actually under the current framework, South Africa will benefit, Nigeria will benefit, Morocco will benefit. How, and yet we are sitting here that the quotas should benefit the countries most in need. Under the current model, it's not going to go to the countries most in need. So where is the analysis that we are doing as Africa to think through how we will work on a reallocation of quotas if our numbers are increased? And how do we make the case? Again, the analysis, the capacity, the intellect, how do we make the case when we go to negotiate at the global financial architecture? So those are the two things that I think we need to work through.
Thank you. Organizers, how are we doing with time? We are moving on to the 7 minutes. Okay, thank you. Let's look at the debt architecture, Dr. Mosi. We are seeing challenges at this level too, where there are increasing calls for global change in terms of the global debt architecture. G20, for example, the common framework. We've seen challenges. Zambia, where I come from, I think is a test case. The front runner attempting, seeing how it works. We saw a number of challenges. It took much longer than we anticipated in terms of reaching a resolution. Mind you, we have different categories of those that borrow. We're talking about the multilaterals, the bilaterals, and the Eurobond holders, which took much, much longer. The conditions that were associated with that also caused a bit of problems. But perhaps as you respond, comparability of treatment became an issue. So we are seeing issues pertaining to whether or not the current debt architecture sits well with Africa and whether it's geared to sort of answer the sort of questions we want to see.
Sure, but perhaps just let me kind of refer to something that was raised both by Kevin and Mavis on the reform of the quota formula. And this is actually part of the work that has been done within that ministerial high-level working group in global financial architecture. We have a report that actually proposes, among many things, the reform of the formula to include exposure. So it's not just your size of the economy, financial strength, but exposure, so that it allows this issue of the need to be featured. And we'll be happy to share the link for that work. Back to the issue of debt. I think currently we are, the African countries, 40% of them are either in debt distress or high risk of debt distress. And more worryingly, 60% of them currently pay interest that is more in their interest payments to service their debt than they actually pay for health or invest in health. And all of them pay more on interest payments than on climate action. So we seriously have issues here. In terms of what needs to be done, of course, very clearly, as all of us have been saying, we need an overhaul of the debt resolution mechanism, which is currently what we have is the G20 common framework. for that system to be efficient, timely, transparent, that countries are not waiting for 2 years or more to just get resolution, that they are actually, they have debt suspension of debt service upon application, and that the framework includes also middle-income countries. Many of them are getting increasingly exposed to debt vulnerabilities. To have integrated framework to address what you were talking about earlier, an integrated framework to include the private sector in the process so that we don't get these protracted negotiation. You finish the official, then you go do the private sector, then this raises concerns of the official one, so you have to go back, and the process drags. We need to have a system by which we can actually have an integrated approach so that we don't go in these circles, and we need to establish comparability of treatment. That's really important, and have a more bold use of existing IMF policies on lending into arrears, so that you don't, it reduces the leverage of holdout creditors. All this is very important, the framework, but then there are things that you need to also advance, the debt clauses, that this universally done in contracts or have the option for them. You need to look into the reform of the debt sustainability analysis. You have institutions like the IMF that if it's just a liquidity issue, you should not, they should be there to support you if it's not a solvency issue. Yet the system, how it's done, it evaluates liquidity. It's not really looking into and then bridging, in that case. So these are the type of things that we would need, and then we need to diversify, and very important point, diversify funding resources. And just to give you an example, for Egypt, they had recently done a samurai bond issuance and a panda bond issuance with guarantees from the African Development Bank and from the Africa Finance Corporation. And the interest rate on the samurai bond was 1.5%, on the panda was 3%, compare that to 8% on Euro bonds. So we need to really tap different sources and utilize more the key schemes and tapping on African institutions.
Thank you. We have only a minute, and let me allow for questions, only 2, otherwise the organizers will put me in trouble. I can see he's already threatening me. The lady in front here, and a gentleman, probably the gentleman over here. We can only take 2. You can start. The lady in front. Only the lady.
Thank you. I'm Nancy from the South African Institute of International Affairs. My question is Dr. Mosi around international tax cooperation. So given the context that some OECD countries have been opposed or are against the prospect of a UN tax convention, and also given the historical precedent of threats of trade sanctions, for instance, like by the Trump administration in response to measures like digital services tax, how can African countries and developing countries in general navigate the risks of those retaliations while also advocating for fairer tax rules? And then the second part of the question is, what role, if any, can South Africa's G presidency play in sort of fostering dialogue around these issues and preventing these unilateral actions and advocating for multilateral solutions?
Thank you. That's for, yes, the last one. I'm so sorry. We have to wait.
Yes, my name is Victor Chen.
Please be brief.
I'm from Uganda. I'll be brief. My question is in line with the current geopolitics. We see we put infrastructure in place and the next day war starts, we bomb them all down. This is a scenario that is global. It's also possible in Africa. So the fact that political stability would be economic guarantor for the continent, what are we doing as a bank towards political stability of the continent?
So that's targeted towards who? Any. Okay. Dr. Mosi.
Thank you. That's, that's so, I mean, negotiations are never easy. I think that the key thing is to build alliances. So for us, first of all, to have a united common front. That's critical. And you can see that in all the things where we have achieved progress, it's thanks to us coming together and having a common position. So that needs to remain. And on top of that, we need to build on it to bring allies from the global south and even from the north in some of these issues. And through this type of engagement and negotiation, we can build sufficient common ground to advance, even if not everyone is agreeing. So that will be really critical. It's not going to be easy because there will be always geopolitics. Unfortunately, we are living in an era where there is a rise in protectionism and a retrenchment in multilateralism. And only through working together we can, reverse that or, fight back, not to have, deterioration in all the achievements we have reached in multilateralism.
Kevin, your take.
Okay, very quickly. I just want also to underline a fact that Africa doesn't have a debt crisis. I hear a lot of discussions as if Africa is unique in having the sustainability challenges. So what Africa has, in my view, is a debt productivity crisis or challenge, not a debt crisis. Because debt for growth is a good thing. So we need to keep that in mind. And then also the issue about quota and size of economy, a challenge to economists to think about how we measure the wealth of nations and the quality of that measurement. We have just done a study, which we launched a report on, measuring the wealth of Africa. And we find that by just including the value ecosystem services coming from natural capital, wealth of African countries can increase tremendously. And many other countries are already doing that. But it requires analysis, it requires capacity, it requires support to our national systems of accounts to gain the capability of including natural capital in their systems of national accounts. That can help improve that quota system and headroom that we have. What the African Development Bank is doing in terms of political stability, from where I sit as a chief economist, I see political stability as a product of economic stability. And so building macroeconomic frameworks for countries and ensuring that countries are growing better and having a more stable macroeconomic policy environment is part of what we do. But as a bank, we don't engage in politics. Thank you.
Thank you. I think the message that's emerging, I'm winding up now, just the last speaker, to be a minute. What is emerging is that Africa is not a poor continent. It's the people that are poor. That distinction is important. Mavis, would you like a minute? Less.
Very, very quickly. The point on tax and the South Africa G20. Look, at the last G20, Africa signed up to the wealth tax. We now need to form alliances and allegiances across the G20 to either get progress on IFF or get progress on other global tax issues. This is the time we need to do it. So it's not something that we just leave for G20. And it takes me to my final point, which is we have one way to go today. We have a seat at the table. So we either all work together as regional organizations, as governments, as think tanks, as civil society, to ensure that seat at the G20 works in our favor, or we don't. And I don't think there is any other way. We can't keep just looking at government. I'm looking at ministry over there. We can't keep pointing fingers at regional institutions. We can't keep pointing fingers at think tanks. It's something we all have to do together. What I'm not hearing from the sessions is how we do it together.
Thank you very much. I think, Mavis, you have summarized so well. I would like to thank the panel for very productive responses. Thank you.
Yes. A round of applause for that. To wake up a bit. So now we will be moving to our next session, the research sessions 4 on resilience under stress in developing countries. And I will be calling Mr. Etienne de Souza, senior economist in Botswana, UNDP Botswana, who will be moderating this session. I'll let you call your panelist.
Thank you, Elaji. I think I don't need to introduce anything anymore. We are late. So I will call the research presenters. Mr. Florent Kanga Bonge. Mr. Florent Kanga Bonge, can you come, please? Mr. Fabrice Ewolo Bitoto. Fabrice Ewolo Bitoto. Mr. Charles Pilag. And then Mr. Widraogo Karim. And finally, Anol Musungu. Please take a seat, please. We will have 5 research papers. The presentation will be in English and then in French. They are allowed to make their presentation in French if they want. And then after each presentation, we will have a discussant who will provide the feedback on the research papers. So to go very quickly, I will request Mr. Florent Kanga to come for his presentation. Florent, vous le faites en français ou en anglais? En français. Vous pouvez passer ici, s'il vous plaît.
J'attends la présentation, mais je commence.
Vous pouvez commencer, si déjà pas introduit la présentation, le temps qu'il vous l'envoie.
D'accord.
You may just introduce the presentation before it is being projected. Thank you very much.
Mesdames et messieurs,
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, first and foremost,
j'aimerais dire merci aux organisateurs.
Allow me to appreciate the organizers of this event.
C'est un honneur pour moi de présenter
I have the singular honor to present this study titled
les mises en la capacité de résilience. Notre étude
challenged the resilience of financial market. Our study combines several statistical tools, among which the theory of extreme conditional values and the copula theory in order to modulate the returns of financial market, to analyze the structures of such markets and the value risk of capitals based on various norms. This study assesses 7 African financial markets. These are the Women, Nigerian, Egyptian, Moroccan, and Kenyan, South African, and Botswana markets. The ultimate goal of this study is to establish the GALWA, the additional value generated by the crisis. For literature review, we are working against the backdrop of financial contagion. With regards to the model, we're using the GASH type model. Subsequent studies use multivariates of the GASH type model. Others combine the GASH model with the theory of extreme values or the theory of copula. The extreme value theory is an advanced method that allows for the assessment of extreme measures, whereas the copula theory models the dependence of those markets. Our research combines all these techniques. In the literature, some are using one or two, but as part of this study, we are trying to combine the GASH model, the theory of extreme values, and the copula theory. With regards to the methodology, there are 4 main steps. First, modeling volatility. The idea is that for every financial market, that is for the 7 financial markets that I mentioned, and 2 international markets represented by the K40 and the Nasdaq index, for every market, we started by establishing a model, AMA-GJ Cash, because we're trying to capture the asymmetric volatility. So we are building an AMA-GJ Cash model, and afterwards we are looking at the mistakes, we are standardizing them, and we are modeling them through the distribution of extreme values. We are using extreme values through the POT technique. Use a POT method in order to model distribution, the distribution of those standardized residuals. We do that across all African markets, African, European, and American. Following that, we try to establish a link between those various markets. The idea here is to determine how to assess a risk for African markets, taking into account the information from other markets, because we understand that European and American markets react swiftly based on available information, whether it be in terms of the volatility of raw materials or any other risk factors, whether it be a crisis or other. Those markets will react swiftly. We strive to connect those European and American markets to African markets through the copula theory. Afterwards, we attempt to simulate standardized residuals that will help us to assess the risks of every market. Such an approach is significantly, extensively used in the actuarial literature.
Donc, je disais que cette approche est beaucoup utilisée dans la littérature actuarielle pour pouvoir évaluer en fait
literature. It is used to assess dependence in terms of insurance. What do we observe here? When we are conducting all these approaches, we assess the economic capital, which is a tool, and banks are required to use that through internal methods to assess their risk capital. So this gives us a practical approach to assess such a capital. Later on, we introduced the notion, the concept of resilience. Resilience is not very recurrent in the study. We hinge on the fact that a resilient market will generate less risk capital. Based on that assumption, we were able to determine the resilience values of every market, and we tried to classify them. We observed that markets like those of Morocco and Egyptians proved the most resilient during COVID. Unfortunately, the WAMO market proved to be less resilient than any other African market, African financial market. That said, this result is only valid as far as it's about COVID-19, because I carried out the same study with regards to the Ukrainian crisis, and the results were different. So this categorization for resilience is only valid with regards to COVID-19. The 6 markets proved resilient, including Botswana's market, but WAMO's market was the least resilient. It doesn't mean that it wasn't resilient, it was just less resilient. With regards to the policy implications, we suggest that the diversified products and coverage. This is interesting because this will help deepen markets and stabilize them. Secondly, we observed that markets with a local investor base proved more resilient compared to other markets like those of the WAMO, which operate without a significant local investors base. These accounts for the classification or the ranking of WAMO. Hence, then we need to increase our local investor base. That recommendation,
c'est en fait de créer des fonds de stabilisation.
Creating stabilization funds in the goal to guarantee the liquidity and stability of markets during crisis. Thank you very much.
Now I will, if you allow me, I think the discussion will be online. Colleague, can you connect the discussion, please?
Hello.
Hello.
You can hear me?
Yeah, Benson.
All right. Thank you very much. Distinguished guests, excellencies, participants, I'm Benson Kimani from UNDP Kenya Country Office, and I'll be your discussant on Mr. Flore Kanga's paper. So very quickly, I would like to thank Mr. Flore for this very complex paper. The paper is well structured with a logical flow and focuses on the resilience of African financial markets in light of COVID-19 as influenced by economic resilience, levels of financial integration, and contribution of local investors. So structural changes like poverty and inequalities and commodity dependence exacerbates the impact of the pandemic, according to his paper. The paper has focused very well on 80% of Africa's market capitalization, focusing on 6 countries and 1 regional rec, that is Morocco, Egypt, Kenya, Nigeria, South Africa, Botswana, and the West African Economic and Monetary Union. And the good thing, it has compared them with international benchmarks that ensures the study offers a balanced perspective on resilience. It has also employed a comprehensive methodology using advanced tools which have strengthened the framework. So this multidisciplinary approach strengthens the reliability of its findings. The suggestions of market diversification, strengthening local investor base, and creating stabilization funds well aligns with the observed historical challenges of the African financial markets. But just some few limitations to Mr. Kanga's paper. We observe that although the paper identifies structural weaknesses, such as shallow markets and limited diversification, this complex quantitative analytics overshadows the qualitative discussion of very critical issues on social, economic, political, and cultural factors that affect the markets. Market confidence, market sentiments, which are also very important in the financial markets. So also the recommendations have some challenge on implementation, which diminishes the practical capability and utility by policymakers, because you might find that the paper is a bit complex with technical jargon, which, while good for scholarly rigor, makes it less accessible to some of the policy makers and practitioners, especially many who might be unfamiliar with the very advanced statistical methods employed here. So some key policy issues arising from here: market resilience and structural challenges. Though the study emphasizing diversification here of the financial products and the other instruments, a lack of diversified investment options will continue to limit the market. And here we can benefit from examples like in Kenya, the Nairobi Securities Exchange has introduced some innovative products like the exchange traded funds, ETFs, and real estate investment trusts, just to broaden the investment options and enhance market stability, especially during crisis. Then the issue of local versus foreign investors, the over-reliance on foreign investors, especially during time of volatility. Here we can benefit from Nigeria's Pension Fund Act reforms that have challenged significant domestic savings into the Nigerian Stock Exchange, and thus contributing in whatever way to reducing the dependence on the volatile foreign capital support to stabilize the market. Thirdly, regulatory framework and risk management. Here we are looking at the possibility of using market correction tools such as stabilization funds, financial buffers, whether they can come from the exchequers or also come from some of these public funds, of course, in an agreed systematic way, so that they can be used to pump liquidity into the markets in times of crisis like during the COVID-19. And here the South African Unemployment Insurance and the Public Investment Corporation have provided some good examples. Enhancing financial integration.
Sorry, colleague, can you quickly conclude?
Yes, I'm just 2 minutes, I'm almost done. So here we are looking at greater regional international financial integration. And here we are looking at the possibility of expanding, looking at this with regard to the African Free Continental Trade Area. So finally, on addressing structural changes, issues like poverty, like has been alluded in an earlier conversation, inequality and community dependence must be addressed through structural reforms that strengthen the financial market resilience. So in conclusion, the paper assesses market risk through measures that have been earmarked. And while the West African Monetary Union was less resilient compared to Morocco, Egypt, and Kenya, we see the critical role of economic resilience, financial integration, and local investor contribution in stabilizing the market. Thank you. I will end there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, dear colleague. I think I would like to invite the next presenter, Mr. Fabrice Ewolo Bitoto. He will be presenting his research on natural resources wealth and conflict vulnerability in Africa. Are the global agenda profitable? This is question mark. So over to you. You have 5 minutes. Yeah. Tu peux commencer la présentation.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Fabrice Ewolo Bitoto, a PhD candidate from University of Chang. Given in line with the inclusive spirit of my PowerPoint, I will present in French. Alors, le sujet que nous présentons ce jour met en relation la rente des ressources naturelles.
Highlights the profitability of the connection between conflict and natural resources. Our presentation will touch on 4 points. We'll have an introduction, a methodology, we'll have results, and of course, there will be a conclusion. Introduction. Rising conflicts remain a major concern due to its negative impact on the economy and human life. Globally, conflicts are no longer scaling up or expanding rapidly and has some impact, and that has some impact on economic development. Some economists, like Thomas Malthus, have pointed out that the scarcity of natural resources spark conflicts. According to a World Bank report, armed conflicts can stunt growth by about 30 years. As you can see on this graph, Africa is the region which leads the global trend in terms of conflict. This is due to the socio-political crisis, post-electoral conflicts or crisis, as well as events such as the Arab Spring, past events. Recent data show that in 2022, several countries facing conflicts in Africa have recorded at least one conflict. And this may be due to disputes or the unequal distribution of natural wealth across the territories. Indeed, Africa is the region with the greatest share of natural resources, whether they be forest resources or oil resources. The continent is endowed with the greatest reserve of platinum, that's 60%, about 57%, and the most significant aluminum reserve, 45% of the globe's total. The objective is twofold. First, we will re-examine the impact of natural resource dependence on the outbreak of conflicts in Africa. We will also examine the moderating role that development programs can play in this regard. We will look into the Sustainable Development Goals, Agenda 2063, Agenda 2030. This paper provides 3 contributions to the research. First, it is a pioneer in Africa examining the moderating role of development programs in the relationship between natural resource and conflicts. Secondly, the choice of the study is due to that despite our wealth, our countries lag behind in terms of development indicators. Finally, this study aims to improve the understanding of the nexus between natural resource exploitation and vulnerability in order to develop effective strategies and enhance governance. With regards to the methodology, we used data from 40 countries covering the period between 1996 and 2022. Our data stemmed from 2 sources, the World Bank and the Uppsala Conflict Data Program. program, we use the fractional logistic regression due to the nature of our dependence. For identification, we first treated initial conditions by using the method and also a dynamic model with instrumental variables. There are several results. First, indeed, there is a positive link between natural resource dependence and the outbreak of conflicts. This was demonstrated by Sash and Warner and even Collier in his work in 2004. This can be accounted by the fact that some African countries, because of their over-reliance, do not significantly diversify their economy and as such are exposed to exogenous shocks, and these can impact the economy and create internal conflicts. There is also a problem relating to the way we capture our exploitation of resources.
À la longue, fait naître des guerres civiles. En étudiant le rôle modérateur ou alors
or governments, looking at the moderating role of development programs or agendas, we have two results. We noted that against the backdrop of over-reliance on natural resources,
n'a pas eu d'un effet de, en fait, a augmenté augmente les risques de conflit, mais
there is a higher risk of conflict. But with regards to the recent development agendas, Agenda 2030 and Agenda 2063, the main culprit may be the fact that Millennium Development Goals focused more on poverty reduction and did not really factor in such dimensions as governance, peace and security, or conflict prevention, unlike the recent development agendas. Moreover, SDGs place greater emphasis on environmental sustainability and also have targets touching directly on natural resources, which can help circumvent crisis. Even Agenda 2063, albeit recent, aligns with that. In terms of recommendations, first,
in this regard, we would actually make some ownership efforts as shown per the documents, and also it is crucial for African economies to diversify their economies through investments in other industries and sectors in order to prevent shocks and prevent also domestic or internal crises. And we also suggest that governance and transparency be strengthened within states in order to avoid conflicts and crises that will be related to this type of windfall. Thank you.
My brother Tony now to discuss the paper. Tony, you have 3 minutes. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. I read this paper with a lot of interest, very, very strong interest, so much that yesterday I got tempted to contact the author, and we had very good conversation on some of my comments. So that's the temptation I had. And this morning, actually, I was reflecting on additional comments to give for today, and I started scratching my head, but I eventually came up with 2. So most of the details will be in my report in the interest of time. And I think he has already addressed some of them, listening to some of the conversations he gave. With interest, first of all, for 3 reasons. First of all, the authors have effectively integrated a wide range of literature, and which has actually provided a very strong foundation for the analysis. If you take some time to look at that literature, it's quite extensive. And this has actually enabled the author to situate this research very well within the ongoing debates in areas of conflicts, development, and natural resource governance in Africa. Secondly, Fabrice calls this paper one of the papers within the pioneering category, And I really want to agree with him because they are actually making a very, very bold, a bit scary, but very, very bold attempt to integrate development programs by proxying them with the 2030, with the global and regional agendas, the MDGs, the SDGs, and Agenda 2063. And if you agree with me, I think this is one of the very few papers to do this. And if we finally agree on whether the approach was actually right, I think it will actually provide one of the very, very early attempts to understand the interplay between the agendas and as well as conflict, not only within Africa and quite a number of other areas where conflict exists. And then thirdly, I got interested in this paper because of the several policy questions it may actually be in position to stimulate for discussion. Maybe just to mention two of them, it could actually help us to understand further how governance structures can be strengthened to manage these resources equitably. And then secondly, of course, the issue about development programs, how we can be able to better align or tailor them to the specific needs of countries that are resource rich. But now, just to mention my two main areas, actually I really want to discuss further with the researchers to improve this paper as we try to advance it. First of all, to begin with, the paper appears to restrict itself the analysis of conflicts on, of course, the World Bank classification of conflict, where they are talking about a conflict if it has at least 25 combat events, combat deaths within a year. And I think that one seems to be quite restrictive. You have an advantage of using a CLADE data set, which is extremely, extremely rich, that you could be in position to navigate more areas on conflict, even including those that are quite detrimental, but have fewer events of death. I went through the ACLADE data set. I actually realized there are quite a number of definitions there. They are talking about battles, which include violent interactions between two politically organized groups. And when you go into that data, some of these battles do not have death. And at the end of the year, you actually may be in position to find 10. But would you call that conflict? Yes, I think you'd regard that as conflict. I went further and looked at another event where they call it explosions or violent or remote violence, one-sided events which involve asymmetric violence, some of which may not involve serious death. But these are conflicts and they're actual signals of the conflict dynamics in the future. Also having violence against civilians, we also have riots. Some of them have death, some of them people are tortured, they actually don't die, but they're actually conflicts. So you have an opportunity to try to expand this analysis to make sure that this conflict is actually looked at in a wider array of analysis, which will actually help us to be in position to understand conflicts in a wider scale. Then the second one that I will conclude on is regarding the construction of the variables on development program. When I looked at the variables you have for MDG, SDGs, and the 2030 and the 2063 agenda, I think you came up with a dummy variable 1, 0. I think the biggest question you're actually going to have here is how you come up with a 0. I think we have the 2030 agenda, we have the 2063 agenda, and I think if you agree with me, almost all these countries in some way are actually implementing these agendas. So I think you may need to interrogate a bit more to understand how we're able to construct these variables better. And if at all we do not agree very well on this, I think you may need to get back to look at the analysis as well as the conclusions, which I may not be in position to give at this point. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you, Tony, for this comment to our researcher. I think I would like to invite the next presenter, who is Mr. Pilag. He will be doing a presentation on the complexity of technological innovation and economic resilience. What should policymakers know about? Pilag, over to you. You have 5 minutes. Go straight to the result.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, everyone. I will apologize because all my English has been used to write the paper. And the remaining is just to say that I will follow my presentation in French.
Vas-y, tu n'as pas à t'excuser. Le français est une langue aussi.
Go ahead. No need to apologize. French is a language also. Well, our study deals with the complexity of technological innovations and economic resilience in sub-Saharan Africa. What should policymakers retain as a lesson learned? There are two major facts. How does
Deux faits majeurs
two major facts
motivent cette étude.
were actually the incentive for conducting this study? First, you have the level of resilience in African countries. The facts do demonstrate that most resilient, or rather vulnerable, countries in the world are located in Africa, and particularly in the sub-Saharan region. This vulnerability was aggravated in recent years because of many external crises, such as COVID-19, the pandemic, armed conflicts and strife on the continent. One may also make mention of natural disasters that do represent factors of aggravation of vulnerability and resilience of such African countries. And also, in effect, consequences could affect the education of young girls, the vulnerability or energy poverty, as well as many other aspects. And also the level of or the ability of African countries to adopt technological innovation. Facts do demonstrate that during recent years, African countries have started to shift their development model to a model that is very intensive in terms of human capital and technological innovation. The 2023 Global Innovation Index has actually ranked 7 sub-Saharan countries among the 100 most innovative countries in the world. The UNIDO report does show that throughout the period between 2012 and 2019, their share of production using technological innovation has moved from 4% to 4.3%. And this also applies to low-tech goods or products, which have shifted from 26.6% to 31.9% over the same period. We can also note that the speed at which these innovative technologies were adopted in Africa, notably artificial intelligence and social media, the most recent reports show that 63% of the African population owns an Android mobile telephone, whereas 37% of the population has an internet connection. Therefore, such facts would lead one to wonder on the capacity of innovative technology to contribute to resilience, economic resilience, which would be of interest to policy makers and academia. True, there is abundant literature with regard to the effect of technological innovation on the growth outcome. However, at the same time, one can say actually that this temperature is so fragmented between various empirical and theoretical assumptions and prospects that it would be very difficult to increase the knowledge base that would help decision makers make this linkage with economic growth. And also, the literature is not conclusive, as it would deal actually with the effect of technological innovation on growth outcomes. And therefore, the main goal is to examine the effect of innovation, technological innovation, on economic resilience in Africa, underscoring those channels thanks to which innovative technologies can have an impact on economic resilience. So through the such literature, we were able actually to build two assumptions. The first one is entrepreneurship represents the channel through which technological innovation will impact on economic resilience. And we've also built another assumption through which international trade represents a channel through which technological innovation would influence economic resilience in Africa. And the last is that one assumes that a better management of natural resources, the income generated by natural resources, could also be a channel through which technological innovation will impact on resilience in Africa. This is how we built our theoretical model. You have the three assumptions. And these assumptions are addressed using the partial square method over a period that extends between 1990 to 2023. I should report that the choice of this timeline and the number of countries depended on the availability of data. Now, in terms of results, we have obtained two main results. The first does show that there is a direct effect that is negative on economic resilience. It is true that it is a counterintuitive result. However, it may be justified by the fact that the current level of technological innovation in African countries still does not enable those to make an effective contribution to economic vulnerability and resilience. Therefore, these results improve when you look at a long-term effect that would be actually a positive and significant effect in terms of technological innovation on economic resilience. Other results pertain to the analysis of transmission channels through which innovative technologies would impact on economic resilience. We can see that the three assumptions were validated using the partial square method, which is a structural approach. And we can see that you can have an economic influence through entrepreneurship, a dynamic, motivated, directed, well-directed, inclusive, and productive entrepreneurship. Because in reality, within our societies, an entrepreneur is considered as a pariah. It's only when you have tried everything and failed that you would turn to entrepreneurship. And therefore, we have to underscore the role of this directed, motivated, earnest entrepreneurship and its results. And therefore, you can see that technological innovation can have an impact on economic resilience by promoting international trade. But this is not a case of trade between Cameroon and China, but an intra-African trade based on the optimization of agricultural supply chains in order to better direct what we found upstream. And therefore, this shows that the growth of technological innovation may impact economic resilience thanks to a better management of natural resources. And also the involvement of political or policymakers. This would be actually the impact on infrastructure in a resilient and innovative way so as to enable entrepreneurship to fully deploy. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is a summary of our study, and I thank you so very much for your kind attention. Thank you for making this presentation.
For his feedback on the paper. Over to you, Francis. You have 2 minutes.
Merci beaucoup, merci Pilag pour nous avoir éclairci sur cette question.
Thank you so very much, Pilag, on shedding light on the connection between technological innovation and resilience. I believe that the topic is quite current, and it does actually touch on technological innovation that is at the heart of all narrative for progress nowadays. However, you do get some empirical evidence on how such technological innovation has had an impact on economic growth and resilience in sub-Saharan countries, where most countries are vulnerable. And I believe that the article was very well penned, and the innovation as shown by the article is such that the author proposes a more comprehensive framework that examines issues related to innovation and access to financing and technical skills. And the article also identifies those channels of influence over resilience, such as entrepreneurship, international trade, and natural resources. So according to policy implications, what is it that decision makers need to be aware of? At least this brings you to 3 important questions, which were raised by the various connections exposed by the author. So therefore, the first question that was raised, how is it that sub-Saharan African governments can create an environment that would favor and promote innovation and research, all the while finding solutions to the scarcity of funding and access to such, particularly when you raised the point related to such connections. The second point is the role of entrepreneurship. To what extent should entrepreneurship be used as a bridge or to build a channel to benefit from technological innovation? And this is very important and was raised by the author. Therefore, the third question that I would like to raise is that of natural resources and what strategy could be implemented to effectively use the relationship between technological innovation and natural resources in order to strengthen resilience in sub-Saharan Africa. These are the 3 points I wanted to raise. With regard to improving this paper, let me focus on 2 or 3 points. Otherwise, my observations will be shared directly with the author. Now, in terms of the methodology and the measure of technological innovation, since this is a synthetic measure, and therefore the paper would be better off by providing a more detailed explanation on the architecture of this index and how to interpret it. And we do not know really how is it that you weighed out those various elements so as to better understand. The same remark applies to measuring resilience. Now, with regard to building up this index and also considering how innovation can provide for important policy implications. What one is led to is to understand that in institutional capacity and policy framework, as well as the commitment of parties to promote governance and its relationship and how can it impact on the resilience of countries with regard to the adoption of such technological innovations. And a more technical issue is that you've properly conducted the assessment of this structural model. And what I could understand is that you could not actually link the various endogenous aspects of this model, but you have used a predictive model that will strengthen your outcomes.
Et enfin, un autre dernier point que je voulais soulever, c'est la question en fait de variation régionale. Parce qu'en fait, c'est que la
The last item is regional variation. Technological dissemination is not always linear, and therefore the context would vary from one country to the next and one region to the next. And therefore this paper could use a consideration to be given to those variations, either national or regional, in terms of policies. I thank you again and congratulations. Thank you so very much, Francis, on such interesting comments on this paper, as well as on the improvements you did identify.
Mr. Ouedraogo, for his presentation related to the industrial resilience in Africa, the role of global value chain amidst uncertainty.
Okay. Speaker says you may go ahead in French.
Okay. So thank you, Mr. De Souza. Hi, everyone. My name is Ouedraogo Fio from Burkina Faso. I'm a PhD candidate in economics from University of Burgundy in France. I wrote this paper during my internship at ECA in macro division. As we can see, my slides are in English, but I will be presenting in French. Yeah. Okay. So, mon papier s'intitule La résilience industrielle en Afrique.
The paper is titled Industrial Resilience in Africa, the Role of Global Value Chains Amidst Uncertainty.
Pourquoi nous avons décidé de faire cette étude?
Why have we decided to conduct this study? I should say that the integration of African countries in value chains, regional or otherwise, have turned into a strategic booster for economic growth and productivity. Recently, we've noted the emergence of uncertainty, political shocks, as you may see on this chart, which describes the evolution of the World Uncertainty Index. And you can see that in 2019, during the pandemic, the index had reached very high levels, as you can see in terms of the tension that had existed between the United States of America and the PRC. So this impacts both the economy and industrialization. Against this background, we've decided to conduct this study and analyze initially the effect of being part or the effect of global value chains on industrial performance, as well as the impact of industrialization on the economies within this framework of uncertainty. What is our contributions? We have focused on SDG 9 as described therefore, which is important to for AFDB, UNECA, and UNDP. This is one of the first studies that uses the Industrial Performance Competitiveness Index of the as per the UN standards, and therefore we've suggested actually some improvements to improve our industrial performance. With regard to data, the methodology used, I can say that data stems from different sources, chiefly from international bodies. As I said, I talked about the UNIDO, which represents the capacity of a country to produce and export manufactured goods. With regard to the index of participation to global value chains, it is the level of participation of a country to global value chains. And also, Ahir and Al had actually created another index in 2022. The period of the study extends from 1995 to 2020, whereby it pertained to 34 African countries, which we did not have a comprehensive data. Let's go back to data. I believe that these charts will give way to intense debates, but we can see that you have the level of performance of a number of countries during the period of the study, followed by Tunisia, Morocco, and Gambia did not have a better performance during the course of this year. Now, in terms of the participation to global value chains, you have South Africa, followed by Algeria, and Congo, we have no data for. Now, for this study, we did use this equation using the instrumental variable method to measure the participation to value chains, because we had issues pertaining to the endogenous nature of such. And we've reached the conclusion whereby participation to global value chains improves the industrial performance of various countries. Now, when we take into account the uncertainty variable, one realizes that when in uncertainty, it reduces this performance, but we have rather a negative effect. Now, to attest to the soundness of this study, we've conducted analyses on the effect of participation to GVCs or global value chains that are measured through the capacity of a country to develop industrially and the impact of such, as well as structural change. And we've analyzed also the effect on industrial performance through the Economic Uncertainty Index,
industrielle à travers une autre méthode qui permet de régler le problème d'endogénéité, c'est-à-dire la méthode GMM. Qu'est-ce que nous pouvons retenir de
What can we retain from this?
La conclusion, c'est que
The conclusion
l'effet de la participation aux chaînes de valeur
is
mondiale est
that
positif sur
the impact of our participation is positive, but in terms of uncertainty, this is quite limited.
il serait nécessaire d'implémenter
In regards to policies, it will be good to implement macroeconomic stability policies to limit volatility. This will be targeting inflation if possible. We can encourage diversification. It's imperative for African countries.
avoir des mesures incitatives.
We can also have
Que ce soit des subventions au niveau technologique, c'est vraiment important.
incentives for our technology and industrial sectors. We can invest on infrastructure, limit barriers to enable the various industries to trade and enhance regional integration and the development of value chains. For avenues for future research, we can look into the various sectors to see the impact of uncertainty on the various sectors. I think this will be critical. We could also develop, if possible, an index of participation to regional value chains. I thank you for your kind attention. Thank you very much.
I would like to invite Michael for the feedback on the paper. Michael, you have 2 minutes. I have a Laji who is looking at me like, go ahead, 2 minutes.
All right. Thank you for the presentation. I'm going to share with you detailed comments later, but allow me to make 3 key points. I think from a conceptualization perspective, we view uncertainty from the global perspective, but there's also uncertainty at the regional level, country level, subnational level, and most of these tend to interact and feed into each other. My second point is that uncertainty is also a concept that is linked with political economic factors, which I think could also be addressed. And third, it's also important to sort of highlight some of the resilience strategies that countries can adopt in order to weather the uncertainty shocks. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. I would like now to invite Mr. Musungu for his presentation on temperature, land property rights, and misallocation in Africa's agriculture, the evidence from Tanzania. Yeah, just. Okay. Yeah. Sorry? You have 5 minutes. Eh?
I'll try. Okay. So my name is Arnold Musungu Lumumba. I'm from Kenya, and I will be presenting in English. So I'm a PhD candidate at the University of Bonn, and I'll be presenting my paper, part of my PhD, on temperature, land property rights, and misallocation in Africa's agriculture, using evidence from Tanzania. So how does climate shocks impact resource misallocation in Africa's agriculture sector? In this talk, I'll attempt to answer this question using Tanzania as a case study. And before this, I'll first show you descriptively that misallocation is salient in Africa's agriculture sector, particularly in Tanzania. And then I'll show you empirically how temperature shocks are driving this misallocation, or how temperature shocks can induce misallocation in a perfect economy. And then I'll try to link this to property rights for possible policy solutions. I draw motivation of this study from 2 major crises that are happening in Africa. First is productivity declines that in the last 10 years, or in the past decade, the region has been experiencing at least 3.5% declines in productivity, which are partly attributed to misallocation in the region, and that are amplified by frictions in both land, credit, and labor markets. At the same time, the region is also experiencing climate crisis, with temperature increases projected to exceed the global mean. There are 2 channels in which temperature shocks can influence agricultural productivity. One is the obvious one that we know through the direct effects on crop health or animal health. And second is the indirect channel, which is less obvious, or where temperature shocks affect or induce frictions within factor markets, thus affecting productivity. Addressing this overlapping crisis requires policies that target both channels, yet we know little about the indirect channel. In this paper, We'll study how temperature shocks affect misallocation in Tanzania, in agricultural sector in Tanzania, and attempt to answer how land property rights can help. I will leverage on two main data sources, the microdata from LSMS ESA, and secondly, weather data from sheets and chips, but I'll mostly be focusing on temperature shocks, which I classify into four main bins, which are consistent with the temperature distribution in Tanzania. I'll then compute percentage share of days within each temperature bin to study the effects of temperature shocks on misallocation. But first, we have to establish if misallocation is indeed a problem or if misallocation is salient in Tanzania. So to do this, we want an economy to allocate resources across farmers relative to their ability, which ideally is a permanent total factor productivity for every farm household. So first, compute permanent total factor productivity. And then secondly, want to compare the actual use of inputs that you observe in data compared to counterfactual efficient allocations. And then secondly, I compute three main measures of distortion that are common in literature. And these are marginal products of factors used in production and the aggregate measure of misallocation or distortion, which is total factor productivity of revenue. So the economic theory provides that under efficient allocation, we expect marginal products of factors of production and the total factor productivity of revenue to be equalized across farms. Therefore, any deviations from this are informative of implicit distortions and therefore misallocation. Therefore, taking this theory to data, I first try to answer if misallocation is present. So in this graph, I show you the relationship between our household farming ability and input usage. The blue line is what I observe in the data, and the red dotted line is what we expect to observe. We can see that resources are actually not allocated to the most productive farmers in this economy. Secondly, I graphically show you that using the blue line that indeed marginal products of land and capital are not equalized across farms. We expect the red dotted line, but instead that is not the trend we are seeing. Lastly, we also see that the measure of aggregate distortion is also not equalized across farm households, therefore informative of misallocation present. Now, how do temperatures then drive this misallocation? To answer this question, I estimate this fixed effects panel regression that exploits spatial and temporal variation in temperature days within the growing season to estimate the effects of temperatures on misallocation. Onto my results, focusing on temperature above 30 degrees, which I consider as hot days, I find that 1% increase in temperatures above 30 degrees leads to about 3% increase in aggregate misallocation, which can be explained by 3% increase in land misallocation and about 4.1% increase in capital misallocation. So just to put these results in perspective, it means that a 15% increase in growing season hot days will lead to a 42% increase in misallocation. This is indeed substantial because it implies that you are losing about a third of your productive capacity because of inefficient resource allocation. But then, assuming that there's a perfect economy where resources are allocated efficiently, then can temperature distort this equilibrium? To do this, I do a counterfactual analysis, and I find that indeed temperature shocks move households away from efficient allocations. Next, I explore the role of land property rights, or if land property rights can correct for this problem. I leverage on information in the data that kind of measures property rights at both household level and communal level, and I measure property rights in 5 ways: if a plot was acquired or a land was acquired free of charge, if it is a title deed, and if households have right to leave this land fallow or use at collateral, and then if it's located within a village that has certificate village of land certificate. Focusing on what I have encircled in red, and also focusing only on temperature above 30 degrees, I find that secure property rights to land can indeed reduce misallocation. So that means that a 1% increase in hot days in presence of secure property rights to land can reduce misallocation by about 0.6%. But this effect is actually driven by the effects of secure property rights on land misallocation. Just thinking about these results is important because Tanzania is a country where communal land ownership is the most common form of land rights. But we see from the previous results that land property rights at communal level does not offer households, protects households from misallocation. So what is really happening behind this? I hypothesize that land ownership rights are a means to land use rights. And then I test whether if having a certificate allows households to sell or leave their land fallow vis-a-vis if they're located in a village with land certificate holding other things constant. And we find that the relationship is not existing when land is holding other factors constant when land is in a community with certificate. Therefore, to conclude and wrap up everything, I link temperature to misallocation in agriculture, and I find that at least 15% increase in hot days leads to 42% increase in misallocation. I unfortunately find that communal rights are insufficient to kind of protect households for climate resilience. And implications for policy is that we need a balance of private rights with communal systems, and we need land reforms to guarantee tenure security at individual level. And then this can be implemented through subsidizing land titling programs and strengthening credit markets. Thank you.
Fantastic, very interesting paper, which is talking also to Botswana. I would like now to invite my dear colleague, Bambuloya, to provide his feedback on the paper. Having in mind,
half a minute?
5 minutes.
Oh, thank you. Okay. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, colleagues. And I'd like to congratulate Mosungu on this very interesting paper indeed. When I read this paper, I realized that it actually responds to so many questions that we have about productivity, land administration in most of the countries. And Tanzania being a rural economy, of course, the land rights are held by the families. And ability for this land to be productive depends on mainly how these families can be able to utilize land. And I was also impressed by this paper because it shows the relationship between governance, local governance, climate change, as well as productivity. We complain about non-productivity of our economies, but at the same time, when we look at the spread of policy, the policy is mainly at the central level, and as you go deeper down to the local level, there isn't really a maintenance of or upholding of policy at that level. So the question is, what can be done such that the requirements or regulations that are held by the local governments actually reflect what could be the policy stance? The paper persists that the method of acquisition or ownership of the land informs how it may be used or what investments may be made. That is the difference between the customary and the private ownership, which, as he concluded his presentation, the speaker indicated that where you have stronger land rights, you actually see least misallocations. But where you're seeing more fluid, that is a family holding of land, you're seeing more of an inclination to transfer the land or the misallocation or misuse of the resources. And this could actually be one of the arguments that may be utilized to see how transformation or structural transformation may be affected at that level. I believe also that this paper could actually be improved because looking at land on its own may not necessarily explain the overall transmission channels on climate effects. Once the productivity or once there's uncertainty about how much productivity is going to have to be from the land, this would actually impact on how much the landowners may be able to negotiate or otherwise. The paper accounts specifically for the marginal productivities of labor, revenue, and others, and utilizes this to explain the differences in the level of production. But at the end of the day, in terms of what could actually influence from the temperature increase, what could actually influence policy changes, especially with those that hold the resources. We look at the capital. What would be the influence in terms of access to finance for the smallholder farmers, issues around insurance and all that. This is not included because this would be some of the transmission channels in terms of the allocation, the misallocation. The paper also indicates that land holding, particularly with women's ownership, there is more likelihood of misallocation. I think it is an interesting assertion, but also it is an assertion that also talks to some of the customary issues that we have around women's rights at the community levels. I realize that there is also more that the researcher has made in terms of recommendations, which were a bit limited in the paper that we reviewed. And I would like to just recommend that perhaps in those recommendations, you should elaborate a little further on how the productivity gains from the two factors, the land and the three factors, land, labor, and technologies can be utilized, because if we are to build resilience, one of the things that could be responsive to that is the utilization of technologies. So if this is not factored into our model, then it means that how we account for the idiosyncrasies that emerge from the climate change, that is limited. But otherwise, I believe this is quite a relevant paper and can be utilized to inform policy. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like now to take 4 questions from the floor. 1, 2, 3, and 4. I'm starting over there. Yeah.
Thank you. My question goes to my brother from Kenya. Your discussant has just talked about the issue of gender inequalities, which increases the likelihood of misallocation. So I'm wondering whether your paper could not be improved if, for example, you looked at moderating factors for the climate shocks. In Uganda, in my previous work with other people, for example, we found that while climate shock has a huge impact on the likelihood of a household being multidimensional energy poor, that impact is much moderated if a person lives in a household where you have higher levels of empowerment, especially where both the husband and the wife, or the woman and man in that household are more empowered. So I'm wondering whether if you included, for example, an index of empowerment, whether that would not moderate the effect of that temperature increase on the misallocation, and therefore getting a better policy recommendation in terms of how you can address gender imbalances with respect to misallocation. Thank you.
Thank you. The mic, please, to the Prof.
Thank you. My question relates to a presentation on, is it conflicts and natural resources? I was just wondering whether you shouldn't have been bringing in the component on the unprecedented use of STI in the military industry. You know, when we have all these tools that facilitate the conflicts, don't they encourage more conflicts or more intense conflicts than if we were just using our sticks and stones as we did in the past? The other thing is, I was also wondering, because most of these conflicts, if you are talking about Africa, we depend on natural resources, but the conflicts usually involve an external party from a developed part of the world that are not necessarily directly relying on natural resources. So I wonder whether your paper should take into consideration those two factors. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Mike there.
Thank you. My question is to Dr. Muzungu on Tanzania's agricultural research. So I have 2 points. One is about the mechanism for temperature to affect misallocation. So I don't understand the geography of Tanzania, but I can speak from Ethiopia. The place with higher temperature, they are usually lower altitude. And it's very different for those places from of higher temperature and lower temperature in terms of geography. So I wonder there might be some other factors correlate with both temperature and misallocation. So if you can offer some explanation about mechanism, that would be great. And second, when I look at the misallocation chart you provide, it seems that there is a strong correlation between the size of your land and the marginal productivity of labor or capital. It seems like bigger farmers, they have higher marginal productivity. That's why I understood. So maybe you can explain why that's the case, and does that mean we should consolidate lands in order to improve productivity?
Thank you. Is it you? Oh, go ahead, please.
Yes. Thanks, and excellent papers. I have two. My question are for the first one on GARSH, using GARSH models to model the volatilities, which I found very excellent, by the way. Now, I think, again, the way forward, one of your recommendations is to see how those markets can diversify in terms of the financial product for risk management. So can you maybe, as a follow-up to the study, is it possible that you review some of those existing and see what is applicable in the continent? Because some of the products, I don't think they can be used. The global valuation one, my brother from Burkina Faso, excellent as well, because I think a lot of studies, research are using export data, but you are able to use here those participation using trade and value added data. Now, in your conclusion, you came up with, suggestion toward the AFCFTA regional value chain. But can you capture in your current models if those countries that are a bit better diversified toward intra-African market, if the effects will be the same or not on those, then it will be linked better to your recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Komi. I would like, the last question, please.
Moi c'est Aristide Mabali du Tchad. Félicitations pour la
Aristide Mabali from Chad. I wish to congratulate you for those insightful presentations. However, I have a comment first on the paper on natural resources, vulnerabilities, and conflicts in Africa. I understand that in the literature, most of the literature distinguish between the various types of natural resources. It is not the same for oil resources as for forest resources. It may be interesting to disaggregate those. Another comment on the adoption of development agendas. I don't know, I didn't read the articles. What is the proxies used with regards to those variables? It may be of interest to consider the UNDP report, which takes into account data on the level of implementation, for instance, of SDGs. It may be useful to use that because the data are disaggregated based on countries. Second article on technology and resilience. You had a negative impact or negative result regarding the adoption of technology. You account for that by the fact that the adoption of technology is limited in African countries. Can you not go further to see the threshold of adoption so that there be a positive correlation between technological adoption or development and economic development? Thank you very much, dear colleague. Your comments had been already covered one way or another by the discussions in order to enhance the variable created, that will reflect the international commitments that were left out. I wish to give the floor now to the researchers.
If some of you have a feedback to the questions, you want to start? Go ahead, please. You can come here if you think that this mic is not on.
So 3 questions were directed to me. Do I have to answer all of them? Do I have time?
I don't have time.
Okay, so I'm going to answer one, then the rest I can pick up after the session. There was a question about how do I consider empowerment, if these results change in considering empowerment. First, I do not control for empowerment because I assume it's fixed across households, and therefore household fixed effects kind of absorbs that. But in my empirical analysis, which I do not show here, where I do heterogeneous effects, I find that misallocation is indeed higher where households are headed by women or where women are the main decision makers. And as my discussant alluded to, this also goes down to cultural, the culture within our societies. So the recommendations I make kind of also talk to empowerment in one way or another. So like if we ensure secure property rights, especially where women are the main decision makers, this will go a long way in empowering those households to kind of alleviate this misallocation. Or if we can have financial inclusion policies that target women, then this can as well reduce the effects that you observe in in households where females are the main decision makers on their farms. The other 2 questions, I'll pick the person who asked, and we can continue from there.
Thank you. Mr. Ouedraogo, over to you.
Okay, thank you. So I totally agree with you, Mr. Komi. It's still a work in progress, so I will try to include what you suggest, and maybe we can discuss after to improve the paper. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Theo. I would like to thank the researchers for the presentation as well as the discussant for the feedback. I think it was very interesting to go through those research and which will really inform policy makers in our African countries. Over Mr. MC. Round of applause to my presenters.
A round of applause for the panelists, not for the moderator, because he did not save our time, the moderator. I have to say it because we have 3 sessions left for the day. I hope you have still the energy, and seeing that you have the energy. And I see that some of the papers were very good. I know them because I have reviewed many of them, and I know, yeah. So now we are having the plenary session 6 on harnessing sovereign credit ratings power for Africa's economic transformation. I'm calling on Dr. Zuzana Szydrowski, Director of Macroeconomic Finance and Governance Division at ECA, to come on the stage to call on her panelist. I'm afraid to ask that I will be the very, very, very bad cop on the timekeeping. Yes. Okay. Thank you.
So good afternoon, and many thanks for still being with us. It's been a long day. So we are now going to have a session where we look at sovereign ratings and slightly from different angle than yesterday, or actually from completely different angle than yesterday. And the issue here is how can sovereign ratings be utilized as a tool for for structural transformation, for transforming Africa, and for development and sustainable development. And first, I will ask my colleague, Sonia Essombaje, who is a chief of Finance and Domestic Resource Mobilization section in our Macroeconomics division, to come on the podium, please. Let's give her applause. Sonia will give us presentation, but we will also ask the other panelists. So can I please ask Dr. Mishek Mutize, lead expert, Country Support Rating Agency, African Union, to join us. And let's give him a round of applause. Then we also have Ms. Tatiana Lysenko, who is a lead economist in emerging markets, Finance for Development Lab in Paris, and also former S&P staff. Let's give her applause to welcome. And then we also have with us here in person Mr. Markus Kurisch, CEO of Africa Practice, whom it's a consulting firm looking, supporting investors and development partners. Mr. Markus, are you with us or are you online? I think it should be in person. Okay, so it's on. So I think online we have Dr. Daniel Cash, reader in law, Asian Aston Law School, Aston University, and he's with us virtually. So let's welcome him as well. And I believe we also have Mr. Mahesh Koteshal, who is the president and founder of Structured Credit International Corporation, who we also established, and he has extensive experience as advisor to various credit rating entities, and he also was leading sovereign credit rating in S&P for sovereigns, but also for multinational and structured finance. So
Hello.
Let's welcome. Yes, hello. And then now we also finally have with us, thank you for joining us, Mr. Markus Kurisch, CEO of Africa Practice, consulting firm he established about 20 years ago, and serving investors and development partners across the continent, and he will share his perspective as well. So just a very brief introduction to the session and how we are complementing what we were talking about yesterday. So in general, credit rating is kind of not a favorite or a very favorite topic of policymakers and many other entities in Africa, and not for the right reason. Basically, credit ratings are low, and they are one of the causes why borrowing costs of African countries are so high, and that also causes liquidity challenges. But we want to put a little bit more positive spin on it. So if we look at recent IMF outlook for Africa, other than North Africa, we know that overall growth is relatively low, about 4%, which of course is low for Africa, but there are two diverging paths. And in particular, there is many African countries are among the top 20 fastest growing in the world, so that remains. And then also for resource-rich countries, and especially fuel exporters, they are currently struggling because of the commodity price shock. And then when we look at rating, it's not recent. So of course, rating has worsened with global shocks after COVID and other polycrisis shocks, but they were actually declining following the commodity price shock in 2015, 2016. And that was the beginning of gradual or sometimes abrupt decline of Africa's rating. Now we finally see turnaround. So there were quite a few. So the most positive development is South Africa. About 2 weeks ago, S&P put positive outlook, which could be a signal that in the future, South Africa will be upgraded. And there's also some positive expectations from other rating agencies. Another example from Moody's, there was an upgrade to BA2 from BA3 in 2024. There was also upgrade of Tanzania to B1 from B2. There was an upgrade of Cape Verde by Fitch from B- to B, and that's it's not even exhaustive. And there is also upgrade of Benin from B+ to BB- by Standard & Poor's. So also different views of different rating agencies. So we should really utilize this positive momentum and harness it for development. And with that, I will ask Sonia to do her presentation, please.
Thank you, Susanna, and good afternoon, everyone. I'm sorry I cannot hear you. Good afternoon. Thank you, thank you. So, can we have the presentation, please? So it's going to be a very short one, and this is basically to set the scene. Okay, so my presentation has 3 parts. One, understanding ratings. So when you look at sovereign credit ratings, there are basically, I would say, 3 main factors that credit rating agencies will consider. Institutional factors, and basically they measure elements of political and economic governance. Structural factors, and it relates to the structure of the country's economy. And economic factors, basically they measure the country's fiscal situation and external position. However, there are key variables with significant weighting when we talk about credit rating. For instance, governance scores and institutional factors, the history of sovereign debt default and restructuring, debt to GDP, debt service to revenue, debt service to GDP, net foreign assets, etc. So if we look at how African countries have evolved until now, you will see that most of our ratings are either highly speculative or extremely speculative. So it matches with rating between single B or triple C. So you can see the main drivers for such, bad rating or poor rating. One, high level of debt, fiscal deficits, external financing pressures, weak external liquidity, economic vulnerability, high borrowing cost. So this is just to show over, a comprehensive sample of countries, the proportion of debt to our GDP. I know that Prof. Rama will today say that it's not really about the amount of debt, it's also how productive is the debt and how we use it. So here I want to focus on Eurobond debt to GDP. And basically I've highlighted 3 countries, those that defaulted on their debt. So my question is, why are we in trouble? I think we are in trouble, and first and foremost, because we are always looking for quick win, easy and external solutions to internal issues. And this is what is represented here. If you look at Zambia and Ethiopia, they don't have high level of debt, nevertheless they defaulted. And one reason might be the increase in foreign currency risk, refinancing related risk. Now, second part of my presentation, improving ratings. What can we do better? So one, strategies for improving economic diversification. I think we have discussed this over the past 2 days, and probably after this session, we have another one on AFCFTA. Diversifying the economy will create a buffer against shocks. 2, fiscal responsibility. So here you have basically a graph that shows, on average, what is the fiscal balance as a percentage of GDP for African countries. And I would say that the majority of countries are between -9 to 1.7% to GDP. So budgetary discipline and effective debt management strategies can reduce the risk of default. So now, 3, enhancing, we cannot see it, but it's basically enhancing governance and also institutional framework. You have here, the World Bank governance indicators for 2023, and you can see in blue, this is Africa. We are basically below average on all the criteria. The fourth strategy is really to develop financial markets. So again, I think so far what I see is basically a continent that has been, handing over its house to its neighbor. I don't think this is sustainable. So we need to develop our financial markets so that we can have alternative source of funding and ideally borrowing from our countries because we still have untapped pocket of funding. And finally, the last part of my presentation, engaging rating agencies. How can we better engage credit rating agencies? Here I want to say that ECA has been working with the African Peer Review Mechanism and AU organ on this initiative. And during the first session, we were all optimistic. Africa, we can, but I think we can together. And that partnership has been, a testimony of what Pan-African institutions can do when they decide to speak with one common voice. So I want to commend that partnership. As has been fruitful for so far, and we still have, high ambitions to drive this agenda for the continent. So look at the guidelines to better engage credit rating agencies, and this will be my last slide. Establish a credit rating liaison team. You need to have people, experts, who can engage credit rating agencies. Establish government-wide standing committee on rating. Not just experts, but, it requires a strong political will. So the governor, the minister of finance, they need to be aware of what is going on, and they need to be briefed. Provide accurate and timely economic data. This is very important. When credit rating agencies you need to be able to provide data so that they understand exactly what is going on, and they're also, comfortable that what is going on in your country. Then monitor the rating. This is equally important. Before there is a downgrade or an upgrade, and sometimes we don't pay attention, but we react when we are downgraded. Develop a communication strategy for dealing with rating agencies. This is important. You need to know how to engage them. At the end of the day, investors are just like you. And I'm always asking the question, if one of your friends, approaches you and say, I want to borrow money, and I'm pretty sure we all know someone we have lent money to, and that person never, gave us that money back. So how do you feel the next time that person shows up? So you see, this is exactly the same thing. Investors are just human like you. So whatever could be your perception, you can imagine that they may feel the same. So then conduct periodic methodology transparency meetings. You have the opportunity to sit with credit rating agencies so that you can go through the methodologies. We have organized this year a similar meeting with S&P and Moody's, for Ghana and Zambia, and it was very fruitful. Finally, you have to establish a protocol for timely issuance of official communication. Do not react just to what credit rating agencies, publish, but also be prepared to communicate so that investors are, reassured by what is going on in your country. And again, I would say every economist experience setbacks. It's about how you handle them, and this is where you can create confidence. And finally, you need to strengthen legislation around credit rating agencies. Thank you for your kind attention. Over to Zuzana. Thank you.
Okay, so now that we had this excellent presentation from Sonia, who outlined some key issues, we can turn, to questions and answers. So the first question would be to Dr. Michek Mutize. So, sovereign rating agencies will tell you that actually they are not there to provide policy advice, but their objective is to inform investors about the risks and, the willingness and ability of countries to repay their sovereign debt. Nevertheless, countries are looking to their statements and they sometimes ask for policy advice. So what is the risk of this approach if countries are looking too much, to credit rating agencies for policy advice?
Well, thank you very much, Susanna, and thank you for the organizers of this conference for inviting the APR to take part in this conversation. So I must say, when we began the work on credit rating agencies, creating the literature, empirical analysis into that scrutinizes the work of rating agencies in Africa around 2014, the wide view amongst the scholars in Africa was that what analysts say is ultimate. And there was not a lot of empirical examination into the work of rating agencies until we started in the African Union through a decision of the Assembly, the work that we collaborate with ECA. Even when we were trying to engage the experts from the Ministries of Finance and Central Bank, there was a lot of pushback because there was an impression that if we challenge the rating agencies too much, they will react by downgrading us further, which took us a lot of time to develop the program to say, how do we support countries? Because they were not willing to be supported. And if you look further, it will be easier to see the logic behind why even in the European Union, which is one of the references that the rating agencies like to quote, there is logic into why the European Union removed all references to the use of ratings in their legislation. It's actually law now that all investors who use rating agencies or who use information or credit assessments should not rely mechanistically into the information that rating agencies put to the market. And you can see why this legislation has gone further to issue laws around why the analysts should release the ratings on a Friday on the last day of the week, on a Friday after close of business, so that markets take the whole weekend to digest this information and to reduce the knee-jerk response of investors that normally spikes the market. And further, to see why there is a requirement to strictly adhere to the rating calendar, which in Africa we don't really have a basis to enforce that because of lack of legislation to advance that work. So let me further take this into practical examples that we have examined in our work with our technical partner, which over the few years has become more apparent that we shouldn't rely on all that analysts say. The first one will be the statement that we issued about South Africa. I'm glad one of the participants here raised this question with the analysts from S&P, which we also raised when we engaged them. But in that case, it was Fitch that issued a statement during the week of negotiation for the GNU in South Africa. You know, the election did not produce an outright winner. So in that statement, Fitch had a clear suggestion that the best outcome arrangement in the form of a coalition or GNU in that negotiation should be between the Democratic Alliance, which is more of a white party, a former apartheid party, and any arrangement alternatively which include the EFF, which is viewed as a widely radical party, and the MK, which is led by the former president of South Africa, was going to, or was rather popularist, and was going to lead to more fiscal pressure. So in our view, we thought that statement was very suggestive, and it was tantamount to a political interference in the politics of South Africa. Why? Because if you look into the statement, the analyst who is based in Hong Kong was repeatedly using the words "we believe," "we assume," and they've done permutations. So to us, this was more of a speculative statement, and it was giving more suggestion that if they don't like the outcome government in South Africa, despite the fundamentals, they were going to downgrade South Africa. So I'm glad someone asked here that what happens if you don't like a government? Because the upgrade in South Africa now is mainly because of the confidence in the GNU rather than the fundamentals in South Africa.
Yes.
I guess you want me to pause here.
Yeah, just to give chance to other participants. So thank you very much for this important contribution. I would just maybe like to clarify, indeed, rating agencies will tell you that they are, their thing is opinion, and therefore they use words like we believe. And just reading the statement after the positive outlook, indeed, political stability was one of them, but importantly, believing that the fiscal debt relative to GDP, public debt, will also stabilize, which we were hoping for South Africa for last, 10 years. So let's see if this time is different and it will really stabilize. So next question, I would like to ask actually online, Mr. Cash, Professor Cash, can you share with us your view what organizations like ECA, African Development Bank, and international and UNDP and international organization in general can do to help African countries to get capacity and also, to be, colleague here mentioned that initially they were intimidated almost by the credit rating agency. So how to basically present their case and improve the credit rating?
Thank you, Susanna, and my apologies for not being able to be there with you today. In answer to your question, the role that international institutions can play really is to help African countries out of a catch-22 that they're already in. So one thing that is probably chief amongst everything else in terms of developing credit rating, your country credit ratings, is to build capacity. And I know listening to the conference that's been a common response, but I think focusing on what that looks like is important. And the role that international agencies can play is by supporting and encouraging the usage of credit rating support on the ground. And what we're essentially asking, if you think about it, is to ask countries to invest in credit rating support at a time when their citizens are not getting the correct investment in health and education because it's going to servicing debt. So the role that international institutions can play is by perhaps supplementing that need. And we see that with APRM and UNECA on the ground, and we also see that with a recent initiative that I know the conference was introduced to yesterday with UNDP and their credit ratings initiative. Just to backtrack very quickly, it's important to understand why this is. So if you think about the Eurobond market, and whilst it's relatively small in the African Union compared to the global Eurobond market, the reality is that the first Eurobond was issued in 1963, but Africa's first Eurobond was issued in 1995, and that gap and that relative inexperience is now really coming to the fore. When you have countries who are being encouraged and pushed into the capital markets, sometimes they'll have the necessary experience, unfortunately, to deal with the capital markets and everything that comes with it, and a lot of the legal and practical constraints that come with it. So what needs to happen and what should be encouraged is a supplementation of support on the ground, an injection of experience and understanding of intricacies within the system. And unfortunately, the credit rating system is renowned for being subject to what is commonly called conscious complexity. Things are made more complex than they need to be, and that usually prevents outsiders from getting the information they need. And what we're seeing now with the likes of APRM and Mishek, who's with us today, and UNDP with Raymond, who was with us yesterday, is starting to supplement this for the country so that they understand and know that all of those things that were on Sonia's last slide are critical, but how to put them into place. Rather than tell them that they need to put those things into place, it's how to put them into place, how much they cost, who you need to get help to put those things into place. And that's what international organizations can do, because they really do set the narrative. They really make an impact on where investment goes. And unfortunately, you won't get quick results from this. You do have to invest. But for the long-term focus, if we are going to continue to push the private creditors upon the African continent, and that seems to be what's happening, you need that support network underneath. And the likes of the APRM need support, UNDP with their initiative need support. And we're getting to the point now where a discussion has been taking place of whether we need a global credit rating capacity builder, maybe at a UN institution that operates globally and provides the support to all the countries that need it. Regrettably, the last thing I'll say, this is not solely an African problem. Africa is really being impacted by it at the moment, but this is a global issue. Countries in the Caribbean, in Latin America and Asia are also having these issues. It's just centered on Africa at the moment. So the need to invest in support is now critical. So I'll leave it there, Susan.
Yes, no, thank you very much for these very useful observations. I would also add, in the initial stages, several and quite a few African countries received unsolicited ratings. So we know that, that was definitely not in their favor to be taken by surprise. Now we know we have several low-income countries on the way to become middle-income countries. So now is the time to support those countries as they will be approaching the credit rating and so be prepared. And of course, there should be no unsolicited rating or as little as possible. So next question is for Ms. Tatiana Lysenko. What, in your view, can countries do to diversify economies, African countries, because this is one of the key challenges? But what are some of the other factors based on your experience to improve the credit ratings?
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation and thank you for the question. So my first observation is that, well, the aim of economic diversification is to achieve higher growth rates, more sustainable growth, create jobs, and build resilience to external shocks. It's not to improve the credit rating. But at the same time, definitely successful diversification will likely result in a more favorable sovereign rating. If you look at, for example, at S&P Global Ratings methodology, there is a negative adjustment to a country's economic score for having a concentrated or volatile economy. There is also a negative adjustment to its fiscal score for economies with unsustainable or volatile revenue base. So a diversified economy would not face with negative adjustments. But I think more broadly, successful diversification should strengthen all the key rating factors and fundamentals like economic, external, and fiscal. And especially if this diversification is accompanied by other reforms, in particular improving tax collection, I think this will definitely lead to a higher rating. But my second observation is about managing expectations. Just by how much can actually a rating improve and how fast? And this brings us to two key factors that actually influence sovereign ratings. And these factors are structural: GDP per capita and institutional quality. Let's start with GDP per capita. Ratings are tied to income levels. And even the most ambitious and successful diversification program will not lead to an immediate boost to GDP per capita. Not in the short term, and even in the medium term, it takes time to raise income levels. So institutional quality. Institutions also evolve gradually. Of course, it's very important to improve governance, transparency. Of course, I would fully support it. But perceptions of institutions also take time sometimes to catch up. So I think it will also constrain improvements in the ratings. And because these two structural factors have such a significant weight in rating methodologies, I think there is a certain ceiling, how much actually rating can improve, even when others' fundamentals strengthen. And we can have certainly a debate of whether GDP per capita should really have such a high weight in rating methodologies or in the assessment of country creditworthiness, but I think this is a reality which we need to take into account. But to conclude maybe on a positive note, there are definitely areas which are more directly under government control and that can have a much faster impact on ratings. So for example, improving monetary and fiscal frameworks, raising domestic revenues, enhancing data transparency. And if these measures are combined with a credible and ambitious diversification program, it really can create a positive momentum. And potentially, this can influence rating decisions sooner because of their forward-looking nature. And this will lower cost of borrowing already now because every notch counts of an upgrade. So this will support investment, this will create sort of a virtuous circle really of stronger growth and better credit fundamentals and higher ratings.
Okay, so thank you very much, Tatiana, for this summary. I would maybe also add just some observation. What will raise a country's credit rating depends on where on the scale the country is. So for those in C category or very low single B category, it is really a liquidity issue. So that's why you often see that the countries that get IMF program, and there is a role for African Development Bank to support countries with access to liquidity, budget support, the rating immediately improves or at least stabilizes. And then at the high rates, for example, South Africa, when we're approaching the investment rate, as Tatiana said, that's when the institution strength really starts playing very important role. Now, there is another issue related and often debated and observed and empirically also documented for African countries, which is the, so-called Africa premium. So first of all, when we look at the countries of similar fundamentals, we find that African countries often receive weak rating. And this is partly because, of the perceived risk versus actual. So it's the perception and it's the opinion of the raters or of the committee that may lead to that. But then for a given rating, on top of it, you find it is still more expensive for countries to borrow. So this is the two parts of the premium. So this is the question to Mr. Courage, how can we get rid of this premium? And as quickly as possible, please. Not the answer, the premium.
Thank you very much. So I'm the only person on this panel who's not an expert on credit risk and ratings agencies, but I have spent 2 decades helping investors to deploy capital all over the continent. And I think that's why Sonia thought I could make a contribution to this discussion. In listening to the contributions we've had to date, I'm reminded that these capital markets are ruthless. And it appears to me, in listening to what I'm hearing, and in particular listening to Daniel, that we're sort of going into a gunfight armed with a knife. I would never expect a company to list without having expert investor relations capability to manage not just the communications, as we've heard is important today from Sonia, but to manage beyond that the perception. And what was being referred to earlier is a body of work that my team at Africa Practice published in July, along with Africa No Filter, to look at countries of similar political risk profiles, African and non-African, and to see how their electoral periods were covered by global media. And what we were able to identify is that there is a negative bias attached to political processes in African countries. Drawing on academic studies that are freely available, we see that media sentiment contributes to perceptions of risk, and that those perceptions of risk, those studies further identify, can contribute as much as 10% to yields on sovereign bonds. We then extrapolated that to show that Africa pays $4.2 billion more a year interest purely as a consequence of perception on account of poor media coverage. Can you imagine if you transferred that to perceptions amongst foreign direct investors, to perceptions amongst tourists? We are paying a very high prejudice premium because we are not managing our image, to refer to what we heard earlier from the CEO of Asset. And so I think the imperative to make sure that we deal not just with those structural and economic factors that we know are critical to our risk rating, but that we deal assiduously with those institutional factors that were referred to earlier, where there is, frankly, quite a lot of discretion on the part of analysts in determining what quantifies premium risk or lower risk. And it's those discretionary factors which by dint of legacy, by dint of bias, by dint of history, we have to overcome. It's that prejudice, that additional obstacle that as Africans, we need to recognize we have to tackle. And I say this reflecting on the fact that global capital markets are a $250 trillion market, of which half is assigned for debt. Of that market, Africa accounts for only 1%. We are novices in managing ourselves in these debt capital markets, and we need to improve the professionalism with which we play the game.
So, thank you very much again for the very useful observation. I would actually only add, about in the rating methodology Sonia was showing us, there is also in most agencies, certainly in Moody's, but others one way or another as well, factor that is called risk of sudden event. And that risk, if perceived higher, probably for Africa, can only lower the rating, never improve it. So the other three factors is the base rating, and based on that we add the risk of sudden event, including political change, etc. So this is one area. Now to online, Mr. Mahesh, question to you. You have a really extensive experience with credit ratings. So question is twofold. Can Africa, and if so, how, leverage credit ratings for its development? Or is it the other way, as Tatiana suggested? Should countries pursue their independent development paths and rating will follow? So which one of the two, in your opinion, it is? And then second question, you have really great experience advising countries and entities, and what are some of the good practices you saw?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation to speak, and an excellent panel, and I'm glad you posed me a question that I think I can answer. I think it's a bit of the chicken and egg situation. The effects work both ways. If you are performing well, then the perceptions change, and you are perceived then to be better, sometimes better than you are, if the marketing is really great. And I have a case that I can illustrate that with. And if you are not performing well, you can be perceived to be worse than you are, because even though you are not so great, what is good about you is not perceived as good enough. So I think it's a challenge to navigate that path. And Mauritius and Botswana have had investment grade ratings for a long period of time. They were one of the earliest countries that received ratings. They had ratings even, I think, as far as back as 2000, if I remember right. Maybe Botswana came 2005. But they maintained those ratings because of the perceptions and the reality that they have good democratic transition over time. They have good institutional strengths. They have diversified their economies over time. And they have maintained openness to international investors and international markets with receptive international business investment environment. I think that perception and the reality sort of match quite well. A case where the two diverged is Nigeria, which I know very well. In October 22, when the World Bank meetings took place, the Minister of Finance, no longer there now, said something misstatedly about how the country was going to restructure its debts. What they meant was that they were going to restructure domestic debts to make them not pay different times, but to find a way to aggregate them from the ways that they were issued before. This was then picked up by the media as to whether it was going to restructure its external debt. And her answer basically was poor and made the situation worse, leading Moody's to downgrade in October, shortly after the World Bank meetings. I think misperceptions and open-mouth operations should be seized, because countries that come out and say things that are really ill-advised or misstated are really dangerous. Ghana's Minister of Finance, or somebody I know, was criticizing the rating agencies 2 weeks before Ghana defaulted. So I think it's very important to at least control what you can, which is keep your mouth shut when you don't need to talk. Abraham Lincoln said it is better to remain silent and be thought a fool than to speak and remove all doubt. I think that's my first piece of advice to policymakers who start talking about rating agencies and attack them publicly when the next day they want to go back for an upgrade. So it's not good politics or good human relations to do that unless you are on solid grounds. If you're on solid grounds, do criticize. But then I think that you can shoot yourself in the foot if you did that. I think that the idea of complaining about ratings is fine. There are legitimate reasons to complain. And I used to be at the rating agencies and there were legitimate complaints. I will give one other lever, which is policymakers can present themselves well, as Daniel said, if they coordinate themselves and if they get proper advice. A lot of times things are missed from my experience in communication. When you're talking to the rating agencies, they're speaking credit, not speaking English or French. They're speaking credit. And if you don't understand credit, you can miss the language and you miss the boat. I've been in a situation where I was sitting with a rating agency and a client, and something happened, and I knew there was instantly a threat of a downgrade. I veered, I stepped in, and I saved that rating. It was very simple because I communicated to the client exactly what they needed to do to avoid the default. And they restructured some of the things that they were going to do, and the rating was saved. So this case, live, online, by your side assistance can be very, very important because the countries themselves, even with all the education that you provide and all the readings that you can do and all the study you can do, is not live advice from somebody sitting there next to you who knows what's going on and has been there 10 years, 20 years, some period of time, and gone through thousands of rating meetings. So that's another piece of advice that I would give you.
Okay. Thank you very much for this. So we understand good preparation, good data, and good communication, and perhaps even engaging professional PR or advisors would really help. It's about presenting. So initially countries may think, this is an advisor coming to their country, so don't be misled. Credit rating agencies are not advising. And they are also not investment advisor. They are looking only for downsides. It's not about upsides for investment. I would like to now go back to
Can I just say that the spreads that are compared and often criticized, they are sometimes done without proper attention to how spread should be measured. Spread should be measured at the same time, and they should be for liquid as similar liquidity and maturities. So when comparisons are made, please be careful when you do that, because very often in literature I see that complaints are made about spreads that are wider in Africa than elsewhere, that are comparing spreads at different times for different kinds of rated countries with different maturities and different liquidity characteristics. So let us be firm and accurate in our criticism, and then we'll get answers. And I think one other thing on spreads, the way to reduce spreads is to show the investors that they're getting a free lunch. And Vera Songwe has created an index of African sovereign credits. If the investors see a free lunch, they'll come and drive the spreads down. Let them have a free lunch until the free lunch is gone.
Thank you very much, Mahesh, for this very interesting view and different views. So we have a variety of views here, but we are all very passionate of ratings of Africa and how to improve them. This is what unites us. So perhaps the last question to the panelists is again to Dr. Mutiza. So, we see a major move towards integrating Africa, creating strong, prosperous, integrated Africa. How can regional integration, in your view, help ratings, African ratings?
Well, thank you, Susanna. But before I come to that question, allow me to say a few things. We have created an impression that analysts should not be challenged, and we should not confront ratings when we feel that they are wrong. we have a point that I wanted to make earlier is that in Cameroon, Fitch and Moody's made a conclusion of rating the country without data. And they only corrected this rating a year later. That was in 2023 August. And when we raise these things with analysts, instead of directly admitting that they were wrong here, because it's a matter of credibility and reputation, they do not do that. So I'm saying this, it's important for our governments and for experts in the fiscal space to raise these issues when they are supposed to, because ratings are not messiahs. You see, I'm saying that because I know there were, in our interactions, the rating agency said what Ghana did to challenge the rating, that's not a way to do it, or even what Kenya did to challenge the rating, it's not a way to do it, because that then creates an impression that they are not going to get upgraded over a long period of time. See, that's why we say we need to change that impression.
Yes.
So coming to your question in simple terms, what you have mentioned is what has led the African Union through the Ministers of Finance to say we need a more collective response to this so that there is no one entity or one country that is targeted, which also is the rationale why we are advancing this agenda. So I just wanted to mention that a simple response is that we are driving the agenda of establishing an African credit rating agency simply for that, to say let's bring another institution to do an opinion also, because we also hear the ways that rating agencies are not investment advisory, they just give an opinion. But it's just an opinion that is driving the market, that is driving sentiments, is driving impressions, and investors are making decisions based on this. So the Africa Rating Agency is part of that broader context and mechanism of response to bring an alternative view to the market so that investors also see perspective from a different angle. So let me pause here. Thank you.
Yes. No, thank you. You've made two very important points. Let me react very quickly. So first of all, on challenging the analyst, this doesn't need to be only when the agency comes to your country. So rating agencies regularly change or update and improve their rating methodology, and they put it on website for consultation. So if you have collective response at the time, that can help. And as you said, miraculously, despite that the methodology changes, ratings do not change. So factors change, their weights change, but all the ratings remain the same. So this is very interesting, and this is perhaps something to look into. This, is very observable publicly. Now about the Africa Rating Agency, exactly same reason were put in Europe after the European debt crisis. An European rating agency emerged. It took about 10 years, but it is gaining momentum. So if you would look at it, it's exactly same reason, different perspective, competition, diversity, etc. Now, questions to the audience, from the audience, please. Oh, oops. Yeah, this is always a very interesting topic. So we go row by row. So lady here, and over to you, please. If you can introduce yourself very briefly, who you are from.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Balungile Mkize. It's been free lunch in Africa for centuries, but based on the topic of the day, the dent of the image of Africa is determined by agenda. The agenda made by who wants to invest. So how can we trust the independence of agencies if it's influence in that matter, politically and by investment? A perfect example, my country, South Africa. The gentleman made a perfect example of how its independence, how lacking the independence is. from rating agencies? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for the question on rating agencies' independence. To the Vice President, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. Very interesting, always very passionate topic to discuss for Africa. I just want to re-echo the points made by my brother here from IPRM, that Africa should never be pushed to a situation where you feel that matters about your development is a fait accompli. Rating agencies are human beings using methodologies that could be fallible. And as we have all seen in all the discussions and all the data we see, there could be biases. But I go back again, so countries should, I feel free to be able to build the necessary capacity to interrogate that methodology and question things when necessary, but not to criticize based on emotions or without data. So that, I think, we need to correct that notion, because if we go back to the mode of what IPRM and others were finding in surveying African countries, where countries feel we can say anything here because if we say anything we are going to be downgraded, then even the credibility of that rating methodology will be put to question. And perception is strong, and sometimes perception is stronger than reality on both sides. So we need to make sure that rating agencies and their rating methodologies also have credibility and trust so that it's seen as unbiased. Currently, what Africa is saying is that they see some bias that needs to be addressed. And the other point I need to make is also on that bias. One of our sisters from South Africa talked about insurance and getting a higher cost of insurance just for being a young black female in the same country. And this is what I would call the black bias, the Africa premium that we still see even in our own countries. So my challenge to us as Africans is, what's the unbiased measure of how you see Africa? How do you communicate your economy, your political process? How do you communicate? Because we have NGOs, we have civil society agencies, we have so many of these agencies. We sometimes amplify the risks in Africa, and those narratives matter. And like my brother there was saying, when you put out such narratives, it informs the perception of the rating committee as well. So we need to start at home of being positive and looking at the positive sides of the cup half full, not the cup half empty. Because the way we tell our story is the way the media will carry it. Thank you.
Also present problems with solutions or challenges with solutions. Yes, please. So we are apparently running out of time, so we will take there and 1, 2, 3, and that's the end. Yeah, Jackson already asked before, so yeah, let's see if we have time. So yes, please.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm Kofi from Tsinghua University and Johns Hopkins University. I have questions for the panelists who have worked at rating agencies regarding the process of communication between investors and credit rating agency. I'm just wondering, when investors make decisions, do they first look at credit ratings, or when they change a perception of like a country, and that could inform the credit ratings? So I just want some clarification on that. Thanks.
Thank you for this question on process. Then we go to the row. Yes, the gentleman over there.
Thank you. Mine is a comment to Mr. Mutize. I think that the purpose of the exercise of preparing African countries to be ready for the credit rating agencies would be incomplete if it is not accompanied by preparing rating agencies themselves to be ready for rating African countries. After hearing some of the things that have been said on this panel, I don't even know how, and maybe Dr. Urama is calmer than some of us. I don't know how we cannot be emotional. Because let's take the example you gave of South Africa. There's no change in the fundamentals simply because a white government has come in to a coalition and now there's an improvement and there's no explanation whatsoever that is given on the basis of feelings, couched in the language of opinion. So I think even if we prepare ourselves, try to provide all the data, we don't control the BBC, we don't control the CNN, so folks will still continue to think the things they want to think about us, regardless of what the facts are saying on the ground. But if the small portion of rating analysts who are engaging with our countries can be put, in some rehabilitation processes, I know it might sound like a funny proposition, but it is necessary because we are working against what seems to be an impossible uphill task. We can communicate positively, tell our stories, but if an investor or a rating analyst is going to believe sensationalist stories and reporting by the BBC or the CNN over what is being said by authoritative agencies like the APRM, then we are fighting a losing battle. So I think without accompanying it with the preparation of rating agencies themselves to engage effectively and ably with African sovereigns, the effectiveness of the mechanism will be diminished or undermined completely. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment. Now the question there, I think it's UNDP. So the gentleman from UNDP, please.
Thank you. My question is that actually the discussion should also focusing on the UN actually almost weekly, monthly basis. We advocate that there is a huge debt sustainability issue here. Many countries has 30-40% of the budget is going to the paying interest. The countries are really in unsustainable debt situations. So therefore, we are advocating one side, the donor country or the financial institution need to debt restructuring, debt cancellation, all kind of things. At the same time, we wanted to have high credit rating score. It may not be technically, consistent argument. So we need to find some innovative way of addressing one of those things. For example, when you have highly unsustainable debt situation, we need to find innovative way. For example, if you have public enterprises, you could actually privatization of those enterprises to raise resources to manage some of those developmental needs. Or you could even sell government-owned land, or you can have a long-term lease of some mineral wealth, raise resources, instead of actually one side the government borrows unsustainable debt, other side we expect that the rating agencies should give credit score. Even in India, they just little above the speculative grade. Indian government strongly protested and the rating agency is not taking seriously. So the point is that we as a UN, we cannot actually make the same argument simultaneously. The country is really unsustainable debt situation. They are not in a position to pay your debt. So therefore, please restructure, cancel debt. At the same time, you also ask credit rating agency, please put these countries in a high rating score. That is not consistent argument. Thank you.
Yes. No, thank you for that comment. I would also make then a very quick comment on that. Rating agencies use very strict definition of default. They call it distress exchange. So, for example, that's why many countries didn't take part in DSSI because they were afraid just restructuring the interest rate payments or freezing it may be classified as default or at least cause their downgrades. So I think there is also a room for working there. But I would summarize. Jackson, do you have a question or comment? So far, we got 2 questions from audience. So is there one more last question? If not, then to the panel very quickly. So who would like to answer how is the independence of credit rating agencies guaranteed? Perhaps to you, Tatiana, please.
Sorry, on the independence?
Yes. So the question was, are they really pursuing only interest of investors? But let us not forget that the countries do pay for the ratings. So you could argue also that is undermining the independence. So there are two angles to this. So actually, anyone from the panel who would like to answer the question on how to maintain independence?
I can take that, if I may.
Thank you, Mahesh.
Yeah, so, the matter was mentioned about regulations of rating agencies. These came about with Dodd-Frank post the financial crisis of 2007 to 9. The conflicts between the issuer pay model and ratings was then underlined, and that conflict continues to be in place today. Ratings are paid for by the parties that get the ratings. They're paid for by the banks or the bankers, and the investor pay model has never taken off. So that conflict remains. Unfortunately, we had a proposal to the SEC, which was among the 7 such proposals called for under Dodd-Frank, and none of them has been picked up. So this is a weakness of the rating agency business that continues. However, the market is the discipline maker because the agencies only have 2 assets, their credibility and the independence. And this is what is very difficult to achieve. It takes decades, and I'm glad that the Europeans are trying to make progress there, but it'll take time for them to be successful, because even if you look today, the market share of the rating agency business is dominated by the big 3. So it is not easy to get into this and to build independence, and independence remains a challenge.
No, thank you, Mahesh, for this important point. So the European Credit Rating Agency has only 1% of the sovereign market, and the time was unforgiving, so I think we are asked to wrap up, so I'm sure we can continue the discussion over coffee. So let me thank to our distinguished panelists, and we look forward to collaborating on this.
Thank you. Sorry, Susanna. I just wanted to make this point quickly, that what Africa is looking for is not a favorable rating. What Africa is advocating for is a fair and accurate rating, which reflects fundamentals.
Thank you. And we also argue for rating agencies to properly understand Africa, right? So thank you, and yeah, bye. Okay, can I leave this here?
Yeah, it's okay. So I understand that this credit rating debate will never end. So, guys, and you see, this is the cost of delays, because across the day it increased. The price is higher. Now we're having almost 1 hour and a half delay. So you'll be having dinner very late tonight. So now I'm calling for the next session, which is our research session 5 on macroeconomic trends and policy under uncertainties. And I am calling the next moderator, Dr. Ferdinand Bakoup, lead economist at the African Development Bank, to come on stage, and then we'll introduce his panelists. And we will be very strict on the time, and I'm sure we can bear on his understanding, as we will then, after that, have the last session of the day, which will be the special event C.
Last one, Emma.
You can go there if you want.
Yes. Yes, thank you. Let me... Okay, thank you. Okay, we have a set of 4 very interesting papers on macroeconomics. A mix of macroeconomics and sectoral issue. Let me call on stage the presenters. Mr. Gama Digbe. Mr. Gama Digbe? Yes. Okay, welcome. I don't have your title here, but you will introduce yourself. So. Also, Mr. Anthony Aja. Anthony? Tony Aja. Then Mr. Soson Tadadje. And Michael Mbati. Michael? Okay. Okay, just one really, I would say 30 seconds to briefly introduce yourself. That's it. So, yes, you sit there and then you introduce yourself. Where's the mic?
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for having me. My name is Aja Anthony Chinonso from Nigeria.
Your affiliation?
From University of Nigeria, Soka.
Okay.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Soson Tadadje. I am economist, consultant at the World Bank in Yaoundé in Cameroon, and assistant lecturer at the University of Ebolova in Cameroon.
Alors, bonsoir à tous. Je m'appelle Vini Gamadibé. Je suis.
Good evening. My name is Vini Gamadibé. I am a researcher in the West African Central Bank. Thank you.
My name is Michael Mbate. I'm with UNDP.
Thank you very much. The organizers have alerted us that given the long delay we have already accumulated, we will have to be very concise in our presentations and discussions. So, as I said, we have 4 very interesting papers. The first paper will be presented to us by Mr. Gamadibé, a paper on remittances in times of uncertainty, understanding the dynamics and implications. So you have 4 minutes, exactly 4 minutes.
Hello. My presentation, please.
Yes, go ahead.
OK. Alors, encore une fois.
Once again, good evening, everyone.
You have a presentation, a PowerPoint?
Yes, I have it.
It is not showing. Can we have the present? Okay.
OK. Alors, bonjour à tous.
Good evening, everyone. My name is earlier Vini Gamadibé. I am a researcher in the West African Central Bank. I have the pleasure to work with a team of researchers in BCAO and also 2 researchers from IMF on this specific theme, which is remittances in times of uncertainties, understanding the dynamics and the implications. At the outset, I'd like to express my gratitude to the organizers of this meeting who allowed me to present this paper here today. My presentation has 4 main points. The first one is the motivation of the research, and the second would be to the theoretical aspect, which is the analysis between the uncertainty and remittances. Third, we would discuss the empirical analysis and the results. The last item of my presentation would be conclusions and recommendations. Regarding the motivation, what we can say is that during the last 5 years, we have witnessed an increase in uncertainties at international level, and this led
a été porté par les tensions géopolitiques,
to geopolitical tensions, armed conflicts, such as the war in the Middle East, the Russian-Ukrainian crisis, and we also have factors such as climate change. In developing countries, mainly African countries, uncertainties was affected by political instabilities. We also have social events. We have also the increase of terrorism and some inadequate macroeconomic policies which exacerbated this uncertainty. When we look at the literature review, we saw the link between the economic growth and remittances, exchange rate, and transaction costs and transactions themselves. Now the question is, what is the impact of the increase of uncertainties on remittances, and what are the destination countries, channels which have an influence on this trend? Regarding the theoretical aspect, what we can say is that to better understand the effects of uncertainties on remittances, we need to differentiate 2 types of uncertainties: the uncertainty at international level and uncertainty at domestic level. At international level, when uncertainty increases, migrants would be reluctant to send remittances to their families because they would be more concerned by their own financial situation, and they would want to save more to ensure their security. We should also consider the positive relationship in some rare cases. For instance, we have seen increase of remittances with the increase of uncertainty, mainly when migrants are forced to go back to their original countries due to uncertainties. So these are some cases where remittances increased when migrants were forced to go back home. At domestic level, the relationship is a little bit complicated because 2 factors, economic factors, have an impact. First, when domestic uncertainty increases, we can expect that migrants would send more money to their families, whereas this relationship can be questioned when we consider the investment motives. When remittances from migrants are only done for investment purposes, the increase of uncertainty can discourage them. When we look at the empirical analysis, Mr. Gamadi, kindly wrap up. This illustration shows the relationship, the negative relationship between uncertainty elsewhere compared to uncertainty at domestic level. So, what are the models that we have used for our research? We have used the static model with a model where we differentiate between domestic and international level. Please present the results and the recommendations. We have used 77 developing countries as a sample, and we obtain as result that uncertainty at local level does not have a significant effect remittances, whereas when we consider international uncertainties, its increase of international uncertainties decreases remittances. We can say that, in conclusion, the effect depends on the level of investment and the expense in health and education. When uncertainty at international level increases, we see a decrease in remittances. When we have high investment in countries, when uncertainties increase, it also reduces remittances. Whereas for countries who have a higher expenditure in or low expenditure in health, when uncertainty increases, it has an effect as well on remittances. When we go to the recommendations, we believe it's very much important to have a stable macroeconomic policy in developing and developed countries. In developed countries, we need to ensure stable immigration laws so that to ensure migrants feel safe and secure economically in the countries where they live. Thank you.
So this interesting paper will be discussed by my brother Edward. Edward, it's up to you.
Thank you very much, moderator. I'll be very brief. I'll restrict myself to 3 key messages. The focus of the paper, methods, and policy recommendations. I should be done in 2 minutes. Beginning with a brief background, this is a very exciting paper, and kudos to the authors for looking at this subject. In terms of background, a UN report reported that in 2023, Africa received, I think it was Sub-Saharan Africa, received about $100 billion in remittances. And this contrasts with ODA, which was 42 billion, FDI 48 billion. So remittances are an important source for Africa. And now the paper looks at 3 basic themes: analysis of the impact of uncertainty on remittance flows. They use a quarterly database on remittances, which includes high-frequency data. And here it gives them the flexibility to also look at the short-term and medium-term impact as opposed to the usual estimations or work on this that looks at long-term effects. They also investigate the conventional notion that remittances are counter-cyclical. Okay, and they report that actually the net effect is a function of the end use of remittances. On the importance of the paper, I think the authors will now need to look at their motivation a little bit, because as presented, you're saying, okay, when there is global recession or economies in the West that host most of the African migrant workers, they are in turmoil, remittances certainly will slow down. That is as would be expected. And you're adding that extra angle of maybe domestic uncertainty, and your results don't seem to support that. So I think to begin with, you need to come out very clearly on why you think this is an important policy matter. Because the expectation is that, of course, when there's global turmoil, certainly remittances should reduce. So you need to look at that part again to make sure you make your pitch very strongly at the get-go to interest your audience on why you think this is an important matter to investigate. Secondly, on the methods applied, I think you use 2 methods. a fixed effects model, and then you complement that with a local projections estimation to try to also look at the impulse response functions, and that is commendable. And I think this is where I'll focus on in terms of where you need to improve your work. The first one is you use the Madala and Wu test for unit root. I think that's the first generation of model that doesn't, it has some limitations. It doesn't.
Edward, sorry, but 1 more minute.
1 more minute.
Yes.
This is what I want to focus on, and then I'll stop.
Okay.
So look at your unit root test. Look at some second generation models tests that give you the flexibility to examine cross-sectional dependence, possibility of structure breaks. Secondly, on model specification, you're looking at the choice of the uncertainty index that you're using. You've tested for remittances, the variable you're trying to explain, but you don't do the same test, robustness tests on the uncertainty index. I think that you need to also look at that. Endogeneity, thirdly, is also only partially examined. I'll share my report with the Secretariat that will send it to you. So look at endogeneity, collinearity, the choice of, you use to weight the foreign variables. You use migrant stock, okay? Another consideration would be to use the share of remittances from the host country. Lastly, on the results, and I'll stop there. Again, your results indicate exactly what would be expected. Uncertainty in the host country, certainly that should affect your remittances, right? So you need to go back to your motivation methodology to make your pitch. And the local projections estimates also are not any different. Actually, the effects seem to die out after the first quarter. So please look at that, and also pay attention to the statistical versus economic significance. We usually celebrate when it's statistically significant, but the results are not economically significant. Thank you very much. Otherwise, it's an excellent paper. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Edward, for reviewing this paper and preparing discussion comments. I now call on Mr. Aja to present your paper on human capital, human resource, and global uncertainty, policy thresholds for promoting economic complexity in Africa.
Good evening once again. My name is Aja Anthony Chinonso.
4 minutes also, 4 minutes.
All right. I'm here to present on behalf of my co-authors in Nigeria this paper titled Human Resource and the Global Uncertainty, a Policy Threshold for Promoting Economic Complexity in Africa. When we look at the issue of uncertainty, it has been a very well-discussed issue globally in the last few decades, and very recently in this conference since yesterday. Uncertainty is a very critical issue that have affected African economy in several ways, especially economic policy uncertainty and world uncertainty, and other uncertainties that is happening within countries in Africa. For example, you look at Africa, you see issue of terrorism, transnational terrorism, especially in sub-Saharan Africa, my country, Nigeria, northern part of Nigeria, where issue of terrorism have prevented farmers from going to farms, have prevented economic activities, have prevented a lot of industries from working. You see that this uncertainty have created both food insecurity and a lot of things. So the issue of uncertainty and its impact on the economy is severe and multidimensional in several ways. It affects both the GDP, both foreign direct investment, and trade. The uncertainty, when you look at literature, you see that a lot of studies have focused on uncertainty and its part on an economy. But you see that there are very few of them that try to provide a recommendation on how this uncertainty can be mitigated, looking at the moderating factors that can actually mitigate the challenges of uncertainty. Among some of the studies that provide some of these factors, you see Ekene and WEFI 2024, measuring how institutional quality, how tourism, how foreign direct investment, and a host of others can help to mitigate the effect of uncertainty. But looking closely, you find out that some of these very critical and important in helping African economy.
Anthony, please, will you present the results of your estimations and then the policy?
Okay, the central thrust of this study focused on the impact of human resource development in promoting African economic complexity. It measures this human resource using labor force participation. If you look at this result, you find out that, which is very obvious, that uncertainty have a negative impact on economic complexity. And the third row shows that human resource have an unconditional effect, negative effect on economic complexity. But if you multiply the effect of the one on red, if you multiply the effect of human resources on global uncertainty, you will find a positive result, which shows that if African government and policymakers can focus on those policies that can enhance human resources in terms of access to quality education, in terms of skill development, in terms of creating an enabling environment that can support production and build an economy that promotes great employment for the people. And when the government can create employment for the people, it will promote economic complexity, which will reduce the adverse effect of uncertainty. Okay, so based on this, the study have the following findings. The study found that uncertainty has unconditional effect on economic complexity, and what the study is trying to do is to look at what are those favorable thresholds, what threshold of human resource development that can be reached, and the impact of uncertainty can be mitigated. So we'll find out that at the threshold of between 15.3 to 15.4% of employment to population ratio, when you're measuring from employment age of 15 to 60, that if this threshold can be matched, that if government can create employment and environment that can bring entrepreneurship, and this percentage is met, that it has the capacity to reduce or mitigate the adverse effect of uncertainty on the economic complexity. We look at other macroeconomic variables that can actually help to promote African economic complexity. We'll find out that financial development, institutional qualities, and ICT, which other studies actually have also found out that some of these factors can help to promote African economic complexity. And we find out in our measurement, we have international tourism, but we find a negative correlation of international tourism on African economic complexity. So based on this finding, the study made some policy recommendations, which include strengthening human capital, that the government and policymakers should prioritize human capital development in Africa by enhancing access to quality education, by enhancing labor productivity through targeted training, personal development, professional development, that these issues, if properly aggregated, can promote African ability to produce more goods and services. And when a lot of people are employed and the ratio of employment to population is increased, that it has the capacity to mitigate the effect of uncertainty in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Aja. I will now call on Mrs. Alulu Namau, Division Manager for Knowledge Management in the African Development Bank, to discuss the paper.
Good evening. Good evening to everyone. I know we are all tired and wanting a break, so I would limit my intervention to only 1 minute. I'll share with you my comments in writing so that I would spare the audience the lengthy conversation on this. I found it to be an extreme pleasure to read the paper. It's critical and timely, particularly on how global uncertainty impacts economic complexity. I just wanted to maybe identify a few weaknesses so that you can build upon it and make recommendations. But before the weaknesses, probably to just highlight the fact that the exploration of economic complexity as a function of diversity and ubiquity provides robust theoretical foundation. The use of the GMM estimation also enhances the reliability of the findings, and by addressing endogeneity and providing robustness to cross-country heterogeneity. Also, identifying policy thresholds for human resource development contributes fundamentally to actionable insights for policymakers. But there are some weaknesses. First, the conceptualization of human resources is limited primarily to employment to population ratio, which basically oversimplifies the multidimensional nature of human resource development. And then also the variables such as education quality, vocational training, skills need to be addressed in detail, basically. And therefore we lose some of the impact, the true impact of human resource development in the paper. Also, the paper employs rigorous econometric techniques and reliance on heavy aggregate data, which may obscure country-specific nuances. So maybe the opportunity to look at individual countries and then how its implications on that. And then maybe lastly, just skipping through, lastly, the dense nature and technical language used in the paper may not necessarily be appealing to the kind of audience that you're targeting, the policymakers. Some of them are not economists, so they may not necessarily be able to relate to this paper. So there must be some sort of simplification for the target audience. Recommendation, expand the conceptualization of human resource development to include more detailed variables such as vocational training, access to technology, etc. Integrate cross-country or cross-specific analysis. Explore the role of international tourism in much more deeper, greater detail. Enhance accessibility, simplify the language for the policymakers that you are targeting, and then incorporate some qualitative insights such as case studies and qualitative data to complement the quantitative data that you have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Namau. We now move to the third paper on also a very interesting subject, household consumption and uncertainty, by Mr. Soson Tadaju.
Thank you to give me the opportunity to present the result of my paper entitled Economic Uncertainty and Household Consumption in African Country. Due to time constraint, I will present this paper in French. I will be extremely brief. Concerning the motivation, the contribution of the study, these studies contribute to the literature on at least 4 points. Premièrement, in French. Premièrement, nous proposons la première étude.
First of all, we'd like to propose the first study on the effects of economic uncertainty on more specifically, we are endeavoring to fill the gap in the literature, firstly about the African context, and secondly, the study uses a new uncertainty index. It's a global index proposed by IE in 2022. Then we have sensitivity analysis, heterogeneity analysis. We're looking at the uncertainties on household consumption in sub-Saharan Africa, the effects on level indebtedness and household income. Finally, we look at uncertainty. In fact, we look at the moderating role of 3 instruments. First of all, funds transferred from the diaspora and protection, social protection efforts. Very quickly, I want to state that economic uncertainty has a negative impact on household consumption in Africa, and we had a sampling of 39 countries. We also find that the effect of uncertainty is more acute in Central Africa. Could you put up the PowerPoint table of results? Ask the moderator.
Okay. Pour continuer rapidement.
Well, let me quickly continue. The second point in our results is that we're showing the effects are more pronounced in Central African countries and West African countries, and also low-income countries and the IDA countries, PPTE. This is because there's a low level of diversification in these countries, making them more vulnerable to macroeconomic shocks and uncertainty. We also show that you can have migrant transfers and social protection mitigating some of these effects and thresholds when fund transfers can serve as mitigating policies. And this leads us to make certain recommendations, some of which indicate we should strengthen social protection measures for the more vulnerable households, particularly in Central and West Africa. This is because our results demonstrate that the effects were more pronounced in those regions. We also show that we're suggesting, rather, that there should be a facilitation of funds transfers from migrants to beneficiary countries by lowering tariff barriers, making it easier to transfer migrant flows, thus boosting household consumption when in times of and we suggest improving on institutional frameworks in beneficiary countries so that they can help mitigate, these inputs can help mitigate the effects of uncertainty on households. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Tadadjeu.
Mr. Tadadjeu, thank you very much.
I will present the discussion comments of my paper because I reviewed your paper. So briefly, the organizers have asked that with the discussants structure their discussions along the following points. So on the content and importance of the research question of the paper, the topic of the paper, which is household consumption, the study of household consumption is very important. It's a very important macroeconomic topic because, as we all know, in most economies, household consumption generally represents a high proportion of GDP, and meaning that it is about two-thirds, generally two-thirds of GDP is devoted to consumption, meaning that about two-thirds of all goods and services produced in an economy are really produced to meet consumer needs. So studying this topic is an understanding what influences the behavior of consumption, including in terms of uncertainty, is a very important topic for macroeconomic policymakers. So welcome to your interest on this topic. On the methodology, you have used various econometric techniques to assess the influence of uncertainty on household consumption. You have also used various alternative specifications to test the robustness of the relationship. The following few comments can be made on the methodology. The basic consumer function that you have used do not appear to align with any of the theoretical model of consumption. It is not really a Keynesian function, it is not a life cycle function, it is not a permanent income function. So these are the three theoretical models that are used as a basis to study consumption, from which you can add variables. So because of this, there appears to be the paper appears to be a bit weak on the theoretical foundation discussion of consumption per se. And also the relationship between consumption and uncertainty. You could have devoted maybe a short paragraph to really discuss the theoretical relationship at the theoretical level. You go directly to the econometric estimates, and then you interpret the sign, but it's good, but since that is the basis, you could have devoted a few lines to explore this relationship on the theoretical basis. And this is it. So basically, all the various econometric specifications that you have appears a bit ad hoc. So generally, one would have expected that you study, you do the diagnostic test on the variables of the model, and then from the results of the diagnostic test, you deduct the econometric form of the model that you will test. You have not done tests like the basic test that we all know, heterogeneity, unit rule, to see how the individual variables behave. If there is a long-run relationship between them, and then from there you deduct what is the testable econometric specification. Maybe you could have done that. Okay. Okay, now on the results. Okay, the results are fine. You find that uncertainty negatively and significantly affects household consumption, meaning that in period of high uncertainty, household consumption decreases. Okay, so which is not good for macroeconomic policy. Normally, a healthy and strong demand is good for economic growth, because that is the main source of economic growth, as we have seen from the demand side. Investment is generally very small. Exports also small. Also, the big chunk of growth comes from the production of consumer goods. So the result, the economic result, the sign is good, and significance is also good, despite the theoretical challenges that I have mentioned. And also, when you report the results, in the tables in which you report the result, we don't see the effects of the country and time-specific effects. I think you have included this in the econometric specification, but one would have liked to see what are their signs but they don't appear in the tables. It is important. When you report the result, to also report them. Now, on the policy recommendation, okay, it is. The time. Okay, sorry. I benefit because. Okay, on the policy recommendations, the policy that you recommend, strengthening social protection mechanism, they are good. Is good, but in African countries, we know that the fiscal positions are generally weak now. So how will they implement all those measures that you recommend? And also in terms of the tax breaks in sending countries, you recommend that remittances be increased through tax breaks in those countries. But it is not sure that reducing taxes will increase remittances, because the Ricardian equivalence and the rational expectations in economics, it shows that tax breaks do not always result. Okay. So these are I will share with you my notes so that you can see in more detail. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. Okay, now we go to Michael Mbate for your paper on a very interesting paper on a subject very important to us in the AGB, energy. This is financial inclusion and energy access and just energy transition evidence from Kenya. Over to you, Michael.
All right. My name is Michael Mbate, and I'll be presenting in 4 minutes. So the key development challenge in this paper that we try to examine is the link between financial inclusion and energy poverty. 2 key facts. One, Africa lags behind other regions in terms of energy access for both renewable and non-renewable energy types. Yet evidence shows that there's a significant relationship between financial inclusion and energy access. So in this paper, we do examine 3 research questions. One, we want to understand the causal link between financial inclusion and energy access. Second, we're also interested in examining the underlying mechanisms or channels through which financial inclusion addresses energy poverty. And finally, we also try to distill some policy lessons. In terms of the methodology, we do adopt a causal inference approach. The case study focuses on Kenya, which has advanced in both financial inclusion and energy access. We focus, in terms of financial inclusion, we do focus on formal institutions as well as informal institutions and digital payment. In terms of access to energy, we have several types of energy sources, both renewable and non-renewable. From a methodological perspective, we adopt a mixed method approach. The quantitative part of the analysis focuses on propensity score matching. So basically, we do compare energy outcomes for households with and without access to financial institutions. Key findings and policy recommendations. The first key finding is that financial inclusion matters when we talk about access to both renewable and non-renewable energy sources. But even more important is that households who have access to financial institutions are less likely to use harmful energy sources such as open wicks and pressure lamps, which rely on paraffin. So the key policy recommendation in this regard is largely to focus on how to capitalize some of these institutions in order to solve the income constraint. In terms of the underlying mechanisms, first we do uncover that financial inclusion increases the willingness of households to pay for energy. So the implication being that this happens through the saving channel, the role of credit through borrowing, and also institutions providing knowledge in terms of energy sources. The second and perhaps the most important finding is that flexible payment schemes are actually a vital aspect in terms of providing access to energy for households. So the key policy implication here being that we need to see how we can combine financial inclusion policies with flexible payment schemes in order to scale up energy. The third and last channel is that digital payments, in the sense that households who have access to mobile money accounts seem to have more access to both renewable and non-renewable energy sources. And here the key policy implication is to see how to develop user-friendly mobile apps, which are also tailored for the energy sector. And that's all from my side. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. We will have a discussant who is, I am told, is connected online.
Right. Thank you, Ferdinand. I hope you can all hear me.
Yes, we can hear you, Michael.
All right.
Michael is research economist in the African Development Bank.
Thank you for that introduction. I'll try to be brief given the time constraints at the moment. So I will look at this paper. I will not dwell on the findings already because Michael has elaborated on them. They find a positive association between financial inclusion and energy access, and this is conditional on the type of institution that the individuals have access to. That is formal versus informal, which is an interesting study. And then they looked at the willingness to pay as a channel, a potential channel through which financial inclusion may affect energy access. Right, I'll go on to look at the main points that I picked from this paper. One is the issue that Michael and others argue that they focus on Kenya, the Kenyan context, but it's not clear, why they are focusing on that context alone instead of, doing a cross-country study. So they need to motivate why they are focusing on Kenya. They just highlight that there is rapid electrification and greater rates of financial inclusion, but that's not a strong enough argument. So they also looked at, they criticized the cross-country studies and argue that they fail to take into account attitudes that differ across countries. But the same argument can be made for country-focused studies, that they lack generalizability. So what they find, is it applicable anywhere else except in Kenya? Nobody knows that. So it's a limitation that they also need to think of when they're criticizing cross-country studies. So one thing to look at is how can attitude be captured in their model, and how and in what ways does it justify the need for this study? So the results from this study may not be applicable anywhere outside of Kenya. So they need actually to motivate, a cross-country study. From my perspective, Kenya is limiting because you may not be able to generalize these findings. Then I go on to look at the motivation, the motivation that they put forth, which is interesting. This differentiation between formal and informal access is quite interesting. But they need to motivate why someone with access to formal and informal, they differ in terms of their propensity to use renewable or non-renewable sources. Then they argue later on that the data that they've used is unique, but that argument is not strong enough because this is data that is widely available. It's from the World Bank. So what is actually unique about this data? That's the question that I have, which I cannot get answers to. Then they focus on the demand side, which is interesting. But what new do we learn from the demand side, which we don't know from the supply side? So the contribution of this paper needs a bit of work. Then I move on to the literature. Again, I emphasize the need for them to look at the background, focus on the background in Kenya. What is happening in Kenya? How does that differ from the other countries? And in what way does that justify this study? They should contrast with other developing and emerging countries. And also, the hypothesis tested in this paper have not been stated or motivated. That is something that they can improve on. Then you look at the data that they've used. We don't know how it has been cleaned, so they need to tell us, and also motivate the variables that they've used. And like I indicated, they need to tell us why they are focusing on Kenya and not other countries. Right? Then the methodology, there are lots of weaknesses relating to these aspects. One is, which type of PSM they've used. There are many of them. I've listed several of them here, and which matching method they've used and why. They should justify that. And also they should consider using entropy balancing as a robustness checks, as it may give better results. They argue that propensity score matching addresses endogeneity, but it just addresses self-selection. What about other forms of endogeneity? So they should also consider other forms of endogeneity that may affect their results. And in relation to the standard errors that they've used to compute significance, they should also consider the limitations with those, the approach and which approach they've used, and also justify why, so that we can have robust results. Then if I look at the results, these results may occur by random chance. I'm playing the devil's advocate here. I recommend that they do a falsification test where they randomly assign individuals to control and treatment group and use simulations to actually try to falsify these results. Then the main issue that I have with the paper is the way they've tested the channels. I consider
Michael,
interactions.
Start concluding.
Yeah, sure. I'm concluding. I'm just saying they should consider looking at the interactions between the channels and financial inclusion rather than examining the impact of financial inclusion on the willingness to pay. So I find the channels have not been tested properly there. Then the results need to be critically linked to the literature. That's an obvious limitation that I find with these results. And I thank you.
Thank you very much, Michael. Okay, we will take a few questions, given the time limitation. No? Okay. Thank you very much to the presenters. Congratulations for the good paper. Salud. Okay.
So thank you very much for this panel and this session and the paper presenters and the discussants. I think the paper presenter will have the opportunity to respond to the discussants' issues that have been made. So now we'll move to the last, but not least session. Special event C, can the AFCFTA build economic resilience for Africa in this uncertain time? And as we're trying to make certain the time here and not uncertain, so we'll be very strict on the timing. So I'll be calling on Mr. Mark Edo, CEO of Mark Edo Communication, to come on stage to call and present his panelists.
He said to me in a very menacing tone, 1 hour. But I have to say, listen, you've spent the entire day clapping for people, the succession of speakers and so on. But you are the hardy, tough few that at this time of the day are still here. So please give yourselves a round of applause. He wants you to come up front. Maybe if you want to, please join the seats in the front. The VIP section, please, let's fill that. You are all VIPs here. Okay, yes. Anyway, my name is Mark Edo, and let me start by saying what climate change. We've heard about climate change in this session. Geopolitical tensions we've heard about. Global inflation, disrupted supply chains, rising debt and sinking currencies. These are really turbulent times for African economies. But that's where the AFCFTA could come in. The hopes of more than 1 billion Africans are pinned on the transformative impact of the African Continental Free Trade Area. It can open markets, it can spur manufacturing, it can attract investment. But robust policies are not enough to ensure that the world's largest free trade area delivers that inclusive growth that eludes many African nations. So in this session, we're asking the big question: can the AFCFTA build economic resilience for Africa in these uncertain times? What needs to be done now by all players, not just by governments, but all players, to accelerate the progress of the AFCFTA so that its potential for economic growth and poverty reduction can be rapidly realized, and that so that no one is left behind. Now, let's be candid, and I might get in trouble here because I'm going off-piste, as they say in skiing. It's been 4 years. since the AFCFTA became operational. I know I was the MC for the actual launch of the operational phase in January 1st, 2021. Some are suggesting that we should be seeing more of an impact from the AFCFTA on our lives and our livelihoods. But much is happening, even if that message often isn't getting out, and you'll hear about it in a moment. So, to set the scene, before we deep dive into our panel, I'm going to yield the floor to a gentleman that is a passionate advocate for Pan-African trade and Africa's exports. He's already trading under the AFCFTA, and he's here to give us a 5-minute presentation, a show and tell, really, on his experiences and lessons he's learned. He's the chairman of the Kenya Export and Branding Agency and the Kenya Private Sector Alliance. He's held many, many other chairmanships, too many for me to mention. But please welcome the CEO of Bedi Investments, Mr. Jaswinder Bedi of Kenya. Now, jazz, as we call you, yes? You're going to jazz them up on this last session. But what he's going to do now, actually, is very interesting. Stay, because he's going to show you something special, a live example of the AFCFTA in action.
Thank you. Thank you, Mark, for that lovely introduction. I think for the last day and a half, we've been talking a lot. And for the last day and a half, we've been saying, it's possible, it can happen, is it real, are we going to deliver? So there's a lot of pessimism in the air. And some people even call us the talk shop. We just keep talking and talking. And some people call us NATO, NATO meaning no action, talk only. So that's my definition of NATO. But I think I just want to show you that there is a reality out there. The AFCFTA is working, the phase down has commenced. I just want to do a very simple, small demonstration live, which you can go and do at home tonight. It's a 2-minute demonstration, but definitely at the end of today, you will actually come out of this room and saying, yes, it's working, and yes, we can. Technical? So here's what I've got here. This is a live website, which is working. It's the e-tariff book of the Continental Free Trade Agreement. And you need to decide what you want to sell to which country and what product. So let's say, because I'm from Kenya, I'm going to write in there, I am exporting from Kenya. This is happening right now at the back whilst I speak. So I put in there, I am exporting from Kenya. So I want to sell to South Africa, so I'm importing into South Africa. This is just an example, and you can do it to any tariff line, any product. Okay? I want to sell tea to South Africa because tea is our #1 export. So we just type in tea and begin search. So the website is loading the tariff book. And now if you go down there on this one, this is fine as well. You go to the one before. So if you can see that in 2020, I want you to reduce it. I want the people to see, perfect. If you can see the MFN at the top means the most favored nation rate. That means rest of the world will sell to South Africa tea at 400 cents a kilo. And that's the current tariff. If you're from India, for China, from anywhere, your tariff will be 400 cents a kilo. But when Mark went and inaugurated the AFCFTA in 2001, that was the tariff. The tariff dropped on the first year. It's a 10-year phase down to 2030. So on the first year in 2021, 400 cents from Kenya went down to 360 cents. In 2022, it went to 320 cents. This is the duty of tea. 2023, it went to 280 cents. Right now, in 2024, if you're exporting to South Africa, tea from Kenya, it's 240 cents. And next year, it'll be 200 cents, and then 160, 121, 80, 40. In 2030, it'll be 0. So the point I'm making is the 10-year phase down is working, it's live, it's real. The duty has already started going down. And as the duty starts going down, it gives me, a Kenyan tea exporter, a competitive and comparative advantage against my competitors. So what's happening here? If I'm an exporter of tea from India, I will continually be subject to 400 cents a kilo, which is $4 a kilo from China, from anywhere else in the world, except if I'm selling tea from within the continent. And you can do this for any product, any country. And you could be in Malawi selling tea, and you might have a similar situation. There's a 10-year phase down, which is a reality, which is working. And I think we beat ourselves too much sometimes that AFCFTA is not working, and we are NATO, a no-action talk-only shop. But I want to take it out from here and say that, by and large, the rules of origin in the Continental Free Trade Agreement, 82% of this tariff book on all products has been agreed upon. There are two sectors that have not really agreed on the tariff book. One sector is a sector that I play heavily in, is the cotton, textile, apparel value chain. And the second sector that we have not agreed on the rules of origin is the automobile sector. So these two sectors are the only ones left, but largely 82% of the book has been agreed. And if you see the building blocks on the continent, we have 8 regional economic communities. We have EAC, we have SADC, we have IGAD, ECOWAS, we have the Arab countries, and all these Central African economic blocks, the 8 of them, these are all the building blocks so that we can realize this dream of the Continental Free Trade Agreement. I was arguing with somebody the other day that whilst we are building the 8 blocks, the house might be ready even before those blocks are ready, because the house is moving faster than the blocks. So the dynamics of Africa, as you all know, are very amazing. We have a very young population. We're not serving from a youthful population. India's got a youthful population. The rest of the world is aging population. That's Europe, US, Japan, China. And I think you must have been told already, by 2050, 1 in 4 on this planet is going to be African. By 2050, 40% of the world's working age population is going to be African. So we have a serious opportunity ahead of us. I think globalization has peaked. The next mantra is about regionalization, localization, and trade between Africa and Africans trading with Africans. I thank you very much.
Thank you so much. You know, I've never seen that before, and I think a lot of people in this audience have never seen that, because we hear a lot of talk and everything, but, you know, actions speak. You just literally could have made a trade right there in front of us. It's incredible. Another round of applause for that. I told you it was interesting. Now, Jazz isn't the only stellar panelists we have. They really did save the best for last, because we have a great stellar panel who will offer solutions for deeper regional integration. Actually, deeper regional integration, as the rest of the world almost shuns multilateralism, draws their wagons in a circle and says no to the rest of the world. As Africans, we're going in different directions, despite the fact that the world is beset by a multitude of shocks. We are not receding. Hopefully we'll have a little time to get a few questions from the audience, so really listen closely, because you are also a panelist. So I'm going to welcome to the stage our panelists, give them a round of applause as I welcome them, and I'm going to ask them to start populating the chairs from the far side. So the one right to the far side, he is the Senior Advisor to the Secretary General of the AFCFTA, based of course in Ghana, the AFCFTA Secretariat. Please welcome Mr. Gilberto Antonio. I'm really happy that this gentleman is here, because I'm a big believer in private sector leading conversations, even in forums like this. So let me see a quick show of hands. How many people here have ever been on Ethiopian Airlines? Let me see. Raise your hands. Everybody has been on Ethiopian Airlines. Please welcome the Group Vice President Customer Experience for Ethiopian Airlines, Mr. Samson Arega Bekele. All the way from Egypt, the CEO of El Gondi Trading Company is joining us, Dr. Neveen Nakla. You see, my panel is not a manel. I have women. We have women. No more manels panels. Okay. He's the Director of Industrial Development and Trade for, let me just say that the RECs are, the aspirations of the AFCFTA will be wrecked, right, if the RECs are not integral. So we're so happy to welcome from the Southern Africa Development Community, SADC, Mr. Dunraj Kasi is joining us. And making up my physical panelists, almost really here to observe, because she is central to the creation and running of this, but I wanted her to join us on stage. You all know her well, the Director, Regional Integration Coordination Office for AFDB, Dr. Joy Kategekwa. Does this work? Okay, great, marvelous. Okay, it's going to be rapid fire, ladies and gentlemen. There is one last panelist who is virtual, joining us from Nairobi, Kenya. Many of you will probably know this organization. We used to call it Trademark East Africa, but they rebranded last year to Trademark Africa. So with us is Miss Alan Asimwe. I think, let's see if we can bring her up. Let's hope the storm has the hair. There you are, ladies and gentlemen. Miss Alan Asimwe, Chief of Programs for Trademark Africa. I tried not to say Trademark East Africa, it's a default, but we'll come to you in a moment. Let's go down in a rapid fire. Now, Gilberto Antonio, it's great to start with you, Gilberto. There's a microphone right there. You have a microphone, right? You may have to share microphones, that's okay. We're all brothers and sisters here. Okay, so it's great to start with you, Gilberto, because there you are in Ghana at the Secretariat. And if there's one organization at the forefront of the AFCFTA to realize the aspirations, it's the AFCFTA Secretariat. Tell us in briefly, like in 2 minutes or less, where are we in terms of trading progress?
Thank you, Mark. Before I respond to your question, maybe to add 1-2 elements on Jaz's presentation. The first is to correct in terms of agreed rules of origin. Now we are on 92.4, so we are making progress on this area. The second is about also the tools that we have been creating to facilitate trade, to facilitate the SMEs to be part of this journey. You presented the e-tariff, but we have various other tools, including that make possible to make payment in your local currency instantaneously, 24 hours and 7 days a week, and other tools that maybe when we have another opportunity, I can give more elements. When it comes to the AFCFTA, we finalized the legal framework for this Africa Free Trade Area. We start with the main agreement and 3 protocol, 1 related with the trade in service to allow the service provider of African to have preferential market access. We also concluded a protocol on trade in goods, and very important when it comes to investment, when it comes to also to make sure that the agreement is really implemented. We have a protocol on dispute settlement. Last year, we concluded and the heads of state adopted 3 additional protocols that are very important, very fundamental. One is related with investment, is to promote and facilitate intra-African investment. Another is very important also to protect the SMEs against any anti-competitive behavior from the large company, so a protocol on competition. And last and not least, the protocol, the legal framework to protect innovation in Africa, a protocol on IPI, intellectual property right. This here, we really accelerate the discussions and the negotiations, and we agreed with the 2 unique protocols when it comes to a trade agreement. One is on a digital trade, and another one, very innovative, is on trade, on women and youth in trade. So we have the legal framework to improve and to boost inter-African trade. And nowadays we are really put more emphasis on implementation.
Thank you, Gilberto. I'll come back to you in a moment with some other questions. But now, let's be honest. Africa has a connectivity problem by road, by air, even by sea to some degree. But perhaps if there's one champion connecting Africa by air, it's Ethiopian Airlines. More than 570 flights per week at the last count, yeah? Ethiopian Airlines, you're flying high, really as a trendsetter, connecting Africans with Africans, connecting Africans with the world and the world with Africa. You also, interestingly enough, and I want to ask you about this, Samson, you're doing something else that's rather trailblazing. You own stakes in ASKI Airlines, Zambia Airways, and Malawi Airlines too. And I think you're actually investing in another African carrier, which is great to see, right? Africans investing in Africans. How important are these types of collaborations in strengthening economic integration under the AFCFTA, Samson?
Thank you. Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. First, before coming to Mark's point, he break all my data and actually talking points. Ethiopian Airlines is the largest by far airline in Africa. The second largest airline is not even half the size of Ethiopian Airlines. We are the fourth largest airline in the world by the number of countries that we serve. We have over 154 destinations, both passenger and cargo. As Mark said, we are flying more than 570 flights into Africa per week. So it's a very massive organization. And if you talk about AFCFTA, without connectivity, without free movement of goods and peoples, you can't really, or we can't really realize or unleash the potential of each countries in the continent of Africa. And as Mark said, we have been investing a lot. We believe that local knowledge and the experts that we have can be shared across African countries. If I don't know the history of Airbus. Airbus is a result of international collaboration between 4 countries. It's owned by 4 countries. UK, France, Spain, and Germany. And they produce each parts in different parts of European countries. And the market capitalization of Airbus is almost 120 billion. That's 1/4 of South Africa's economy, the largest economy, and 5 times more than the economy of Botswana or the GDP of Botswana. So I always think that why can't we really collaborate to create such kind of organizations in Africa? It was created in 1970, 50 years ago. So we should have a company like Airbus in Africa 50 years down the line that can really unleash the potential of these countries. And as for the equity partners that we have, we believe that we have to really contribute for our continent. So 10 years or 15 years ago, we have created this company called ASKI with some banks as equity partners. And that company, since it started operation in 2010, and today it carried over 7 million passengers. It's the biggest regional airline in West Africa. Last year, it carried over 1.1 million people. Before ASKI, to fly from Ghana to Benin, you'll have to pass through Paris or Brussels. It is reckless. It was reckless. So ASKI today has become a very successful airline, serving 28 destinations, and contributing to the socio-economic growth of West African region. We replicated the same thing in Zambia. We have done the same thing in Malawi. Now we are establishing Air Congo in DRC. So if we are really talking about real scenarios, something that is done on the ground, I believe that what we have done in the continent can really, tell for itself. So it's really important that we invite even people like us in this kind of, scenario, events and meetings, so that, we can really tell the actual, realities on the ground, apart from, some of the multitudinal challenges that we have, the navigation costs, the non-harmonization of aviation policies and regulations, restriction, bilateral restriction of countries. We could fly from Botswana to South Africa easy if we are being allowed, given the traffic rights. So I believe that we have to really work very hard, especially the policymakers, to ease restrictions on companies like that of Ethiopian Airlines. And when we go some countries to establish these national carriers, they have this negative sentiment that we are really expanding our wings. No, the capability that Ethiopian Airlines has for the past 78 years can be really translated into experience sharing to other countries. And ASKI has been profitable for the past 14 years. So you can just imagine, the amount of gap that ASCA, filled in West African regions. So we have to replicate similar success stories in other countries as well by, capitalizing on the benefits and experiences that Ethiopian Airlines has. I would always, believe that it's not poor versus rich, it's not white collar versus, blue collar, but it is versus leveraged versus unleveraged. If we leverage, the capability that we have, we can really unleash the potential of this continent. We always talk about that it's a next big thing. So, that's what I wanted to say.
Thank you very much, Samson. I have a couple of more questions, but I'll move from Ethiopia to Egypt. As I move down, Dr. Nevin Nabil Nakla, when you gave me your card, I saw something I've never seen before on a business card. It says, I'm sure the cameras can't catch this, it actually has the AFCFTA logo, and it says proudly, AFCFTA Trading Company Egypt. So you really are a champion for the AFCFTA.
I'm very proud.
El Gondi's been trading for more than it started as a family business.
Yeah.
Now it's trading more than 20 years. You've been in the business of exporting and importing in Africa for decades. Now you are indeed an AFCFTA trading company, one of 5 companies facilitating the guided trade initiative for Gilberto and the AFCFTA Secretariat. In fact, you're also an evangelist for the AFCFTA in North Africa, not just in Egypt, onboarding smaller companies that otherwise would not be able to get access into the AFCFTA, women-led businesses as well. What have your experiences been with regards to the AFCFTA?
Okay, our mandate is to facilitate and aggregate intra-African trading. And our mandate, we are only 5 up till now. We are the AFCFTA trading company in Egypt, in Ghana, in Kenya, in South Africa, and Rwanda. And each one of us have under their umbrella not less than 140 to 150 SMEs, women and youth that we are supporting. We started, me and Rwanda, we started with master classes on packaging, rules of origin, what to write, what not to write, and how to do the export potential maps, and how to search for the best clients and the target, the STP, the segmentation, targeting, and positioning. After we did this master class, each of us, I have under my company 140 SMEs, youth and women, and we had the Secretariat of the AFCFTA in Egypt last month, and we made connectivity with the Central Bank of Egypt and with banks of Egypt, and also we are promoting for them to go officially, because some of them, they do perfect products, but they're just selling in fairs in the country, locally, and or online on Facebook and things like that. So we opened for them bank accounts, and this was facilitated that they opened the bank account without a commercial registration, just with their national ID, to support them to go officially a bit by bit without being scared from taxes and everything. And now we're doing consolidated shipment, and this is our mandate. How can an SME, a woman in a village, export and go out of her village? It is our mandate, and this is what we are doing. We are doing consolidated orders, a pallet from here, a pallet from there, and matchmaking and advertising for them. So the Women and Youth Financial and Economic Initiative, it is real, it's not ink on paper. It's taking place. Even in Egypt, when we started this initiative, we had Sudanese with us because we are talking about border countries as well. So this is one thing. The other thing is access to data and access to information. They didn't know anything about Africa. the best one who was trading or exporting was trading with Arab countries because of the language barriers. So we showed them that there is 1.3 billion population potential. A lot, I don't want to take time from the rest of the panel, but on the ground, it is happening, and there is a great support from the AFCFTA Secretariat. And I want to say something regarding the e-tariff. A lot of products, January 2025, will be zero tariff because the countries are divided into some countries are taking the 10 years reduction plan, and a lot of countries are doing together with a lot of HS codes and a lot of products only the 5 years. So January 2025, a lot of your products, sorry, I will just mention one more thing. We have also, with the AFCFTA in hand and the Guided Trade Initiative, we now know that Rwanda has a big factory for milk powder. We know that Gabon now they have a big factory with panels, and we're getting this into Egypt for SMEs who are doing furniture and exporting. So we are finally doing the Made in Africa a product. Apart from here, apart from the hair, we are also trying to set an assembly hub for electronics and home appliances that are made in Egypt. We are getting the panels out and training, giving technical training to SMEs in other countries, and they assemble, and we will give them the tools to assemble. So,
okay, I have to move down now. Now, there's the AFCFTA, but there's also the TFTA, the Tripartite Free Trade Area, which makes up 26 countries and also includes and brings together COMESA, EAC, and SADC, which is the current chair of this tripartite group. The TFTA is important because my question really is, and I move to you, Don Raj, what are the lessons learned from the evolution of the TFTA, and how can the TFTA contribute to the evolution of the AFCFTA?
Thank you. Good evening, everyone, and thank you, Mark, for this pertinent question. I'm very sure that the TFTA was one of the subjects which was least spoken or discussed in this conference, yet it is the big fat elephant in the room. Given that the TFTA now has entered into force, as you know, in July 2024. So what are the implications? How does it affect or impact the AFCFTA? Allow me, as you say, the chair of the tripartite task force from the SADC Secretariat, to just give two critical updates and developments on the TFTA for people around here. So as the SADC Secretariat, we are looking forward to launch the Tripartite Free Trade Area Agreement by the Tripartite Summit. It was actually already planned for December this year, but due to some logistics issues, it has now been postponed for early 2025. Then we are also working towards the operationalization of the TFTA. What do we mean by the operationalization of the TFTA is to ensure that all the outstanding issues are finalized and agreed and finalized. What do we mean by outstanding issues? We still need to finalize negotiations on the tariff offers, rules of origin, instruments, including the legal framework, etc., to be finalized so that we can have the start date of trading so that the actual trading can take place. Now, what are the lessons? Definitely, tripartite started a long time ago, before, and then it was the building block actually for the AFCFTA, as we already know. So some of the lessons learned is, firstly, the element of inclusivity. It is critical that during the negotiation phase and also during implementation phase of any new agreement, we need to work in close collaboration with all the major stakeholders concerned, including the regional economic communities, international organization, partners, think tanks, and also, more importantly, the private sector, which includes the SMEs also. Then also, one of the critical areas that Tripartite was working on when it started its journey is the simplification, standardization, and harmonization of policies, processes, procedures, and standards. We can't just be talking about rules of origin and tariffs, but it is important we equally invest on the simplification and, like I said, the standardization and harmonization of such policies and procedures. Capacity building is always important when we are talking about implementation of a new agreement, and this is where it is always critical to build the capacity not only of the government officials or the technicians who are in charge of ensuring the implementation of a new agreement, but also the private sector and also the SMEs. So capacity building remains important, and I'm happy to share with you that actually ADB was our partner in terms of tripartite. There was a capacity building program which was supported by the ADB at a point in time, and we are looking forward to still collaborate with ADB. Then we should not only look into the issues of tariffs and rules of origin. What about logistics infrastructure? We heard from our brother from Ethiopian Airlines how interconnectivity is critical in terms of implementing the AFCFTA. So interconnectivity and infrastructure development remains very critical. These are the lessons learned. How TFTA can now contribute? We are all aware that the AFCFTA was built on the foundation stone, like I can say, or TFTA remains the building block upon which the AFCFTA was actually built. So TFTA remains very relevant for the East and Southern African region, and it will definitely strengthen and also support and create a synergy and complement the continental integration process in Africa in line with the AU Agenda 2063 and also in line with the Abuja Treaty. Then also for any successful regional integration process in Africa, it will need a comprehensive approach, what we can call it as a developmental integration approach. Some of you may be aware that the tripartite, the TFTA, is anchored on 3 pillars. It is not only market access, but it has 3 pillars, which includes market access or market integration, but then also industrialization. We can't just be talking about trade if we don't have goods. We need to produce these goods. We need to have the capacity to produce these goods. So the TFTA is also anchored on industrialization. And finally, this is where we are also working on areas like boosting SMEs, boosting startups, research and development, science, technology, and innovation. All these value chains development, it is very critical. And these are the things we are working on industrialization under the pillar of industrialization. Then another pillar, the third pillar is infrastructure development. So while we need the goods to be there to trade, but then we need to have the proper infrastructure. So tripartite is also anchored on the infrastructure development. Now with the projects like the tripartite transit and transport facilitation program and also the regional infrastructure development master plan, I'm very sure that the AFCFTA can definitely be supported in that regard. Then there have been a lot of work which has been done at the level of the tripartite since its inception, including implementation of trade facilitation instruments and also more critically what we call the non-tariff barriers, resolution of non-tariff barriers. You may be aware that we have already developed a number of mechanisms, including the tripartite online mechanism to resolve non-tariff barriers. Then we have a number of work also on issues of standards that we have tried to work on, quality infrastructure, and then finally something for SMEs, a dedicated one, which the tripartite had been working on is the simplified trade regimes, which supports the SMEs. So these are the instruments which definitely can support the AFCFTA.
Thank you very much. I'll come back to you with another question. Let's go to Nairobi, Kenya now. Trademark Africa, formerly Trademark East Africa. It's a non-profit organization focused on growing trade in Africa for the good of all. Now, Miss Allen, you're over there working across Africa with different governments, pushing trade. What do you think are some of the next priorities for regional integration across Africa? And what are some of the challenges that you're seeing? What are the sort of commonalities in terms of the challenges?
Thank you so much, Mark, and a good evening to you all from a rainy Nairobi. It's storming quite a bit. I just wanted to say a big thanks to, of course, the ESC the Africa Union has done quite a lot with the AFCFTA. The policies are in place, but as we know, that trade itself is not happening as it should. 4 years in, we are facing challenges. I really loved what just showed, that tariffs are down and they're actually going lower, and even by next year, they will be much lower. But for trade to happen, you have to have a number of foundations in place. I'll just talk about 3. Top is how can you trust that this cotton is actually coming from Kenya or from Uganda, and it hasn't just been repackaged from, say, Bangladesh and is being brought into the region. Many of our countries are not trusting each other yet. They are trusting external partners. They will trust the EU, they will trust UK, they will trust China, but we are not trusting each other enough to trade. And so what we're focusing on as Trademark is to enhance the visibility, the transparency across corridors, and that we're doing through digital reforms. Let me give an example. If Jas wanted to take his coffee to Kenya, from Kenya to say Ghana or to South Africa, one of the biggest things is the e-certificate of origin. Many of the countries are still using manual processes. In some countries, we have automated, but they are not connected. So what we are working with the AFCFTA Secretariat is on e-certificate of origin at a continental level that will allow Kenya to have visibility, that will allow South Africa to have visibility, and to trust that this coffee or this tea is actually coming from Kenya. And so that, for me, I think will be the most priority thing, that trust. The same applies to standards. How sure are you that these standards have been met, that we have agreed on a standard for oil, for coffee, for grain, and that there are no aflatoxins? That's why countries lose trust. If they trade once and then things come in, they're spoiled and all, they'll put up all the barriers. They go back into reflex mode, put up the barriers. We've seen this with COVID when they closed up the borders. So 1, increase the visibility. And I think by doing the digital solution, by increasing capacity to test, by increasing capacity to accredit, by having mutual recognition, we can leapfrog. If only countries would mutually recognize each other's standards, as long as they meet the regional or global standards as set by ASO and ISO, then we could have trade happening. The other issue we are looking at is inclusion. We cannot trade with half of the population left out. We are seeing so many women and young people anchoring our trade, but they are micro, they're small, and they're not aggregating. And I've heard the lady from Egypt talking about the consolidation, the aggregation. That is going to be critical for Africa's trade. If you look at the trading patterns and who is trading, if you look at the basics of economics, we'll trade with our neighbors. A lady with a bag of tomatoes will trade with a neighbor, and then she will grow slowly. But we don't have the luxury to grow slowly and organically. We must fast track this. And so things like consolidation centers, aggregation, of course, ensuring that we can trace the quality and standards of these goods are going to be critical. We cannot afford to leave a big part of the population behind. But then the third issue that I wanted to talk about that has been very key is, and we've talked about all the policies are in place. We have the good architecture, for instance, the digital trade protocol, the women in trade protocol. But if behind the borders, we are not removing the barriers, and again, a lot of the barriers are because of trust issues, we are not going to be able to make the AFCFTA work for us. And so some of the things we have done, again, going back to digital, we are connecting across borders. For instance, right now, we are working with the government of Ghana and the government of Kenya to connect their customs systems. We have already done that for Malawi and Tanzania. Their systems are now speaking to each other. Within East Africa, of course, all these systems are speaking to each other. Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda, you have one single customs declaration document. And that has really reduced the time of trading across borders by far. But the same is not happening within REX. So for instance, East Africa trading with West Africa, it's a whole different regime. So how can we break the barriers between the REX? Internally within the REX, within ECOWAS, it's much easier. Across REX, it's much harder. And so our struggle right now is to build trust and actually get partners to see you can trust each other's systems, you can trust each other's products. The foundations have to be in place. And that's what we are building. Thank you.
Excellent, excellent. And I think everybody was shaking nodding their heads in appreciation, trust. Now, look, she's been at the World Trade Organization, UNCTAD, am I right? Was it UNCTAD you were at? That's where we first met. UNDP, and now the African Development Bank. This lady is a passionate advocate for regional integration and the AFCFTA. She lives and breathes it. So I'm going to go to Dr. Joy now. First of all, Joy, I want you sort of as a respondent to this, really. I want you to give me your reaction towards what you've been hearing. I saw you scribbling down. But also in your reaction, I want you to briefly articulate what AFDB's priorities are in support of the AFCFTA as we approach the end of the 4th year of its operationalization. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mark. And let me just start by saying how happy I am at the tone of this conversation. I think, Professor Orama, you started us off at the start saying Africa can. That was the theme in your opening remarks at this conference. Jazz Wendabedi demonstrated to us what is happening, that it is happening. And so listening to everybody today, from Jazz to Samson, from Ethiopian Airlines, and all of the excellent panelists, my heart is full of joy that something is actually happening, because we have talked a lot of pessimism into the AFCFTA to a point that it was starting to get believed that this thing is just not happening. And I don't know about how you feel, but what I hear from Samson, what I hear from Nekla, what I hear from Jazz, what I hear from Alan, it's happening.
We need to hear more of it as well.
And therefore, beating the drum on the AFCFTA is something I'd like all of us to live with as a call to action. To say, I want to be part of those that tell the story of what's happening. Because I think, success breeds more success. And I think this tone of hope, this tone of confidence, this tone of optimism is precisely how the African Development Bank approaches the AFCFTA. And yesterday you heard about the 10-year strategy. It's a strategy built on hope. It's a strategy built on optimism. It's a strategy built on this idea that Africa can make a difference, and that the bank can be part of making that difference. And so the way we're looking at it really is that integrating Africa has to be at the core of how we do it. And we see the AFCFTA as the critical lever for that. So when you think about Integrate Africa and you think about the AFCFTA going forward, we're thinking about 5 critical priorities. The first one is people moving. And tomorrow we're launching a fascinating report about the Visa Openness Index. People must move for the AFCFTA to take off. The second piece is markets, and ensuring that the AFCFTA leaves, the treaty text, leaves the aspiration, and starts getting into the stories that we're hearing today. So building productive capacity is an important part of that. The third piece is really around infrastructure. The infrastructure of integration. Now, we all know Africa's historic infrastructure problem, that it was designed for extraction. The African Development Bank is at the heart of investing in the infrastructure of integration. And this is extremely critical, because when you think about a rail as a backbone of infrastructure, with the AFCFTA dispensation, we have to be thinking about the special agricultural processing zones. We have to think about the manufacturing plants around there. We have to think about trade finance. We have to think about opportunities for women, and so on and so forth. And so that is a critical piece of this. And then I guess the other one I'll talk about is this idea around financial integration, that Africa has to be able to exchange in the trade. Trade is about exchanging goods and services and so on, but the currency of that is critical. So investing, especially at the REC level, to ensure that the systems that allow for you not to lose this known $5 billion annually in having to dollarize before you can trade is sorted. In East Africa, we have the East African Payments and Settlement System, building on the PAPS. And what it has done in 2023 is ensure that, they had 13 billion of trade in East Africa last year. 3 billion went through that system. So it tells you things can happen.
Just to be clear, this is not PAPS, this is building on PAPS,
this is building on
in
PAPS,
East Africa.
So interoperability,
yes.
etc. Let me close off by saying that you can count on the African Development Bank not just to beat the drum, but to invest in that drum itself. Special programs for women to get trade finance, infrastructure that is taking Africa connected to the next level, investment opportunities. We're coming up with the Africa Investment Forum, a huge place to strike deals. So Mark, I started with hope and joy. I end with hope and joy.
Wonderful. I'm watching the time here, and I have like 20 questions for each of you. I'm not sure if I'm going to be getting to them. So what I think I'm going to do instead is I'm going to Jazz, right? And I'm going to just ask for your quick reaction. I see you writing things down. And then I think I should open it to the floor. If we have more time, I'll come back and ask other questions. Apologies. They just didn't give us enough time for this magnitude of this huge subject matter. Jazz, take it away. Just a few minutes, and then I'll open it up.
Thank you, Mark. I think one thing is for certain. over the last 20 years, we've all grown up, globalization, world trade, free trade, this trade, that trade. And we have a new sheriff in town. And the new sheriff loves tariff. And that's changed everything. Trump 1.0 and Trump 2.0. So the world is very different and will be very different going forward. And the world today is driven by geopolitics. The world today is driven by onshoring, nearshoring, and a new word I heard the other day, friendly shoring.
Friendly shoring.
So if you're my friend, I do business. If you're not my friend, I don't do business with you. So basically, the new Cold War is on. It's between China and the US. And we have this perfect opportunity where we can trade within ourselves. We can trade with the rest of the world. Africa can trade with Europe duty-free, largely. Africa can trade with the US duty-free, largely. And a lot of Africa LDC can trade with all developed countries duty-free. And so we have this massive opportunity. We just need to organize ourselves. We need to have capacity. We need to have production. We are 3% of world trade today. 50 years ago, we were 4% of world trade. We just moved the needle back to 4% of world trade. We will not need aid. Take it up to 5%, we will give aid.
Okay, just let's go to the, does anybody have any questions? Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm not going to ask them to bring a mic. I do have legs. Young lady, let's go to the youth first, shall we? Okay, stand up. This is how we're going to do it. You're going to tell us your name, and you're going to ask your question, and you'll make your question shorter than the answer. Okay, please, because, but also, importantly, I think I'll take 3 questions at once because of time, and then you guys just tackle those questions. So go ahead.
Okay, thank you. My name is Nancy. Okay, let me try and make this quick. This is to the AFCFTA Secretariat on the investment protocol. It's one of the most progressive IIAs we have out there. But one of the major issues that we have had under international investment agreements is the investor-state dispute settlement mechanisms. And I just want to know how the AFCFTA Secretariat is assisting states in terms of their negotiation of the annex to ensure that we don't replicate some of the issues around transparency, legitimacy. Yeah.
You see, Nancy kicked us off with a great question. Now, remember that question, okay? So, because it's coming to you, Gilberto. Let me move over here. Sir, stand up, please, and tell me your name and what your question is.
My name is Oliver. I'm a member of Parliament in Cameroon. I want to ask to the senior advisor to the Secretary General and the Secretariat.
He's getting all the questions. Okay, go on.
I want to ask about the protocols that they are signing up to. What are you doing? What are they doing in order to encourage African countries to ratify the protocols in their respective countries?
How are you moving the dials? Okay, so those are 2 questions for you. Another question, not for the AFCFTA Secretariat. If it is, put your hand down, please. Madame.
Hello, I'm Veronica Kalema. I work for EcoBank. I know there's challenges with AFCFTA, just starting it up, but I'm just wondering what is the level of trade that has gone through in terms of value or even in terms of volume so far, and where do you expect it next year? And I assume it's going to grow exponentially as you sort out the problems, but I just want to know where it is, because